Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create, allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it, and our organization are understanding how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it, because it can be done.
Please welcome to the stage, co-host of Rise and co-founder of HKG DAO, Casey Lau.
Good morning, everyone. All right, welcome to day one at Web Summit Qatar. My name is Casey Lau. I host Web Summit's Asia event called Rise, and I'm very excited to be here at Web Summit Qatar and have already met some amazing people and startups and investors in the city and from around the world in Doha for the first time. Last night, I hope you got in to see opening night with Trevor Noah and attended the first of 3 night summits where the conference continues into the late hours. It's great to see everyone here bright and early. We have over 18,000 plus attendees visiting Qatar from around the world, joining us for the next 3 days, and we cannot wait to share with you all we have planned. With the US gearing up for the presidential race, the challenges that China is facing, the financial boom in India, and the race for silicon chip dominance to take us all into the era of AI, many eyes are on MENA, and specifically the dynamic landscape of Qatar. So I hope you're ready for an exciting week of change-making talks and networking, all wrapped within the local Qatari culture and the high-tech world of Web Summit. Today, here on the center stage, we have lots and lots of AI talks with the leaders behind companies like Amazon and Builder, talks from VCs from 500 Global, the future of entertainment from Roku and Warner Music, an actual astronaut, the future of the company behind Facebook, and we'll be debuting the world's first cyborg dog right here on center stage. So stick around for that. All right, that's enough from me. Here we go, the first talk on day one of Web Summit Qatar. Last year, generative AI and AI-related startups raised nearly $50 billion US, and Crunchbase recorded 3,000 new AI startups founded in 2023 alone. How many more AI startups will be created this year? Kicking off Web Summit Qatar and speaking with Julia Seeger from France 24, please give a huge welcome to the person behind the tech investments for the Qatar Investment Authority, Mohammed Al-Hardan, and the founder and chief wizard of Builder.ai, Sachin Dev-Dagal.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. It's a pleasure for me to be here and to host this very first conversation with our guests. Thank you both very much indeed for being with us today. We're going to be talking about the AI moment. So as you know, at the end of 2022, generative AI at least, and AI, took the world by storm, at least the general public. And what we want to know today is whether or not this momentum will carry on into 2024. Now, Sachin, you're the founder and CEO of Builder AI. It's a company, its roots actually go back 10 years, way before the wave of excitement that we're experiencing now. So you have the perspective. Could you tell us perhaps a little bit more about what happened? What were the factors that made it possible for this democratization of AI in 2024, and how you see things going forward?
Sure. I think, we often think that AI came and was invented and was released and was productionized in November 22. But even when you think about conversational AI, it has its roots to the 1930s when it used to be called computational conversation. And then about 10 years ago, Google launched BERT, which was sort of the first transformer model, which really allows you to use math to understand how conversations flow. And so then, I sort of found myself many times in 23 saying, what happened? Why was there a sudden change? And really, it came down to less about technology, more about design and understanding human behavior. So the big innovation in 2022 was not LLMs or large language models. The big innovation in 22 was suddenly you had complex software, but the front end looked like WhatsApp. And I talked to my mom on WhatsApp, I talked to our family on WhatsApp, and it's a design that was reserved for human conversation, and now you had a machine in it. Right. And the second sort of innovation around design was, you noticed that before everything was about speed. You went to Google search and it told you how fast the search would happen. And now suddenly you had things with local echo of one word at a time. And I remember growing up as a kid, my teacher used to say to me that before you answer a question, count to 3, and to slow the response down. And I'd say the last part of sort of the design change was we went from acronyms and funny codes and blue screens to calling it a hallucination. But it's not really a hallucination. That's a human emotion. It's a statistical improbability, or sort of in the AI world, it's a confabulation. And so you saw this big design change, and I think that's really the push forward. And when you sort of think about 24, I'm hoping now you're going to see interfaces change, software becomes easier to use, and really it becomes prolific in who can use it.
Now, Mr. Elharden, Builder AI just raised $250 million in Series D funding. And that was actually led by a Qatar Investment Authority. What gave you the confidence to invest that type of money, that amount? And what are the type of challenges, perhaps, that an investment fund like yours is facing when trying to navigate this so-called AI moment?
So we started looking at Builder AI in the first half of 2023, and this was during the hype of AI. So the first question that we had was, do we start investing in companies that are just achieving that unicorn status? We are late-stage investors. You will typically see us much later. We were focusing on pre-IPO rounds. But I think for us, this was a moment when we really wanted to take a look at Builder AI. And what we liked from Builder AI was basically their ability to reduce the cost and the time required to ship an application. And what this really does is very similar to what SpaceX does when it comes to space. You're reducing the cost of accessing space, and Builder AI is reducing the cost for entrepreneurs, enterprises, and founders to access the digital economy. That was the one reason that we liked in Builder AI. And when we looked at Builder AI from a diligence perspective, the one thing we wanted to understand is Builder AI really using AI? And that was an important point that we wanted to diligence. And so when we looked deeper and we felt comfortable that, yes, Builder is using AI in what they do, as many companies during that stage basically had AI in their name but didn't use AI. And what we liked from Builder was that, in fact, yes, our diligence, our technical diligence confirmed that Builder AI uses AI. And in terms of the risks when it comes to Builder AI, I think, and this is risk faced by many AI startups, AI is changing so fast, and the technology and the use cases are developing so fast, there's always an AI risk.
So speaking of the use cases, I mean, in this AI moment, we're seeing there's a lot of noise around AI. There's a lot of self-proclaimed AI experts, lots of false prophecies, not always easy to decipher who we should actually believe. And Sachin, you actually put it saying you have to map the use cases against the AI hysteria.
Yeah, I think that's a really valid point. And sort of the best analogy I give to folks is, if you imagine the prison service, the CEOs of the prison service, the policymakers of the prison service, the academics studying sort of the impact, there's very little information asymmetry. When you come to AI, there's massive information asymmetry. The second thing is, everybody is now a well-known expert for some reason, but you go back and they haven't even studied stats or math. or computer science, but they're talking about language models as they invented them. And so, what that does, unfortunately, is there's a lot of hyperbole and a lot of hysteria where the use case isn't clear. To sort of set expectation, we are actually, we call it the AI moment. It's almost like the AOL moment in AI. It's when AOL launched the disk and everybody said the internet was here, but actually the internet was here 50 years before or 40 years before. And so we're at that really early stage, and the use cases are also needing to be very sharp and pointed. It's not suddenly going to start replacing massive amounts of jobs. It's more like a cape that's being put on a human to make them into a superhero. And I say the second thing is, especially on the enterprise side, as we speak to customers, every CEO says, we need to be AI first or AI enabled. And then the next question is, but where's the data? Right? Where is the digital transformation you haven't done in 10 years? Because you can't suddenly put a large language model on top of emails and think it's going to be a conversational AI.
So I just want to add, because I was just saying that experts can actually contradict each other, but that actually happens also at the highest level within Silicon Valley. We've been hearing tech experts also contradict each other on where AI is and what it's capable of doing.
So I would say that within a very small community of folks that are really neck deep, whether they're neck deep in foundational models, research, application of it like we do, there's a lot of alignment.
Right.
So there was a conference a couple of weeks ago where you had everyone from the head of AI at Meta through to folks at Amazon. Generally, everybody agreed we are so early. And I give you the best analogy is if you remember Rail Player, and Rail Player promised video streaming, but you hit play and then you waited for 2.5 minutes before you could see a movie. Where is Rail Player today? Today now you use Netflix or you use Apple TV.
Right.
So the technology is shape-shifted. And I think we're going to see the same thing there. We're only scratching the surface.
Now, one of the big questions, of course, that many perhaps people in the room have is whether or not AI is going to be stealing jobs. Many experts today believe that at least it's going to automate at first certain tasks within certain jobs. How do you actually see things going forward, both of you?
I actually take the view that we will see structural unemployment that will play out in the next 10 years. I mean, every day I go to work and think of what my PA does, scheduling and what a typical assistant would do. And if you look at that job, a number of elements that encompass a PA's job will be replaced. So whether it's the co-pilots or the AI. And so I believe humans will have to evolve. Humans will need to focus on elements that involve creativity, that involves emotion. So in some ways, humans need to focus on their EQ as opposed to the IQ. And so I think what will happen is we will see structural unemployment across the globe. The gig economy is definitely at risk. AI is going to further automation. AI will, there's developments in robotics. So I think, yes, jobs are at risk. Not all jobs are at risk, but humans will evolve around the evolution of AI. And those that are unable and not capable to evolve, I think will be left behind.
And I sort of want to build on Mohammed's point because I think it's really valid. We confuse tasks with jobs.
Yeah.
And sometimes we confuse jobs with careers. But they're very different atomic units of work. So that, somebody has to summarize an email from me, that's a done deal now. Mm-hmm. That someone's going to actually tell me how I need to organize my week based on what's important to the company, that's not necessarily a done deal because they don't know what's important. Right. And so in every role, what you're going to find is the things that were repetitive, the things that had high degrees of variance, those things are going to get replaced first. But what this does open up is a really interesting problem. Imagine you have a really good salesperson.
Right.
Today, we can clone a really good salesperson and make everyone a good salesperson. Now, the question is, that good salesperson, whose IP is that? Is it the salesperson that's become a good salesperson, or is it the company that's now made everyone into a good salesperson? Now, the second thing is that you just kill that person's edge. Yeah. And so this idea of learning what your career is, it's going to go through massive evolution, because generally, as you become very good at something, companies are trying to make everyone good at everything so that they maximize their bottom line. And so you're going to have this evolution of learning, which is not going to be like a career for life, but it's going to be this continuous development. And that's where creativity, critical thinking becomes so powerful. And if I summed it up, I'd say we're re-entering the Da Vinci era. where it's not just about STEM, it's about polymaths. It's about being creative, understanding numbers, but knowing how to express yourself, critical thinking, and looking at the problems to solve.
Now, this is about people's lives. You're raising ethical questions as well here. And that brings me to the question of regulation. Should AI be regulated? What are the kind of factors that should be factored in when regulating? In Europe, for instance, they're trying to pass the AI Act. They're working on it at least. How do you see regulation going forward? Is it something that needs to be done on a regional level?
I think the AI as a technology is evolving so rapidly that regulators could get regulation wrong. It could be a limiting factor to progress from a technological perspective. And we saw this at Davos this year, and Sachin was there. And after several meetings with many AI founders and entrepreneurs, everyone that I met to conclude that there was a huge delta between regulators' understanding of the technology and where the technology is heading. Even some AI founders are seeing a challenge in really adapting to this technological change. Things are starting to become very technical. And a funny story, one of the AI founders actually gave a talk in Davos, and he concluded that everyone in the stage were nodding their heads in understanding, but actually no one really understood what he was saying.
And I think that asymmetry is really important, but it becomes a lot worse. So let's just take, for example, two or three analogies, right? So one, imagine you're trying to teach a kid, and we discussed this before, you're trying to teach a kid about American independence. And let's pick two kids, one in London, one in New York. We know that sovereignty is a function of culture. Culture is a function of history. We also know that there's no single version of history. Everyone has a different view of what happened. And so when you teach the kids in your country, you teach them your version of history. The problem with language models is they're predicated on this idea that whatever has the most volume is accurate, right? And so you now start having this risk that it's homogeneous, and suddenly all of history becomes homogeneous, means you remove cultural boundaries. I think the second, and to the point around policy, is today we think about AI in replacing human tasks or improving human tasks. Humans can't read DNA. But a large language model can read DNA. So now how do you deal with a technology that can actually read something that we can't even comprehend ourselves? And so there are so many parts of this math problem and sort of this policy problem that we've never encountered in our times before.
So there's a lot of problems ahead to solve, at least for
There's a lot of interesting problems and challenges to solve. And I don't think we've ever seen a technology in the recent times, or probably ever, that has shape-shifted from a world where we generally understood the problem and then we built technology to solve it, to now technology can understand a problem and we're trying to figure out if the solution's correct.
And from the perspective of the investor, the challenge that we're seeing today, QIA is a late-stage investor in tech. What we're seeing today is something that we haven't seen before. We're used to investing in the new technology, disrupting the incumbents, let's say cloud, disrupting on-prem software. But what we're seeing today at the late stage is we're seeing two cohorts of tech companies using AI at the same time. The ones that will be disrupting the incumbents and the ones that will be disrupting the disruptors at the same time. And this is the real challenge that we're seeing, is that, and that shows you the pace at which this technology is evolving. And we're investors in Builder AI, but every quarter within the team, we ask ourselves the question, what is the AI risk to Builder? So I keep calling Sachin and telling him, Sachin, you really need to be ahead of the curve. Your technology can be applied elsewhere. Be creative, think, start making sure to align your team, especially the engineering team, as the talent is very scarce when it comes to AI.
Now, speaking of talent and being ahead of the curve, of course, that leads me into the question about education. I mean, the rapid pace of technological advancement clearly is showing us that the educational system needs to change, that what people are learning now within 6 months will probably be obsolete. So what are your recommendations, perhaps, on how the educational system should change to be more iterative?
So, you talked about regulation. The thing that wakes me up at least once a fortnight is this idea that we are training 8-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds that are going to come to the marketplace or to the workplace in 10 years, and they're going to be ill-equipped because we're teaching them to code. Well, that's a dead duck. We're teaching them how to do things that are highly repetitive. We're teaching them how to do sort of early stage discovery of chemical formulas, which, again, is a dead duck because machines will be able to do it. And so my worry is we've got this pre-programmed notion of STEM. And in many countries around the world, the loop to change the education cycle is so slow that you're almost going to have, I reckon, between 2 to 3 decades of sub-performant workplaces. And that's actually the big risk, because that's going to mean you have this sort of turf war between man and machine at some point. But really, it's our fault, because we've not educated what the future is likely to be. And so the big wake-up call for governments around the world is, you need to make this massive change in the education framework. We need to move away people from thinking about it's just math, or it's just science, or it's just literature, and actually it's the combination. We need to get people really comfortable that the rate of change is only going to get faster, not slower.
And if you think about it, if we fast track into the future, 10 years from now, what's an effective worker? An effective worker is a human, and the best of what a human can do, and the AI, working together, complementing each other. And in an evolving technology, the human needs to understand the limitations of this technology and focus on that, because that would be the true complement to the best the AI can offer in 10 years' time. And that together makes the effective worker. And so education systems need to be agile. They need to evolve as this technology is evolving and focus on what humans do best.
Now, one last question briefly. What type of profiles are we lacking today, perhaps for those in the room who are starting off in their career? Is it more specialized profiles or more holistic profiles?
I think when you think about an entrepreneur, the fundamental human skills are grit, hardworking, creative problem solving, being creative, being able to be agile. Those are things that typically machines don't do that well. They're not very good at reasoning. They're not really very good at math, actually, to be very precise. They have no view of being able to forecast an unknown future. They can only forecast a known future because they're using past data as an indicator of the future. And so I think it's really for all of us is to start becoming more human. And not having to worry about, can I write code, can I do Python, can I look at this? There will always be a small group of people in the world that are developing advanced technology. They will be augmented by machine, but advanced technology needs use cases. That's where the humans come in.
Well, that brings us to the end of this conversation. I think we can give them a warm round of applause. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Before we bring out the next speaker, don't forget we are streaming Center Stage live every day on our website and through all our social media platforms, YouTube, X, and Facebook. So hello to everyone out there that's tuning in to learn more of what's happening in the most exciting new tech ecosystem in the GCC. For our next talk, I wanted a show of hands. How many of you in the audience have a subscription to Netflix? Yeah, Netflix, right? Okay, everybody. How about Amazon Prime Video? Okay, everybody, wow, that's great. Where are my Marvel fans at with their Disney Plus subscription? All right, a couple over here. Okay, that's very interesting. Then you all know that we as TV viewers have never had it so good. To tell us what can be expected from streaming services in 2024 and beyond, who better to hear from than the company with a device that lets you stream everything, everywhere, all at once. Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with the CEO of MediaLink, Michael Kassan, the president of Roku, Charlie Collier.
Thank you. Thank you. There you go.
Good morning.
Morning.
Charlie, first of all, I want to thank you for making the journey to Doha to join us this morning.
No, it's a pleasure, and a pleasure to be with you.
Charlie, I want to kind of dive right in. Roku is currently the #1 TV operating system in multiple countries. What I would love for you to do is kind of start us off by unpacking the significance of that. Can you kind of briefly take us through Roku's recent evolution from really what was a tech company when I first became familiar with it to an advertising and an original content powerhouse, actually?
No, great. Well, thank you. That's nice. And good morning, everyone. You know, there's such transformation, obviously, in the TV space. And before we assume that everyone here knows what Roku is, we are the #1 TV operating system in the US and in Mexico. We just streamed, in 2023, over 100 billion hours of streaming content. And we have 80 million plus active accounts. So this is a platform with scale. And what it really portends is the opportunity to make television better for everyone. And you know, from my history, that's something I take real seriously.
You know, Charlie, I've always described you as an executive. Over the years, I've gotten to know you, and that's been a privilege and a pleasure. Okay. But as a rare executive on the entertainment side, if you will, because I wanted to not say television, but on the entertainment side, that grew up in advertising.
That's right.
And has had always the appropriate respect for advertising as part of the ecosystem of content and content distribution. And, you know, as a result of that, the position you're in now, I think, kind of underscores that. As, I would say, revolutionary as the fast acceleration of streaming and connected TV has been for both consumers and advertising, it's had some significant impact on those groups.
Oh, sure.
Where has Roku seen an opportunity to solve some of these kind of thorny challenges that are facing that ecosystem of advertisers, content creators, et cetera?
Sure. Well, you take a step back and say to serve the advertiser well, you need scale. So just speaking about the U.S., for instance, you know, Roku's got an unmatched scale with, you know, 80 million active accounts worldwide. One of the things we've been able to do, as you know, in talking about advertising, is be both top of the funnel and broad reach, and bottom of the funnel and performant. And for someone who grew up in the advertising world, and especially on the TV side, you know, so much of what I was doing was selling original programming, selling the broad reach of broadcast immediately before this and cable before that, as you know. To be able to do both here, which is give the broad reach. We have half the broadband households in the country who use Roku as their front door to television. So you think about that. And as an original programmer, I get excited about programming the UI. You know, you think, I heard in our introduction, they asked who in the crowd has a Netflix account. I imagine everyone raised their hand. If you think about it, we are the front door to television, and we help host you to your apps. So the platform is bigger than the pieces on the platform. And we take that programming of the journey, we call it the streamer's journey, we take that programming very seriously.
It's interesting you say the front door, and you know, I always liken that to the office context. The receptionist is arguably the most important person in the company, because that's the first impression, you know, of a company, the front door of television.
Well, think about this. So for years, before this, I was the CEO of Fox Entertainment, and you look, and they have the NFL on Sunday, and you could always tell what we thought was our next possible hit show because you put it after the NFL, because lead-in matters, because sheer numbers and momentum of driving a huge audience into an original program. There's nothing better. And it was true in the 60s and 70s, and it's true today. Well, we're in many ways the lead-in to all of television. I wouldn't say the receptionist per se, but the lead-in to all of television. And so you think about the opportunity in something like the Olympics. It's a complicated event to navigate as a viewer, and we can help host you there. We have data and ad product and data relationships that allow us to literally host people to all of the biggest events on television.
So Charlie, I want to blame you for something.
What's that?
I'm gonna kind of make this entre nous. I blame you for my first time
For your first what?
My first time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Say more.
Binging. My first binge was Mad Men.
Oh.
I mean, I can't tell a lie. I mean, I could, but I won't in this context. My first binge was Mad Men. And I go back to, you know, that moment in time. I can't not.
Yeah, well,
how do you feel about that? I think you were the reason for a lot of people's first time.
Well, I love that. I obviously very proud of my programming history and Matt Weiner, who is the genius behind that show, and the opportunity to work in television at that time as really the premise of our journey at AMC was really to build premium television on basic cable. And what we quickly realized was that all TV would be streamed. And the founder of Roku, Anthony Wood, was saying all TV would be streamed long before we knew what streaming was, long before the phrase was coined. And if you think about it, all TV will be streamed. That evolution is happening quickly in the States for sure. The viewership far outpaces the monetization, and that's opportunity, and that's catching up for us. But all advertising will be streamed as well. So to your question, it's an enormous piece. There's enormous momentum and still enormous opportunity.
Well, Charlie, you said earlier, and I think we heard it in the opening, about the streaming wars.
Yeah.
You're not actually in the streaming wars, but it's all happening in your backyard. It's all happening on your platform.
Well, that's it. You know, the notion that the platform is bigger than the pieces on the platform is really profound, right? Because our job is to get the viewer where they want to go. Roku has always been about simplicity and delight, and it still is. But that journey to your program is something new in the streaming wars or the streaming revolution. So we're in them. We create original programming. We certainly have the Roku channel, which is a top 10 app across the country, and we launched it in Mexico. When we launched there, it does very well. We're the #1 TV OS in Mexico. But really, the notion that these wars are playing out on our platform from a programming point of view is very true. We are responsible and targeted programmers, and we root for every show that we now create the journey to. It's remarkable. With Roku's broad reach, more people, more advertising will be seen really on the hosting journey to that program as well as in it. And then, of course, we can target.
The idea that you're rooting for all the programming reminds me of a story my mother used to tell me.
What's that?
She liked to go to the racetrack, and
Really?
she got so excited one day, she said, "I won." I said, "How much money?" She said, "No, I lost money, but I won the race." I said, "How'd you lose money?" She said, "I bet on it."
Oh, gosh.
You're betting on all the...
Well, in many ways, if you think about it, you know, if we are, as you said, the front door to television, we'll have more people, you know, with half the broadband households using Roku in the U.S. and 80 million active accounts around the world. Look at this. I thought your mom was going to come. Right? You know, it really does allow us to organize television in a different way. We've launched a sports zone. And if you think about how complicated it is even to find the biggest of leagues and where the games reside, Roku can make that easy. We do the same with food and home. We have these zones called All Things Food and All Things Home. So really, television has gone from launching linear channels and having 24 hours a day in cable of the greatest food or the greatest home content. And now we have all of the food and home content across every app, across every broadcaster, all in one place. And you can think about that
Navigation. The navigation is...
But navigation and original programming. So, you know, we have the Great American Baking Show. And that can be found within All Things Food. It can be found on the Roku channel. And we can obviously see who enjoys food content and serve them their choice of every food show ever made. And that's a pretty remarkable way to root for all of television.
So, Charlie, we've been talking about content
Yeah.
for a long time.
Sure.
But even here on the stage.
Yeah.
What I've noticed in the last few years is the word commerce
Yeah.
is rarely any longer not modified by the word content.
Yeah, that's right.
So as we talk about content and commerce, talk to me, if you will, about Roku's view and your view about shoppable content, shoppable video.
Just how about the notion of shoppability? It is, when I say we're top of the funnel and broad reach, and then bottom of the funnel and performant, it is because of our millions of logged on relationships, direct relationships, it's literally an OK button on a simple remote away from completing a purchase, from getting more information. It is real. I remember watching American Idol and seeing Ryan Seacrest teach America how to text. And I very much see that we'll play an enormous role in, I don't think it'll be a commerce platform, but in merging top of the funnel reach, bottom of the funnel performance with commerce in a very real way.
And one of the most, one of the fastest growing areas in media today is retail media.
That's right.
As we all know. And it's growing at rapid pace.
Sure.
And it's not just the consumer packaged goods companies now that are availing themselves of the retail media outlets because you're closer to the purchase. You know this, Charlie, from your days in advertising.
Completely.
Procter & Gamble, I think, famously had that expression, FMOT, the acronym which stood for Final Moment of Truth.
That's right.
That final moment of truth when you're in the shopping aisle or you're at the checkout counter and you pick that product over the other product.
Yeah.
The final moment of truth today for commerce is online.
Well, online and very much could be on television.
Exactly.
We have a deal with Shopify, and there's something else that's happening, which is the democratization of the TV screen is really meaningful. So it used to be the Procter & Gambles of the world, the big companies had access to what was, big budget broadcast television. But now, because of shoppability, because of localization, because of targeting, there's a way absolutely for thousands of smaller advertisers to come on board, and they are. And so you really see, as you say, what happened in commerce on the web now happening in TV. And it's not there at scale just yet, but it's very active and doable.
So you're seeing the growth in the SMB and the small and medium-sized businesses on a meaningful level.
Absolutely, and that's remarkable. If you look at the demand diversification of a platform like Roku's, it really is now in the thousands and thousands of advertisers that have access to this programming. And again, it's both broad reach and bottom of the funnel and can be targeted in local, which is remarkable.
Speaking of local, let's talk about international.
Sure, yeah.
Capturing international audiences with original content.
Yeah.
Tailored to their cultures and their preferences has certainly been an area of growth for the streamers. We've seen it.
Absolutely.
How are you thinking about that as you continue to grow? I mean, obviously, your primary growth has been North America.
Mexico. We're thriving
US.
in Mexico. You're going to see us in Brazil and expand further in LATAM. We're growing nicely in the UK. So it's been good. And the opportunity to both do what I said, which is program the UI, and also in Mexico when we launched the Roku channel, did local language and local programming, and it's been very effective. Of course, again, the balance for us is able to be getting people to their favorite shows, hosting that streamer's journey, and also getting them to our shows as well. One of the things we did in the US, we bought the This Old House library. And you think, well, that's great, but we also bought the This Old House studio. So we make new ones. We have thousands of hours that we navigate people to in the home zone, and we're building original programming, not just This Old House, but many more. It allows us to be really specific.
So, Charlie, you've spent a fair amount of your career on the cable side of the business.
That's right.
I think the majority, I don't know if that adds up, but I think I'm pretty close to that.
Yeah.
We all talked about unbundling.
Yeah.
Are we creating another bundle? I mean, the initial study said as the streaming conversation, I don't even want to say wars, as the streaming conversation began, what the research indicated, what an average consumer would end up with somewhere between 4 and 5 streaming services.
Sure.
So, at the cost of those, have you just created another bundle? And what would you say today in terms of that opportunity? 4 or 5, or is the bundle bigger, or are we going to see a contraction?
Well, I think, you mentioned your mom and the racetrack. So different horses for different courses, right? I think there's been a lot of news in the llast couple of weeks about ESPN and
I'd like to do that with my British accent. Horses for courses.
Horses for courses, yes, exactly. ESPN and Warner and Fox just came out with their announcement about a new streaming sports bundle. Of course, that is going to be there, and they'll need in the U.S. to half the broadband households that come through our front door, and we look forward to working with them. We are organizing in the zones that I referred to because it's the best way to organize content for people. And even today, we have traditional subscriptions that you can do through Roku and Roku Pay, but we also have what are called premium subscriptions, which is where we integrate the programming of your apps that you're already subscribing to into our daily flow, so you can get it inside the flow of everything else you're getting. So I talked about simplicity and delight. I think many of the moves to an app-based culture has not been so simple and not been so delightful, and it's a great opportunity for Roku to come in and organize television, make better television for everybody.
Charlie, I want to go back to when you and I first met, 150 years ago,
right.
Dog years.
Yeah.
But when we first met, there was conversation about Madison Avenue, referring to the advertising industry,
Yeah.
and Hollywood Boulevard, referring to the entertainment
Yeah.
industry,
Yeah.
as two streets on the left coast and right coast of the
Right.
United States.
Right.
And there's been conversation for so many years about advertisers getting more involved in the financing of programming,
Sure.
not through the ATM machine of advertising,
Right.
but through the actual funding of content and
That's
content development. So you're not buying 30-second spots, you're creating programming
Sure.
that could underscore the initiatives that you as a brand or a product can deliver. We see that as getting more traction now than ever.
Sure.
But the challenge has always been, what's the distribution?
Right.
Here, I can come in and finance that programming, but where's it going to live?
Yeah.
Are you looking at that ecosystem as where you can tap into that? Because you are a distribution platform.
Sure, well,
that can...
and we already are. And what's really wonderful is that advertisers are taking more risk to integrate in that way, to create content that's specific, but they're also doing it in the context of our curation. So again, if you look at something in the sports space, we did a great documentary around the NFL draft with the NFL. It was a great collaboration. We brought in a sponsor who wanted to be, inside the war rooms of the draft, and we built that out and showcased it in the sports zone. And obviously, around the NFL season, it was able to elevate it in a really meaningful way. So we were partner, we were co-producer, we were the distributor, and it has a long tail, and we'll go and be back with Rich Eisen, who does a daily show for us, and be back at the NFL draft this year. So it's been a bit of a virtuous cycle being able to be both the programmer and the distributor.
So, Charlie, my recollection is that the Web Summit is going to be here for many years now in Qatar.
Yeah.
So when we're here 5 years from now and we're having this same discussion, hopefully it won't be the same discussion, but it'll be a similar discussion.
Yeah.
How would you define TV in 5 years? If we took that word, television,
Sure.
would the definition be different in 5 years, or would it be the same?
One of the reasons I joined Roku is I'm so passionate about a purpose-built platform. A purpose-built platform for television. The computer on your wall for the next probably 2 or 3 decades will be your television. And if you look at the history of operating systems, there were many operating systems in your desktop, and it came down to Mac versus PC. And they're the next computer in your life, right? The phone, right? The phone came out, and I had a BlackBerry. I don't know who else did. I had a Windows phone, and it came down to iOS and Android, too. And I believe you'll see the same in the television operating systems, and I believe we'll be one of the leaders, and there will be the similar move over the next 5 years or so.
Well, Charlie, I for one am looking forward to that conversation in 5 years.
Me too.
And with that, I hear some cheers. So either they're cheering us off the stage or they're congratulating us for an interesting conversation. But I'm watching the clock as well, and I think we're kind of at our time. But Charlie,
Right.
I want to thank you again for making this journey.
What a pleasure.
I want to thank our audience for paying attention, and I want to thank you for helping me keep it clean.
It's great, Michael. Great to be with you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage CEO of Web Summit, Catherine Marr.
Good morning. It's so good to be back up here. So I'm really looking forward to this next panel discussion, or rather, excuse me, fireside chat. As you all know, there is immense potential in impact and innovation around the world. I think that very often we think about, when we think about technology, if there's an archetype of a place, we often think about sort of California, Silicon Valley, but that's just simply not true. Some of the most interesting startups and innovations are coming from global founders, global entrepreneurs, and I can feel that here at Web Summit Qatar. It is why we are here. You can feel it at our other events around the world when you meet entrepreneurs and startups coming from a global context and perspective. And so to find out a little more about how venture capitalists can move beyond just financial transactions to become true shapers of ecosystems, to tackle critical challenge and improve lives, I am delighted to welcome to the stage, talking with the host of Al Jazeera's Bottom Line, Steve Clemons, from 500 Global, a Silicon Valley VC firm with over $2 billion in assets under management and a portfolio that includes Canva, Solana, and Reddit, the founding partner and CEO, Christine Tsai. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Greetings. Christine, how cool to be on a giant stage with you. One of the things you've told interviewers in the past about yourself is that, and advice to others, is do the scary things that excite you. So what does investing in 3,000 or so companies, having a $2.5 billion under management, is that the scary thing that excites you?
Yes, it is definitely. Well, when you say it like that, it sounds like it's all put together. But I think, early on, so 500 Global has been investing this is our 14th year. We started in 2010. That was definitely the scary thing. For me personally, my career prior to starting 500 was, I joined Google pretty early in 2003. Prior to that was at a smaller software company. And being at Google during that time for about 7 years, it was a really special place to be during that time in Silicon Valley and that time at Google. When I joined, it was probably about 800 people, all in Mountain View, a year before the IPO. And then when I left, the company had really scaled to 10, 20,000 hires, certainly beyond Mountain View. So taking that scary leap to start a venture firm, and not only that, start a venture firm that was so untraditional, very atypical, investing in a larger portfolio in this kind of new stage called the seed stage, as well as investing in companies and founders in Silicon Valley, but outside of Silicon Valley, outside of the US, definitely was the scary thing. So it's a good reminder of where we've come from.
What I like about your company is you're so globally deployed. I mean, you've got, as I was reading it, you've got North America, Europe, Latin America, and Asia. I imagine the Middle East is getting on the map as you're here now. Investment you do in the topic of this forum, which is investing in founders, global founders.
Yeah.
I'm interested, if you have those founders here in this room listening to you right now, what's the best counsel you have for them on how to get on 500 startups radar screen or other investors' radar screen?
It's interesting to think about how, for various founders, how we have found them. And I think for many venture firms and investors or accelerators, big thing is how do you source these companies? For us, a lot now, in the past 14 years, a lot of the companies that we meet or the founders that we meet come across our radar, largely from our own network. So our own portfolio founders, our mentors, our own limited partners, and this is a global network. So we certainly get a lot of people who introduce us to companies through that route.
But let me get into the mentor part, because one of the things you do, which is so distinctive, is you look at this as an ecosystem.
Yes.
And you try to find ways to support these companies you're investing in and bring them in, which I imagine that is one of the distinctive parts that makes 500 Startups so interesting. So when you look at that ecosystem, what are the key elements of it in terms of shaping an environment? And how do you shape that environment in places like the Middle East, which is trying to get into this game, but it may not have all the same wherewithal and mentors as Silicon Valley? How do you go and build that ecosystem?
Typically when we, because of all of the work that we've done over the past decade plus in investing in both mature and nascent markets, we actually came up with our own framework where we identify 6 different pieces or 6 different components for a thriving startup ecosystem to grow. So certainly it's the actual talent that's being generated in terms of founder talent. A lot of this could be in terms of universities and being able to train and educate potential founders. Certainly another big aspect is the investor base, which in terms of especially for early stage venture capital, as we're seeing in many regions around the world, a lot of times there actually is a good amount of early stage investment and then very late stage, but it's right at that middle, kind of that institutional round, that Series A, Series B. Definitely in the Middle East, that we found that's definitely a gap. And this is a common gap in terms of who's that lead investor that will lead your 5 to 10 to $20 million round. Silicon Valley obviously has a lot of that. And then I think the other thing to keep in mind that we in Silicon Valley often forget, because it's such an established market, is you really need that buy-in from stakeholders in the government. There's a lot of impact that policy has. The platform that is there for startups to thrive. So you think about all the different things, it's not just investment, it's down the line, how do these companies exit? Are they going to exit in the local market, or are they going to exit outside? Is the market itself big enough for them to build a big company? There's certainly markets where it's just too small from a population perspective, so they are naturally going to start out as global companies.
Let me ask you a tough question. I've spent a lot of time walking around and looking at the booths here. In addition to my Al Jazeera role, I'm editor-at-large of Semafor, and a lot of folks want to be mentioned. Semafor's walked around, so thank you all for emailing me. When you go around and you see the booths and the entrepreneurship and the startups that people are doing here, rather than looking at who you think might succeed, what do you think the red flags for failure are when you look at new companies that come in? Or are there fads that you think are promising new breakthrough possibilities? What's your initial screen when you try to discriminate between who's worth investing in and who ought to go find something else to do?
Right. With 500, we start the relationships with founders. Oftentimes we are one of the first or the first quote institutional investor, and then we obviously invest in multiple stages beyond that. But at that point, the biggest factor is the team. So the founders. Sometimes you can glean this from the initial diligence, but one of the advantages that we have is oftentimes when we do invest in the companies, we also work with them through any number of our accelerator programs, or we're a little bit more hands-on. So from there, we can certainly see, biggest red flag or failure oftentimes is the co-founder dynamic or the founders themselves. Secondly is, we see a lot of different behaviors in terms of how they operate. Founders at that stage, time is against you. You don't have much capital. So the faster you can execute and iterate on product versus kind of waiting and seeing. We see a lot of founders who get easily distracted versus really focusing on their product, working with customers, working with users. I think those are some examples where sometimes you don't see that early on, but again, the advantage that we have is we can see just how they operate. We see them in our office. We can kind of see what they do. And this is we think is a good thing for the founders as well. We're certainly not spying on them, but we're just there to help them be kind of that tough coach. You only talk to 5 customers, that's your customer discovery. You should be talking to 100 customers. So those are the types of examples where, there may be red flags early on. They can either be worked through, or sometimes it's not going to work.
Let's make this, I want to get kind of the human side of this. I read an interview with you where you talked about your kids, and you have them taking piano lessons, on which you're very proud, and you try very hard not to give them direct feedback. And I was trying to say, that's an interesting comment. One, why not give them direct feedback? But as you think about the relationship between mentors and startups and folks coming up, is there some equilibrium between mentorship and guidance and feedback that you think is important there? Because you're not doing this with your children. Is there something you're asking mentors not to do to your startup founders?
Oh yeah, I think I remember that that article. So that's probably a unique situation more that when I do give very direct feedback, like you need to read the notes or you need to do XYZ, it doesn't end well usually. So I kind of, as long as they're practicing every day, their teacher can tell them what they're doing wrong because they take it better from the teacher than me. But for startups and founders, I do think that with mentors, they can be a very valuable resource for early stage founders and certainly investors, offering that as a benefit in terms of like, why should you bring us into your cap table or why should you take our offer for an accelerator? I do think there's also a risk in terms of what we often call mentor whiplash. Mentors, I think there's variance in terms of the types of advice you'll get, maybe the quality in terms of, you'll get mentors who will say the exact opposite advice, right? So I think it's ultimately hearing those different viewpoints. What we advise our companies is that it's good to take in. Ultimately, you are going to be the one to decide. Don't just listen to this mentor because of X, Y, Z. Like you are the one who knows your company. So if we do find feedback from our companies that a certain mentor or advisor is in the extreme case like damaging or bad advice or just trying to sell their service, then obviously we try to address that. But I do think that it's good for them to hear tough advice, the direct feedback. So not what I do with my kids and piano, but to hear that this strategy is not going to work or this channel is not going to work. And then they potentially will hear the exact opposite. So it's ultimately for them to decipher what they're going to take.
In your experience, Christine, in the time both when you were at Google, but also with 500 startups, how much has the orientation around social impact, ESG type orientation changed as you sort of look not only at the companies you invest in, but whether they succeed or not? I mean, my sense is the terrain has changed a lot in the last 2 decades, but would love to hear from you.
It's interesting because when we started out, that term didn't exist, obviously, right? But, from the beginning, I think a lot of it was because of our own investment strategy and thesis that we believed we could generate alpha or we can deliver strong returns by seeking out founders literally in all corners of the world. To us, it didn't seem, it wasn't logical to think that great founders couldn't come from everywhere or the next big companies would not come from all corners of the world.
Are founders in some parts of the world better than other parts of the world?
Oh, no, I think I can't pick my favorite country, but I will say with certain founders in certain regions or ecosystems, they may be starting at different starting points or the starting line is different because of maybe there's, a founder who's based in Silicon Valley, obviously is not going to have, they're going to have different resources and access to resources than someone who's building a company in Siberia where there is probably not a venture market. So I think that in terms of your question around like what is more relevant now or top of mind for investors, again, I think for us, because we have been focused on investing in markets or types of businesses that we felt like it was almost like an arbitrage. We felt like a lot of investors aren't going to see the opportunity in businesses that are targeting female consumers, which are a massive market, but maybe VCs don't get it or don't understand it. That, along with the fact that our investment team is very atypical from a lot of venture firms. Like when you look at Silicon Valley, I was just opining like, I don't think we have any white male investors like GPs. It's a very different makeup. So I think that has actually enabled us to find these amazing companies around the world. And now, do you call that ESG or do you call that a certain whatever the framework you want to put on it? I think it's only been in the last couple of years that we feel like a lot of the things that we do actually kind of align with what is coming to the surface now in terms of more of a process or a framework or structure around investing in sustainably or with a bit more of that impact.
Let me ask you a political economic question, and maybe it'll get us trouble in here in Qatar. But Qatar has just set up $1 billion fund to to invest in both international and domestic tech startups to create this ecosystem. It sounds a lot like what you do. I'm interested, one, in how they could screw it up. Like, you've got a lot of money, what would be the wrong things they would do? But secondly, as you know, any new startup, anyone kind of rolling the dice, has an idea they're obsessed with, it may work out or it might fail. Are the consequences of failing in many countries of the Middle East worth the risk? Because there is not the same culture that you have in Silicon Valley of shake yourself off, pick yourself up, do it again. And it's one of my biggest criticisms of countries here, is that they seem to be behind in creating an environment that is actually more pro-risk.
Right. So I think the first question was, with the QIA, the launch of the fund of funds, right? In terms of like how could they screw it up? I think one thing to watch out for is to understand what's the timeline in terms of ROI. So I think when whatever stakeholder it is, it could be a government or it could be a corporate. A lot of times they're doing this because they feel like it is going to achieve some certain goal, like economic development, job creation, bring innovation into the economy. But sometimes they don't realize that, especially for venture funds, and I believe this is strictly for venture funds, if you're investing in venture, particularly early stage venture, which I will say is a great stage to be investing in, these companies, these funds and these companies take 10, 15 years to mature. And I think it's very dangerous to try to force that. We've seen the after effects of the last couple of years of companies essentially being force-fed capital and growing unnaturally, and like everything that's happened from 2021 hype to now. So I do think that really seeing this as a very long-term initiative, knowing that you may not see the impact in the next 2 years, but this is really like a 10, 20-year game in terms of really seeing the impact. I think that's definitely one thing in terms of rushing to deploy, kind of deploying into the managers who can't deliver, and then it looks bad, and then it gets shut down. I think that's the worst thing that could happen for the Qatar ecosystem.
Interesting.
So I definitely think that the one thing that comes to mind is just the expectation on timeline. That's where it could get screwed up.
And how about risk? I mean, it occurs to me at this forum here in Doha, you've got many women entrepreneurs that are coming, which is fantastic. But when you kind of look at the kind of broad side of taking those risks, some companies don't work out, and that can have real consequences here that are different. Do you think some of these laws need to be reviewed?
To have a truly, in my mind, a truly sustainable, thriving startup ecosystem where founders, people are encouraged to start companies, you absolutely need that. Certainly a lot of this we've seen this in many markets, some of this is just cultural, some of it is around policy, but I think until you have that, it's going to be very difficult to get people, incentivize people to start companies because they're not going to want to fail, right? I mean, in Silicon Valley, startups are going to be a very high failure rate. Venture, especially for early stage venture, we're banking on that the majority of our companies we invest in will fail. And then it's going to be those, it's like the power law. It's going to be those handful of companies that really succeed. But the fact that these companies do fail or just don't go anywhere, it doesn't mean, it shouldn't mean that it's a black mark for the founders. And if anything,
in our last 30 seconds, and this is a bummer because I'm really enjoying this, you're an extraordinary leader in the high-tech investment field. You came out of Google. You've had so many other experiences in startups. Is the needle moving at all on diversity, both gender, every other form of diversity, and the tech world, which it just sort of seems to be stuck, at least in California? I'm just wondering whether or not we can make you less rare.
Oh, I definitely envision a future where when you think of a VC or a CEO of a very successful tech company or startup founder, that it isn't just that one prototype, that one stereotype. I do think that it is really important. 500 is I feel like a living proof of that. I mean, 40% of our investment partners and our leadership are female. We're quite diverse in terms of nationality, languages, race, et cetera. And I think this is to our advantage. We feel like we'll be even stronger investors, deliver great returns because of that.
Ladies and gentlemen, founding partner and CEO of 500 Startups, Christine Tsai. Thank you very much.
Thanks. An astronaut, an investor, and a unicorn founder walk on stage in Qatar. What do they have in common? They're all stargazers on a mission to make journeys beyond our atmosphere more accessible for humans and to help everyone boldly go where no one has gone before. In conversation with Sally Musa from Forbes Middle East to talk about the next frontier of space innovation, please welcome Mark Boguet, the CEO and Managing Director at Seraphim Capital, Rafael Moderevsky, the co-founder and CEO of ICI, and the founder and CEO of Deep Space Initiative, who is also the first Egyptian person and first Arab woman and first African woman to travel into space on the Blue Origin NS-22, Sarah Sabri.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Now, you might be thinking, you know, talking about space in the Middle East is a new thing. But what's actually really interesting is that space exploration is deep in the DNA of Arab heritage. The origins of astronomy and science were not only born in the Arab world, we have the stars named in Arabic. In fact, in the Dark Ages, Arabs, including women, were illuminating the skies with knowledge. And one example is Al-Ajliya bint Al-Ajli, and she was known as Maryam al-Astrolabiya. She was actually nicknamed for the astrolabe because she was a woman who was well known for making the astrolabe in 10th century Syria. And she, in fact, has a whole asteroid belt named after her. And so it seems perfectly fitting that we are here now in Qatar, in the region, talking once again about space exploration, not only playing a pivotal role here, but women are again at the forefront as well. And so to take us into the next frontier of what is happening in tech innovation in space, I'm really excited to be joined by three phenomenal speakers who are really spearheading advancements in exploration in different ways. And so, Sarah, I would love to start with you. Of course, being the first Arab woman, the first African as well, who has gone into space, as Casey said. Talk to us about that experience. What was that like, and how did it change your ideas about life?
It's an incredible experience, to be honest. And it's also something coming from our part of the world. It's always seemed like an impossibility. We never really had representation, so we never really had, it was never a possibility. So doing something that you're always told that wasn't impossible, I don't take very lightly at all. It's a big responsibility, and it's something that I'm very, very grateful for. But it's also something that shows that we're heading in the right direction, that if you really work towards it, if you believe that it's possible, a lot of things are achievable. I used to before I went to bed, I used to always close my eyes and imagine myself inside the capsule, even though there was no path for me to take. But I just started training, working in the field that I kept doing it again and again and again until it actually happened. So doing that and really having gone to space and back, I was sent to space to analyze something called the overview effect, which is this change in perspective that happens to you when you see Earth from space. Before going, I'd heard a lot of astronauts talk about that, but you never really know what it's going to be like until you experience it yourself. And because we never really had any astronauts from our region talk about that, so for me it was more, is it going to be different if you're not from the West? How different is it going to be? So this program that I was selected, that I was a part of, our job is to analyze that. So you have to sign a one-year contract afterwards, and you have to look at the data of what the decisions that you've made afterwards, what you've worked on, what you've done, because that shows the impact and the effect of the overview effect. So it really has been a lot more impactful and a lot more powerful than I thought it was going to be. And that's why I truly believe that we need to be sending more people, more leaders, more politicians, more people of influence to go to space, because it gives you this other perspective of the world that we're really all the same. We're seeing a lot of the things that are happening around the world are because of this belief in our differences, but they're not really there. They're not true. And I think if you're born in a specific place in the world, it really does dictate what you can or cannot do in the world. It dictates if international law applies to you or not. It dictates whether you have the same value of life or not. But when you go to space and you see the lack of borders, when you see that we're exactly all the same, and when you see Earth from the outside and you realize that everything you've ever known and everyone that you've ever seen in your life is there, it kind of unifies all of humanity together and removes the separation and this belief that we're different. We're really not. And that's why we should be looking at the space field as this idea of when we're pushing forward to something together, we are going to stop looking at our differences as if they're better, good, worse. It makes absolutely no sense. We're humans. So we need to be looking at, okay, we're humans or we're not. It's just that. So I think going to space really does change your perspective on what responsibility you have for this. So since coming back from space, I've been working on accessibility in the field for everyone and really trying to make sure that everyone has access and the same opportunities, regardless of where your passport is from or the resources that you have. Not everyone has resources to make it. Not everyone has $20,000 to pay to get educated. It's really not the case, but education should be a right that is for all. Just like space should be a right that is for all, just like human rights should be applied for all. And then you have the other side where, because of the trajectory and the path that I've taken, I've gotten more involved in the human rights side as well. I'm an engineer, so it's not something that I planned out to do. And so it's really something that when you realize that this is your responsibility, it's an obligation. There's no option here. There's not it's not a choice that you have to make that, oh, I have to work on this. This is an extra thing. It's really not. It is just a part of it. We have to be all working together towards this. And really looking at human rights as this big issue where we can't really be working for the space field without solving the problems that we have here. And we're seeing it more and more now. And especially with the conflict that's happening in Palestine and everything, it's really something that is very crucial for us to be looking at and really doing something about. We all have a responsibility here. We all have it. And I think it's just extremely, extremely important to do something, to really do something. So we need to be using the international laws that we have. Space law applies there. That's how I got exposed to it educationally as part of my PhD. But then I realized, but hey, international law is so much bigger. Human rights comes under international law. We need to be really working on solving these as much as we need to be working on the solutions, like the technologies. And as an engineer, for me, this is the comfortable place. This is the easier, because there's right and wrong. There's an elegant solution and there's a non-elegant solution. But there is solutions that are easier. But then you have policy that dictates whether or not the solution goes into the world or not.
It's so powerful. It's incredibly profound what you've just shared and what that has taught you. And you're absolutely right. That really needs to indicate our intentions of how we use the technologies. And so with that, I'd love to come to you now, Rafael, and ask you about Tsai. It was established in 2014. Microsatellites. Why do we need them? How have you seen this space evolve in the last 10 years? And what are the sectors that we're seeing most affected?
Right. Thank you very much for having me. And wonderful speech, by the way. Look, I think for everybody that's new to space over here, if you think of the last 10 years, you have to realize that the change has been so profound that we've actually had to come up with a whole set of new words to call what's happening in space. We nowadays refer to it as old space and new space, or we refer to it as space 1.0 or 2.0, and I'm sure Mark is going to use another one. But there is a need to call this whole situation something else, because space has actually been vastly and profoundly transformed over the last decade. And you can see this transformation in three main domains. So what has happened is, first of all, the access to space is significantly lower cost right now. I remember when we were buying launch for the first satellite, it was over 30,000 per kilogram. Now it's 5,000 per kilogram. You guys can realize that a drop of price 6 times over probably just 5 years, that's tremendous. And $5,000 per kilogram, it may sound expensive, but it actually isn't when you think about microsatellites. So that was amazing. Then we have learned how to build satellites in a way smaller, faster, and cheaper way. And that means that instead of launching one satellite as we used to in the past, we are now launching constellations of tens, hundreds, and some of us are doing even thousands of satellites. And that has profound change in capabilities. And ultimately, the third thing is we've learned how to utilize artificial intelligence to recognize features in the images, in the data that we are gathering, and ultimately extract more insights. And those three fundamental transformations in industry overall have allowed us to enable completely new capabilities. So what do we do, with those capabilities? How do we change your lives? How are your lives going to change over the next few years? So today, if you look at a company like Tsai, we operate a constellation of over 30 satellites. They use an instrument which is called the synthetic aperture radar. So it's a radar imaging instrument. You can take a picture of the Earth with that instrument. It will have a resolution of 50 centimeters, so you can see very small features. And you can take that picture regardless of weather condition or time of day. So through clouds at night, we can always see what's going on. Now, because we've got 30 satellites rather than one, as it used to be in the past, now we can take those pictures every 2 hours. So if you pick a place around the globe, regardless where it is, North Pole, South Pole, in the middle of the equator, somewhere in that so-called denied area, one of the satellites is going to be there within less than 2 hours. We'll take a picture. Regardless of whether it's night or cloudy over there, we're going to see what's happening, and we'll be able to give you that information. Using AI, we'll extract what's important to you, and you will be able to make a better decision. And that's being used now whenever there is a flooding, forest fire, earthquake, a military situation. So we've actually transformed the world of security, insurance, banking over here with that information. And if I guess I can say anything about this, is I believe the last 10 years have just been the beginning of that transformation. We have really seen people starting to build space. I remember I was building satellites at the university, and I remember when every kind of other group of people were building theirs too, and we sat down at one conference and started thinking, wouldn't it be cool to make something out of it, which is more than a university project? And that's how many of those companies have started, and now we have companies building rockets, building optical satellites, communication satellites. So, guys, I guess the message I want to leave you with is take a look at what's happening in space. It's actually been a profound change. You can do things today that you couldn't have done yesterday, 5 years ago for sure. Today, this is majorly changing the life of governments when it comes to natural catastrophe response and security. We are changing the lives of huge companies. Honestly, if you are part of a Fortune 500 companies and you are not using satellites today to make better decisions, you are behind. Now, it is coming to consumers, and I think that over the next 5 to 10 years, you are going to see that there's going to be services and capabilities that you are going to be able to use. The same way as you are using GPS today to order your Uber coming from things like Starlink or Tsai to help you navigate your life better and make better decisions.
It's interesting, you know, because as you say that, what are the most surprising applications that we can see for satellites that we haven't seen coming?
Right, so you know, we started, honestly, the Tsai started with ice monitoring. That's where the name comes from. So ice and I, that was the combination. We thought we were being smart back then about this. We saw how much more we can do with forest fire than we thought at the beginning. It generally was considered a much more difficult application at first. Forest fire is driven mostly by wind. That's how it spreads. But it actually turned out that using radar imaging rather than optical imaging allowed us to monitor foliage much better. You know, I think that when I was mostly surprised is I saw how little people actually know about things that are happening around them. First time when I've met with an insurance company, and I asked them, okay, guys, so when a flooding takes place, how do you know how many houses were involved? And they said, like, oh, you know, we just watched the CNN. Somebody guesses it based on the TV feed. And we're like, okay, so you have no idea. And that's true. They actually don't. Now they do. And so we are making that transformation. And it's funny when you take this conversation further. I think, you know, one of the unexpected customers that came over to us were banks. We had no idea that banks were going to use it, but they said, look, we've got 1,000 mortgages in this area, and we know that it's a flood-prone area. If all those mortgages are flooded at the same time, we are in trouble, right? So it turns out that because of the exposure and the total exposure in its value, it's actually an extremely valuable information to everybody. So I'm quite excited because, you know, I think that we've started investing into converting the data into what we call solutions only about 2 years ago, and we've already discovered all this natural catastrophe, banking, and forest stuff. And I think over the next 5 years, that wave is only going to grow larger and larger.
If I could just build on that, one of the most exciting things about this capability, this data set from space, is the ability to be able to monitor and hold bad actors to account. So those that are chopping down rainforests, those that are involved in the 56 billion a year illegal fishing industry. This is going to be eradicated over time because this data set will be used to hold these bad actors to account. So these type of activities are going to have a huge impact on Earth.
And so from a VC perspective, Mark, we'd love to get your thoughts on what it is that makes a great space startup. What are you looking for as an investor? What are the factors that are going to ensure success as much as possible?
Yeah, well, every successful business needs a great founding team, but it's really very much about timing. So they not only have to be the best team, they have to be the best team with the right product, in the right market, at the right time. So space has gone through quite some changes during the last decade. Since we started investing, I launched the world's first space-focused venture fund on space. Rockets were really the market to invest in originally, and this is where most of the money was going, led by SpaceX. There's then 100 rocket companies that have been created in order to be able to provide more access to space. Next of all, it's the constellations, the types of companies that Rafael's just talked about, Tsai, that are building this digital infrastructure around planet Earth in order to monitor what's going on, help us use resources more efficiently, and to be able to control the bad actors, hold them to account. The next phase of growth, and these are the entrepreneurs that we're now investing in today, are now focused on infrastructure in space. So this is things like data centers in space, cell towers in space. Half the world is on 5G, half the world currently on 0G. By putting cell towers into space, we enable everybody to be able to access the internet, and that means they can access healthcare, they can access education, they can start businesses. But we're also moving now to an environment of manufacturing in space, lifting whole dirty industries from planet Earth, lifting them up into space so that we can still enjoy the products or services, but without polluting our planet. But the one area where we're backing the entrepreneurs at the moment is around the field of biopharma in space. This is about using the zero-gravity environment to conduct new experiments to deliver new types of drugs. Every molecule, every protein behaves differently in the space environment, and this is going to lead to some major breakthroughs. So we're now investing in the entrepreneurs that are focused on this new market, It's the next stage of growth for space. So those entrepreneurs that are sort of timed their position right now to be aligned with the next growth in launch, the timing is now to back those type of entrepreneurs.
It's incredibly powerful to see what's coming in the future of space exploration and investment. As we come to the close of the panel, I would love to get your opinions, the three of you, on what we need to see in terms of public-private partnerships to really advance what's going on in space. And Sarah, I'd love for you to speak to that, particularly as we need to make it more accessible. What kind of partnerships do we need to see?
We need to be looking really at a lot of more international collaboration and how that plays with having countries make their own decisions about their own situations. Because now, with access to satellite imagery and everything that brings, countries need to be able to have their own way of obtaining them and not to rely on others. So we need to be seeing governments really push for that more, and we are seeing that. In our region, it's happening a lot more. Egypt just sent their satellite to a few weeks ago, I believe. And it's really happening more and more. A lot of countries around Africa are doing it. The Middle East is doing incredible things. So really seeing and realizing the importance of space. So governments are really pushing for that. But governments also play a huge role in absorbing costs and risks from startups. Startups can have some capital and some funding that is private, but they are limited as to how much risk they're able to take. So government's job is to really absorb some of this. Just like NASA has done historically also with their startups that they've done. NASA has helped SpaceX tremendously at the beginning with the know-how, with the funding, with everything. So that's how we're going to see with public-private partnerships, governments giving importance to it and absorbing some of the risk because they are benefiting from it, the whole country is benefiting from it, the whole entire industry overall with international collaboration, having these different perspectives would benefit from it. So we would see the whole field be pushed forward if we have more of that. So it's really a lot of understanding of the benefits that come from space and how they can apply to Earth, and really looking at addressing those problems that could be benefiting both ways. So pushing forward, but also helping Earth. And we see that happen all the time. A lot of the technologies that have been created for space are used every single day here on Earth, even in the medical field, in the technological field, in the agriculture, everything. So just having an understanding, communicating that with the public, really providing the problems that have gaps in them, and having people that are incredibly qualified, incredibly motivated, so smart, just giving them access to work on them, so giving them opportunity. That's what we do at DSI, but I hope to see a lot more of that, just giving this opportunity, because people are amazing. You just need to give them a chance.
Yeah. Just very quickly from Rafael and Mark, China, more than 100 launches happening this year alone. Artemis is, of course, taking us back to the moon. Just very quickly, your ideas on what's going on, SpaceX, what are we seeing? What's the future? What are we looking forward to?
I mean, it's very quickly, it's very hard to answer. But I have to say, look, I think you guys should think about is that exploring space today is not unlike when we were in the 15th century when we were exploring Earth. The voyages are about to start. The vessels are packed, the sailors are about to go out, but we are still about to discover America and other continents. There's just so much more that's happening. So in one sentence, just look up, try to take a look what's going up, because this is about to change your life, and it's about to change your life profoundly.
Yeah, just to build on what you were saying there, GPS has changed everybody's lives. We all arrived here today because of the blue dot in your mobile phone. During the next 3 years, that blue dot's going to turn green. And rather than just having 3 pieces of information, longitude, latitude, and time, there's going to be hundreds of pieces of information about what happened on that green dot an hour ago, a day ago, a week ago. And that's really going to power our future. It's going to power our businesses. It's going to drive a whole range of trends that are already underway. And I'm excited to see this over the next 3 to 5 years.
And this is only the beginning of the conversation, and this region is going to be part of that development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our amazing panel. Thank you. Thank you all so much.
right. Beyond just chatbots and better search, AI helps e-commerce businesses predict future trends and customer demands by analyzing data patterns and enabling businesses to stock products more accurately. AI is basically empowering every e-commerce business to be as powerful as Amazon.com. So who better to tell us about how AI is improving the customer shopping experience than from the man who co-founded the largest e-commerce retailer in the Arab world before selling his unicorn to Amazon themselves. Please welcome Ronaldo Mushawar, VP of Amazon MENA, in conversation with Emma Graham of CNBC.
Shall we? Well, what a pleasure it is to be joined with you, Ronnie, today on stage here at Web Summit. Welcome to this great conversation. So let's dive right in. You built an e-commerce platform for the region which connected the Arab world. You launched Souk in 2006, which Amazon bought for nearly $600 million in 2017. You connected countries around the region, facilitating buying and selling between merchants to customers. But now the landscape is changing. So today we're going to talk a little about AI and how that impacts e-commerce. You once said the internet is empowering. How do you think AI can be just as empowering when it comes to e-commerce?
I mean, I think if you look at the last maybe 20 years, you had the personal computer, then you had the internet, then you had the mobile phone, and now we have, I think, a new inflection point in terms of AI and generative AI, which will really transform, I think, every touch point in our customer journey, be it any of the stakeholders, be it the customers, the selling partners we have, advertisers, as well as even our employees and teams.
So interesting. And there's obviously a lot of risks when it comes to AI. Obviously, they're collecting data. How do you protect consumers when it comes to these risks?
I think it's critical for us as we collect this data to make sure we're very acting responsible. With growth and size, there's always responsibility. So taking care of your premise, security on the premise, the infrastructure that you build, the applications, the layer, making sure you have customer consent of how and where to use that data. Never give it to a third party. So all these are guardrails that we build for ourselves, but as well as for also our customers that use our systems and infrastructure.
So interesting. And obviously, I see this in a practical way every time I use Amazon. How is Amazon really leveraging AI to make sure that you are targeting each product to a consumer?
I mean, I think we don't have like one department that's an AI department. AI really is in every function because, as I said, it touches the customer journey everywhere within the shopping experience or within Amazon. For example, our Amazon ad team, they're responsible to serve for the brands and the product advertising. They have good insights into the journey of the customer. They see what customers like, what are the trends of products, what reviews these products are getting, and then you can generate customized ad for every customer on the site versus one ad that fits all. So you have an ability with that. If you have hundreds of millions of customers, you'll be able to generate 100 millions of ads that are targeting every customer versus one ad that may work for one set or another. If you think of our warehouses and operation, Amazon has been using AI for a long time. Product placement, we want to give hundreds of millions of products. Where do you put them? Where do you place them so customer can get them as fast as they need? Some products are very mission critical. You want them delivered within hours. Some products we know customers tend to wait because they prefer to get the right selection and they're okay to wait a day or two. If you think of our shopping journey, we've always used recommendation, but today with AI you'll be able to customize your recommendation, bring reviews into it, simplify the way you search for a product, because at the end of the day customers do want large selection, so they want to have choice, they want prices, and they want the convenience, but to get them all together and surface the right product for the customer would be something that in an AI, ML learning model can improve. If you think of our workforce, safety, our warehouses, how we manage them, there's a lot of learning of, again, what you could do with AI to improve that. Our device business, for example, Alexa, it interacts with humans, but now with ML, large language models, You'll be able to have simpler answers, more accurate responses. AWS helps hundreds of thousands of companies who are either using AI as an infrastructure or they place their data with us, and hence, we'll be able to serve them. So everywhere, if you come across, and there are many, many more, you see that AI now totally playing a different role than it used to be, for example, 3-4 years ago.
So interesting. And when you look at consumer trends in this region, I'm just so interested in kind of what's different here and how do consumers use AI more effectively here than, say, in the US or in Europe?
I think, look, again, the principles are the same. Customers want choice. They want to feel empowered. When I said e-commerce is empowering, it empowers a customer to make a choice among multiple brands, multiple selling partners. It empowers our selling partners to reach millions of customers. So that's the empowerment of the app and what we serve. For customers, it's always choice. How do I find the right product quickly? How do I benefit from others who bought similar product? You're going on a camping trip and you're searching for a hiking boot, but you may need a tent, you may need a blanket, you may need a water cup, you may need ropes. So if we know this, we're able to surface these recommendations better. We just announced a product called Rufus, which the idea, again, is to use all the data, harvest the reviews, and be able, with a click of a button, to be able to talk to basically the app and figure out what you need. Then it'll come back and recommend. Instead of saying, like, I want a black dress, you will say, I have an Oscar party that I want to get to, and it'll recommend for you what's trendy, what works. So understanding a bit the context of what you are searching for versus being very descriptive about what you want, I think would be something that we'll see a lot more changes. I do believe like the shopping journey will drastically look different in the next 2-3 years than what it looks today. We already see the changes. We already have used recommendations in the way we recommend and surface products. But now understanding the context, what's the better phone to buy, what's the best bike, I want a bike that does mountain, is better at X speed, like all these different nuance specifications of these products will become part of the language of how you describe products, and will be able, without you knowing all the detail, I'm a gamer, I want a laptop. Right? Like I want to play games on a laptop versus searching for a laptop with this kind of a CPU, with this kind of a memory board. I want this kind of a display card. You say, these are the games I want to play, and this is the best laptop like Surface to you. So understanding the context of what you're searching, I think will change the way our customers and our selling partners interact with our applications.
So interesting. And customers are really advanced. They know what they want. So this product, Rufus, that you mentioned, is really helping us just to choose more specifically what we want. What do you use Rufus for? Have you used it, and what do you...
I've used Rufus. I like music, so
yes.
I was looking for a headset. We have a challenge with the headset. You want them light, but if you play music, you also want to be connected with the ambient, like the environment you're in. So like removing them easily and putting them on, or like something I always struggle with the bigger headset, they kind of like block the noise out, but they're clunky. You can't really remove them. So I was the other day like, which is a light headset that X people use. I gave the name of certain musicians, and I got some recommendations. I bought one. So far, so good. It's very light. So
you rate Rufus.
Got it. So
very
that's
well.
like one. I mean, I think, again, these models, as we use them more, they get better. So I do feel it's a journey. It's never like we're here. And they will evolve over time. And that's the beauty of just being in the tech world. Like we're in such a fast-paced, moving environment. And the more data, the more understanding our tools have of our customers and their need, the more we will be able to. So that's one around like what customers in the region want. The second one is they like just global brands from all over the world. And we've been lucky in the region importing these goods and placing them closer to our customer has been something that we've worked on. But then again, there are millions and billions of products all over the world. Which ones do you bring and put in your warehouses so you'll be able, for example, to be able to ship them within 2 hours, 1 hour, 1 day? If you're a Prime member, for example, in most countries that we operate in the region, it's a 1-day, same-day service. So again, AI plays a critical role in predicting, in a way, you're almost forward buying what you're going to sell and make sure it's close to the customers, because we have products that are coming from the UK, products are coming from the US, the Far East, and just making that work with the taste of customers in the region and make sure that these are the products that customers want and making them available for them with speed and good prices is something AI definitely can help us improve our service, and we use them every day.
We spoke about this backstage. I find it so interesting because as somebody who lives in the Gulf, I think the postal system and what Amazon has done in the past 5 years is amazing, because now I can order something on Amazon. I know exactly when I'm going to get it, and I don't have to put in my zip code, which we don't have.
I mean, if you ask anyone in the region about their address, they wouldn't know their street, they wouldn't know their street number, and they wouldn't have a zip code. Many of the regions evolved very quickly in the addressing system. Even if there is an address code, many customers, we know that they don't know their code. For example, if you have a zip code, the customer may not know what it is. I know I live XYZ, I know I live in this tower. For us to predict how and when we deliver the product to you, because at the end of the day, our essence of trust is we will tell you when you will get it and we need to deliver it. And millions of products with millions of customers. So we've over time looked at the region, understanding, okay, if there's no zip codes, can we create something similar? So we use something called geocodes within our environment. And then measuring the accuracy of how good our codes are, and then predicting based on the landmarks that the customers put. I live on top of Ali the barber in Maadi. We need to know Al-Halla, that guy who actually people know, because that becomes a landmark for many customers who live around them. That's how customers think that they know. But for us, that doesn't really give us your geolocation. We don't know how traffic is around you, how long it's going to take us from our warehouse to get to you, how many stops we need to plan to get to you. So taking that data, using AI, kind of re-predicting your address and figuring out where you are. And then as we do the deliveries, measuring how close we are to where we thought we were, and then over time improving that also iteratively. Well, just over time you would see that the promises gets better, the speed we're able to offer is better, the cost on you and on the customer and our selling partners gets reduced. So then again, this is a way improve your productivity using state-of-the-art AI and machine learning models.
So interesting, and it's working. So well done. I'm wondering what you think is still missing from these models, because when I look at aggregating data, some of these models are not as advanced and they don't actually have up-to-date data. Obviously, it's different with e-commerce, but what are they missing still that you think we'll get to see in the coming 5-10 years?
I mean, I think, like for example, look at our region. A lot of the data is not available in Arabic. And for us, I'm passionate about the region. I want to localize every service possible. When we launched Amazon, we had to teach it Arabic. When we launched Alexa, we had to even teach it the accents in the Khalij. We have different accents, for example. So, we have a lot of content still that we need to aggregate. Think of getting all the books, putting them all in these models, learning about what people wrote, history books. So there's, I think, tons of work still to be done. In terms of these models. These models, they need the data to work, and they're static in the way what they reflect is exactly a reflection of data. They consume the data better. They present it in a very simple way for you when you interact with it, but someone needs to do that work and continue to develop the data. Obviously, with AWS, we have the storage capacity. Many people here who use AWS use them to store that data securely, and then make sure that we can evolve over time. But for us, I think in the Arabic language, just take the Arabic language, there's a lot of work to be done to bring a lot more content that today was available, but not all is as digitized, and not all has been loaded into these large language models. There are a few initiatives in the Gulf around Arabic specificity, understanding the queries. Like in Arabic, you have synonyms. Our words have the end of the word changes if it's plural, singular, masculine, female. So there's a lot of variety of the words, and just getting better at understanding the customer. I think for us in this region, and these models to work well in our own language would be like something I'll be excited about, and hopefully as a company who's invested in the region, who has many offices now in the Arab world, this is something that we can bring to customers in the region and to publishers and authors and academics in this part of the world.
Inshallah.
So exciting journey ahead.
Do you think that this region is really ahead of the game when it comes to AI? We were speaking about backstage, and I think.
Yeah, I mean, I live in Dubai, and you know, we had a minister, His Excellency Omar Al-Ulama, became a minister of AI. He was one of the youngest ministers in 2017. I think my sense is in the region, we don't want to miss the boat. We're a bit late adopting some of the technology earlier. People called us like late adopters. You know, when it came to mobile phones, we got better. We adopted that technology faster, and we see our services today are all empowered by the mobile phone, be it food delivery. We have a lot of convenience services in the region that even overly used compared to the same usage when you compare to the West. So I think we just need to be ahead. I think the region, the governments, the regulatory bodies understand the importance that, you know, to embrace transformation. Obviously, you have to also assess what risk comes with it, but being on the forefront instead of waiting and seeing what happens somewhere else and then thinking to adopt these when they prove themselves, I think this technology is changing so fast, and I feel in the region, most of the, at least in the Gulf countries, we're very aware of this notion, and I don't think we want to miss the boat, and hence you see a lot more interaction. I meet many government bodies often, and there's always like this embracement. There isn't like, okay, let's wait, let's, you know. So I think this is good for us, and hopefully many startups find this region attractive to them. They'll be welcome. There's many incubators and hubs and funds that are focused on the topic. Because you lack a lot of maybe data and infrastructure that has been built or established over a long, long time in the Western world, I do feel maybe with AI we can, you know, overcome the challenge of predicting and building services that today may not be available with the current fragmented systems that many of the bodies have. And also from a simplification point of view, if you think of the emerging markets, the rest of the Middle East, a lot of the countries in Africa and everywhere else, I think simplifying AI will help us simplify the interface, and I think we'll see again a new wave of customers and users who may not yet adopted some of the technologies, either because they were too old or they didn't have access to it. Now being it a bit simpler, it'll be less expensive, and they will adopt technology faster. So overall, I think we're in a good place. We need to just continue to embrace and you know, deal with the risk, but embrace the change because it's happening, and we don't want to be an adopter. We want to be the ones who are, you know, innovator in this space.
Fantastic. I wish I had so much more time with you, but I think that's all we have time for today. Please join me in giving a big hand for Ronnie today.
You.
Thank you so much, all.
Thank you.
All right. While building a startup is still exciting, it's also the worst time to raise capital. The VC fundraising environment has become incredibly tough, resulting in just under $67 billion raised in 2023. That sounds a lot, but that's $100 billion less than the amount raised by VC managers during both 2021 and 2022. So if it's tough for VCs to get money, where can startups get investment? Despite these challenges, our next panel has some answers on scaling in 2024. Please welcome in conversation with Hamoud Al-Mahmoud of Fortune Arabia, Hossam Arab, co-founder and CEO of Tabby, and GV Rashid Kankar, managing director of Peak XV.
Hello,
Hello.
GV, Hossam. GV, I remember I heard you saying on a podcast recently that the shortage of funding is like fasting for companies. It's something healthy. So are you still fasting?
First, great question. First, wonderful to be here. Thank you for having us here. Well, I did speak about the funding winter and the context of that being similar to fasting. And many of you may know this, but fasting is considered very healthy for your body. And it's there in every community and religion. There are practices that are followed. The way to think about it is when you actually put the body in stress by not giving it food for a certain period of time, usually 24, 48 hours, then there's a process called autophagy that starts, which is the body's way of cleansing itself. So the cells that are broken, damaged, inefficient, get consumed and the energy gets released, or the resources get released to focus on the better ones. So I think when you constrain a system, the system gets better by getting rid of waste. So our panel now is down 2 minutes. From 20 minutes to 18 minutes, we're going to have a more efficient panel today.
So Hussam, how do we balance between being forced to fast and being voluntarily decide to fast because we want to have our company based on frugality and innovative company? So how do you see this?
Yes, I think if you had a choice, you probably want to make sure that you are very well funded or more funded than you need to be. But I think that those challenges and the scarcity of capital has been very helpful for many companies. If I look back at our early days at Namshi, we had very little access to capital in the region, and we just had to make do with what we had, and therefore we were able to build a company with the resources that were available to us. That depended on itself. That depended on our ability to turn into sustainability as quickly as possible. Fast forward to Tabby, that problem was not as extreme as it was in 2010. Access to capital was available, but to be honest, we wanted to treat it the same way. We wanted to treat it with the same kind of we put on the hat of that capital being scarce and that capital not being always available to us. And to be honest, I think it helped us, because when the tables turned in 2022, it was very essential to make sure that you were able to run a company without that excessive capital that was available literally 12 months before that. So
because you mentioned this, a term, it's related to a term is being used like overfunded companies or very fast-growing companies. So 3 years ago, you were paying salaries yourself, and now you are $1 billion company. Is it a growth that have been very fast for Tabby? Is it something risky now because you are also closing to IPO?
Yeah, so we were fortunate to have built a company at a time where access to capital was relatively cheap, and so that capital was relatively readily available for us. But as I said, right, it was important to ensure that we were building for a time that wasn't always going to be the case. So fast forward to where we are today, that capital or that change in cost of capital has really hit many companies like ours quite hard. We saw many companies that grew in the heydays of BNPL completely disappear in other markets where that was available. So I think it is quite important to ensure that you're building in times where that change is bound to happen with a cost of capital that's likely to change as well.
Okay. So GV, from an investor's perspective, what are your top tips for startups looking to scale in a tight economic environment?
Yeah, I think first is to recognize that you are, especially if you're in this region, you're in a great place to start with in a market that's vibrant. If you're in some other parts of the market where the fundamental growth in the underlying economy is harder, then you've been dealt a tougher card. But in general, at this point, the best things to do is to go to fundamentals and ask yourself, saying, look, do you have a value prop that really resonates with the customer, that allows you to kind of price your product at market clearing price and still have a strong economic engine? So the most important thing is to just focus on getting your economic engine right. And then you invest in scaling, and you scale faster or slower depending on how much capital is available and what the cost of capital is. to Hossam's point, if the cost of capital is cheap, you can actually run a few extra experiments. When cost of capital is expensive, like it is now, you cut back and focus on what's core for you and make sure that is actually compounding nicely.
Okay. So, Hossam, when considering an international expansion as part of a scaling strategy, what factors should startup prioritize to ensure success in new markets?
So we looked at this question a number of times over the last few years, and I think we realized very quickly that it is important to understand what fundamentally makes our business relevant to a particular market. And for us, that was two things. One is a large and growing e-commerce sector, and two, it is a strong economy, a strong consumer economy, right? And so when you look around us, there's not many of those markets available. We did a short experiment in Egypt, and those two criteria very quickly broke apart. So I think we quickly realized that what was important is to focus on that, those core fundamentals. Where does our business actually make sense? And for us, right now, the answer is very, very clear. This is a GCC business only. And there is a lot more for us to build within the GCC, from the launching point of a large consumer base and a large merchant base to build on this business. But geographic expansion is definitely not on the horizon for us. I don't think we see the merits in it. It's not something we need to force. I think it's always a question that we're asked, and investors, journalists, it's something that excites them, but for us as a business, it's very, very clear. Okay. The market is a GCC one, and it is, for us, a focus on market depth rather than just pure breadth.
If I can add to that, since we are investors with Hossam, I think one of the things people underappreciate is while our market sizes in the context of the world in GCC seem smaller, the profit pools are actually quite strong, right? Buy now, pay later in this region is probably amongst the best economics you would see anywhere in the world. So you are in a market where your economics are very, very strong. So to the point on going deep and making sure you can be a large part of the market is going to reward you quite handsomely. If you go to other markets where the economics are not as good, you're going to dilute the proposition. So one of the things we encourage our founders to think about is, look, can you capture a larger share of this market and be a very dominant leader, and you will get really richly rewarded for that.
So this is a good point to ask Hossam about, because you are talking about the GCC market and how big it is. Now you move to Saudi Arabia, where another competitor, Tamara, is there. It's also worth $1 billion company. So can you live with Tamara together in the GCC market?
So, competition is healthy. Competition keeps us on our toes. I think it also is a proof that this is a market where there is depth and there is opportunity in. I think as long as your competition is doing things rationally, and I think competition is forced to do things rationally in a market like we are in today, then we could coexist. Right? I think what had happened 3 or 4 years ago, when everybody had access to excessive capital, is there was irrational exuberance and competition that just killed each other off and actually destroyed the pie for everybody. I think we're beyond that today. We're hopefully beyond that today, where you're only able to get access to capital to scale a business in a very rational, sustainable manner. And if you're doing that irrationally, then you're probably hurting your own chances.
Okay, can Tamara and Tabi marry each other someday?
Can we marry each other? Yeah. There's multiple ways in which that could happen. I think for now, we are two separate companies. And I think the opportunity is very, very big to continue to build it.
Because it seems maybe a final exit or a solution when you break each other's bone in the market, like previously with Uber and Kareem. So,
and that's what I'm saying. I don't think we're in a time where that is necessarily going to be the case anymore, right? 3, 4 years ago, you could have said, let me outspend and outraise my competition and I will win. I don't think that is necessarily something that needs to happen today. There's various directions in which we can go in. I think if you just look at the banking sector in the region, there's 10 large banks in Saudi. I think there's only 2 buy now, pay later players right now in the GCC. I think there's a lot more room for us to grow than to look at consolidation at this stage.
So you are open to that. So in 2024, JV, what are investors prioritizing when considering startups for investment?
It's the same set of things when you think of it in a long horizon, right? So you want to meet great founders who have a specific cause they're going behind, solving a genuine problem, and they're doing it in a way that can build long-term value and sustainable value. So that's the fundamental thing. So we are looking for something that's a large enough market where a good founder has a specific solution that can create long-term sustainable competitive advantage for them. What happens when markets like 2020, 2021 happens is everybody over-focuses on growth at the risk of saying we don't really care about economics, because capital is cheap. In a market like 2023, 2024, the focus is much more on getting the economics right, which is having a strong fundamental economic engine, getting to unit profitability, and then eventually company profitability, so you can see a path to sustainability. I would say most people are indexed on profitability today than in the past.
So, Hussam, you talked previously in another session about IPO. It seems inevitable. I mean, you are going to it for Tabby. So tell us, is going IPO'd is the final destination for any, fast-growing startup? Do you see it successful? Because before, I mean, few years we saw or we witnessed this buzz around SPAC and being listed in NASDAQ, and now there are encouragement for startups to go IPO. So tell us, how do you see the IPO as a solution, as an exit?
Obviously, various reasons why companies IPO. Some could be driven by investor requirements, others by requirements of an exit for a founder. I think we're fairly clear that for us, it's just another step on the journey. It's a source of capital. It's a scalable source of capital. It allows us to secure debt at much more attractive rates in the future. I think it just provides a lot more credibility for a business like ours that is looking at broadening our product into additional financial services offerings. And so for us, it's as I said, just another step on the journey, and one that we're very, very excited about. We see the Saudi market as a very attractive market. It is very retail heavy. We have a large retail consumer base. I think just all that put together makes a lot of sense. And so for us, it's something we're working on, we're quite active on, and hopefully we'll have a bit more news to share in the not so distant future.
So final question for both of you. Looking beyond 2024, what long-term strategies should startup be considering to sustain growth and remain competitive in challenging global economy? I'll start with you, GV.
Well, I mentioned this, and it's going to be the same thing. Just focus on the fundamentals, first principles basis, have a strong economic engine, and focus on compounding and sustainably for the long term. As long as you have that focus of doing this over a long period of time and play the long game, you're going to be really well off.
Absolutely. So same as what GV just said. I think the only other thing I would add as a founder running a business is, for us, it is around just prioritization of what your customer needs. For us, there's many, many ways in which we can build this business and many ways in which we can diversify our product offering. But what we keep very close to our core is ensuring that we're only building based on what our customer needs today and what our customer needs in the not so distant future, rather than what we build, what we believe is the latest buzz or the latest market requirements. Right? It is something that is very fundamentally at our core.
So just a few seconds I have. I'm very interested to hear your answer about being marketplace. I mean, as Tabby, are you going to compete with your clients? Because being a marketplace is something debated.
So yeah, I think on your question on offering a marketplace on Tabby right now, and today we have over 4 million listings of products on the app. We see this completely as a value add to our merchant partners. This is not a replacement. We're never going to be selling product, but we have a very engaged customer base that is looking for places to shop, and they're looking for products. And our duty and the value that we provide our customers and our merchants is making that journey a lot easier and making the visibility of those products that our merchants are selling a lot more in reach.
Great, thank you. GV, Ravi Shankar, and Hussam Arab. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
All right, more talk about venture. Venture capital dollars have been drying up in North America in recent years. Funding has slowed year on year since 2021, as I mentioned already. The same cannot be said, though, of funding from the Middle East, in particular from the GCC. Why is this, and is it set to continue in 2024? To discuss the future of Middle Eastern funds in the global economy, please welcome in conversation with Zachary Karabel of Time, from Nuwa Capital, Khalid Talhouni, and from the QIA, Mohammed Al-Soidi, and Noor Swede, the founding and managing partner of Global Ventures.
Good afternoon. So, are you ready for the best 18 minutes of your life? I certainly am. So we're going to talk a bit about the role of Middle East or MENA capital in the global system. And I think just to kick things off at a big picture level, I mean, there was about $2.5 billion of venture fund raised in 2023, which was down from whatever its height was a few years ago, but still a lot more than it was 10 years ago. I think one of the major destinations of that capital for the first time was Saudi, which is interesting that Saudi Arabia has been sort of the source of inward funds, which is not global in that sense, but a change in the ecosystem. And I come from New York, and American investors are not usually as focused on MENA and regional development as probably they should be or could be. But I guess, before we get more into some of the specifics from each of you, like, what are you seeing at the beginning of 2024? Is this like a good period of time? Does politics matter in any of this in any way whatsoever, regionally or internationally? And to what degree are you focusing your investments outside of the region as opposed to just in that? And there's a little bit of a difference in the panel between Khalid and Noor, who are both in the venture world, and Mohammed, who obviously is in the sovereign fund world, so we can also look at that a little bit differently. Why don't you go first, Noor?
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you all for joining us. I'm happy to set some context here. So yes, you're right. Last year, there was about $2.6 billion deployed across MENA in venture funding. And the year before was our peak year at $3 billion. Still much higher than when I first started the firm. That year, we had $400 million the prior year. So it's grown massively in 6 years. I don't think that there is a huge political influence in the venture funding ecosystem. I think the region remains very strong. We invest across the Middle East and Africa. So the region remains 1.9 billion people. You can't ignore that. Half are under the age of 30. You can't ignore that. It's a growing demographic. These are growing economies, and particularly now amidst the global economies that are maybe not so growing as well. And as quickly as the region. So we find ourselves in a position where you have a growing demographic, a rising population, 85% digital penetration in growing economies that are attractive to the whole world because everyone is looking for growth. And we're sitting in the middle of it. And so really the question is, how do you use technology to address challenges or opportunities in this part of the world and parts of the world that can scale globally? So that's our view. To answer your question on how do I see 2024, I think it's going to be a great year. I think we've had a lot of breakthroughs over the last few years. We've had some great exits. We've had the first fintech unicorn that we just heard from Hassam. So I think the region's really proved itself. It's coming of age, and it's only onwards and upwards from here.
Yeah, I think just to double down on what Noor's saying, I think we are also very positive on the underlying macro trends that are driving our region between demographics, overall economic diversification, liberalization of our economy, so like big improvements in terms of the regulatory environment. So the net effects are overwhelmingly positive, and while there is some geopolitical headwinds, I think that's par for the course in emerging and developing markets. I think it's very important for us to take stock of the very long-term trajectory. And I think, as you said, if you compare to 4 or 5 years ago, the availability of venture capital was quite limited. The institutional allocators were not investing locally. The depth of the talent pool of founders was a fraction of what it is today. And if you fast forward, if you look at the trajectory in 5 to 10-year increments, it's a sea change. It's an entirely different ecosystem. I think you're seeing huge outcomes. We just had Hussam Arab on the panel before ours, and that is a testament to how this ecosystem has developed. He's the second-time founder, had a great outcome in his first company, is hurtling very quickly towards an incredible outcome in his second company, at a much larger scale. And I think that within that story of Nemshi and Tabi, his companies, is really a story of the region developing at an incredible pace. And so we're incredibly excited to kind of be part of the story, to really help support up-and-coming entrepreneurs, solve for big problems in the region, and help the region really realize its potential.
Maybe to add a few things more on the sovereign-related side. So this region has about close to 3.7 or 3.8 trillion of AUM. And what this region is finding out, and a lot of policymakers, is that with time, we have to privatize more and have more and more reliance on privately owned businesses or international businesses that have presence. At the same point of time, a lot of policy improvements have been happening, as you alluded to earlier, and it will continue to happen. And you have also favorable demographics, as Khalid said. So I think all those improvements make us as a fund continue to invest domestically and think about improving innovation and contributing to it positively. As I mentioned to you before we get in, actually yesterday, we announced a sizable commitment, a $1 billion commitment for fund-of-funds program to focus on funds that want to establish presence in the Middle East, and we believe Qatar is quite competitive for that. The last point I'll mention is around where the capital inflows come to the region. Sometimes maybe in times where it's actually not happening in other places because of the heavy reliance on hydrocarbon proceeds. Not necessarily in a time where markets are down globally, it will have a positive correlation to commodity prices. So sometimes this also helps us as a region, to contribute more in times of global fatigue.
So maybe to piggyback on that point about you have trillions of dollars of money, which has traditionally been either in sovereign wealth funds or families, and then you have a VC model which, at least in much of the world, has either depended on public markets as the pathway to liquidity or other companies buying them. I'm wondering about the sort of the bridge between that amount of capital and I guess either exits or what the life cycle is of a smaller company when you eventually, you're going to sell to Mohammed, or are they going to buy companies, or because you don't have the same, the region doesn't have the same depth of liquidity in public markets, so that's not the same pathway as you would have had either in Asia or Europe or the United States. So maybe Noor.
Sure, I'm happy to start with a short anecdote. So Dubai is home to me. It's been home for 29 years. In 2005, so about almost 20 years ago, I joined a business my father had started in '96. So you're talking about generational family businesses. By April 2008, we IPO'd on the LSE and the NASDAQ Dubai. And we IPO'd as the largest interior company in the world in 22 markets, right, based in the region, with 9,500 sets of boots on the ground around the world. And then we ran the public company for 5 years. Then, as a family, we left. It stayed public until last year, at which point last year, a sovereign wealth fund in the region took it private. So the full life cycle, beyond exit, beyond all of that, back to private, which we see in all capital markets around the world, is very much possible here. And my thesis is if you can do that in interior contracting, you can do it in tech. You don't have 9,500 boots on the ground, I hope. So with that conviction, you can build global companies from the region. You can IPO from the region. You can IPO internationally. You can IPO in the region. We've seen it repeatedly. Are the capital markets that deep? Is it as available? Not yet. We're working on it. We're working very well on it. I might say we've seen several IPOs across the region in the last few years that have done incredibly well. And that's really good. Is it the only path to exit? No. Is it a path to exit that I would recommend for a founder? No, I've been there, done that. I don't wish an IPO on anyone. I would rather look at a secondary sale or an M&A transaction. And so us as a VC, we've made 60 investments over the last 6 years. We've had 6 exits. Our Fund 1 returned 70% of its capital within 3 years from several exits. We're investors in Tabby. We just exited our Series A position in Tabby, and thank you, Hussam, we did incredibly well. Right? So for us, can you exit your positions as investors? Yes. Does it have to be via IPO? No. As a founder, are there many other ways? Yes. So I think IPOs are important, but they are not the be-all and end-all.
Yeah. I think what's different and unique about the region is that historically most of the exits from VCs have come to through kind of trade sales or secondaries. The companies we were involved in, like Careem, for example, that was a massive exit to Uber. And you do see a lot of that. But I think what's really interesting at this moment in time is there are a couple of really interesting dynamics happening that are changing the game with respect to IPOs and capital markets or public markets generally. So I think firstly, intergenerational change within families, so people inheriting and the shareholding getting diversified, is leading to a lot of traditionally family-owned businesses going down the IPO route, so that they can crystallize the returns from their shareholding. And I think what that's leading to is a much, much deeper public markets in general. So that means that as this shift happens, as the same with the increased amount of capital available to venture capital, you do have a deepening of the capital markets, and you do have the emergence of that as a route to exit. So we had the largest and the first, really, tech exit in the region happen a year and a half ago in the form of Jahez in Saudi. I think there are another 4 or 5 in the making, hopefully in the coming 6 to 12 months. And I think we're going to see a wave of these exits emerge in the tech sphere as well, as the capital markets develop and grow as well, irrespective of tech. So that's kind of all part of the very positive dynamics at play in the region generally.
They've seen great things. The last thing I'll tell you is that do not undermine the attractiveness of the infrastructure, the policy, positive tailwinds that a lot of the countries are adapting. The infrastructure is quite modern. The quality of life is quite improving, keep improving if you look at it for the past 10 years. So all those kind of elements, in addition to the points highlighted, and the development of capital markets, going to be positive drivers for more businesses to be developed and expanded. And the central location for the Middle East is actually quite interesting. And in a time where you have a lot of geopolitical frictions and things to be stabilized, I think the Middle East can play a vital role on the middle.
So on this, and I want to maybe follow up with you, Mohammed, it's certainly true. The Saudi Investment Authority has had several $100 billion for 20 plus years and has been deploying it, but the sheer size of, between ADIA and QIA and others now aggregating several trillion, which is basically equivalent to what Norway and the Chinese investment funds are, is a considerable chunk of money, even in a pretty liquid global system. And traditionally, that money has gone outside the region, right? I mean, a lot of the investment authorities have looked outside of MENA for returns and maybe to diversify. With, as you described, this kind of burgeoning market, young market, reforms, infrastructure, is your focus shifting more regionally because the opportunities are here and the capital is present, as opposed to even 10 years ago, where the idea was much more we want to diversify globally? Maybe you can go this way this time. So.
Not necessarily. I think you should look into the problem with the sovereign wealth funds as a definition, there is a lot of different types of sovereign wealth funds. And I think we should go under the hood a little bit and look into the objectives of that specific sovereign wealth fund and the dynamics of the stakeholder. So is it more of a maturing economy, or is more of an emerging economy? Does it have employment considerations, or it does not have employment considerations? Also, what is the policy structure within the government itself? Because sometimes some strategies, like having more money to VC, can open a lot of questions, because what about investing in 10 businesses and 5 of them goes to zero? Are the stakeholders involved willing to take those risks in exchange for the 5 that will make it up for the rest? So both between the government dynamics within the country and the maturity of the economy determines the objectives. Now, in terms of the last point, in terms of things shifting internally, I don't think it's really shifting. I think looking at those areas and identify the role of the sovereign wealth fund in the domestic economy.
I think just to add, from our interaction with the different sovereign wealth funds and government-related entities, I think as we validate this asset class, the venture capital asset class in MENA, and as we generate more exits and more returns and show that you can build, you can invest in and build in great scalable businesses in the region, I think naturally it becomes a viable asset class that these types of allocators are looking to invest in. And we're already seeing that. As the past 3-4 years, we've had a good number of exits emerge from the region. We have real ROI on the investments made in the region. You're seeing the sovereign wealth funds engage in a way that they never really used to go back 5, 6, 7 years.
So Noura, we'll have you have the last word here. The question of, so you run one of the largest funds in the region. As you said, it's down from its height a few years ago, but it's way bigger than it was 5 or 6 years ago. Does MENA, do you need more capital? Is there too much capital? Is there just enough? If you had like a magic wand of, would you rather be managing $500 billion in a sovereign wealth fund, or would you rather be managing what's the capital needs, and is it adequate, and should there be more? Should people knock on your door?
It's a great question, and I was at one of the sovereigns historically, and now I'm doing this. So I think that this is where really the opportunity lies, is in venture. I think it's wonderful to have the sovereigns on board. Even in the U.S., Europe, 70% of venture funding ultimately comes from a pension fund or an endowment. So you take a look and you're like, okay, that's great. As those ecosystems grew, that funding came from their equivalent of the sovereigns. And as our ecosystems grow, like Khaled said, that equivalent will end up coming from our equivalent of the sovereigns. So it's only natural that they grow together and they build on each other. I think the way that I see it is I like data. I'm a very data-driven person. And the region still stands at 0.02% of GDP goes into venture. That compares with 0.6% in the US or 0.8% in other markets. And you take a look, and it's not that we're a fraction by a quarter. No, we're a fraction by multiples. So until the founders in the region building a company just as great as if they were building it somewhere else stand less of a chance of getting funded and scaling that company, we have a duty as a VC community and as a sovereigns to find the right strategic capital to fund them so they have the same opportunity if they were doing what they're doing here anywhere else in the world. And that's the gap we're trying to fill.
That's a great way to end it. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. As we all know, even if you don't use Facebook as much as you used to, Meta is still the home of some of the most popular tech products in the world. Facebook, Instagram, Threads, Messenger, WhatsApp, and the Meta Quest. Facebook boasted 3 billion users at the end of 2023 and will add 70 million more by the end of this year. The stock has been flying high these past few months after massive cost cutting. Meta added hundreds of billions to its market value this month alone. Add that to the reports of strong sales of the Meta Quest as more and more people are acclimating to augmented reality. It looks like Mark Zuckerberg's year of efficiency is paying off. Here to talk to Samir Hashmi of the BBC about what's happening at Meta in 2024 and beyond, please welcome Meta's VP of Product Policy and Strategy, Andy O'Connell.
Oh, a very good afternoon. Andy, how are you feeling?
Energized. This is amazing.
It's amazing. A lovely set. A very interesting audience. So let's get started. Meta. Now, when we talk about Meta, it used, the first thing that used to come to mind used to be Facebook. But then over the years, the company's evolved with new products, whether it's WhatsApp, Instagram. You have had Threads recently. But one of the major areas where Meta was focusing in a big way was the metaverse over the last few years. And now you are expanding and looking at AI in a big way. And this is something we're going to discuss, which I'm sure we have been talking about a lot, AI and its impact really on the society and businesses and things like that. So let me begin by asking you, metaverse and AI, what are the similarities? Are there any similarities where these two products, major products, can work together? How's that coming along?
Yeah, thank you. Well, this is amazing. I had a chance to walk on the floor and talk to a bunch of companies, and it's so exciting to see this much energy, this much innovation. And at Meta, we're all about innovation. And as you said, we're really focused on two big bets. One is the metaverse, and one is artificial intelligence. First, on the metaverse, our idea here is that this is the next computing platform. This is the thing that comes after the internet. It's 3D, it's immersive, it's a combination of VR and AR experiences. But at its core, the idea is empowering people to feel like they're present in person with someone else, whether they're doing business or entertainment or education. And at Meta, we're trying to catalyze that. It's still the early days, but we're trying to sort of work at each layer of the stack to jumpstart the ecosystem. So we're building hardware, the Quest 3, which is our sort of flagship VR mixed reality device that's out there. We have an app store, we're supporting developers, and we're also shipping our own first-party apps like Horizon Worlds. So there's a lot going on in the metaverse space, and all of that work, and indeed all of the work that Meta has done for the last 15 years, whether it's ranking content on Facebook and Instagram, or doing content moderation, or matching people with ads that they find meaningful, all of that is enabled by advances in artificial intelligence. So it's actually something we've been focused on. We opened the Facebook AI Research Lab back in 2013. So it's not new for us, but it's incredibly important, and it is something we're investing more and more in.
So tell me, how does the strategy differ? Because when you're looking at the metaverse, it's a completely different domain, and then you have the AI. So how different is the strategy when you're approaching these two domains?
Yeah, it's a great question. Well, let me tell you a little bit about the strategy that we're pursuing on AI right now. So as I said, it's not new for us. We've been really focused and had dedicated labs for at least more than a decade now. And it's really allowed us to supercharge our core products like Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. These days, in addition to sort of building on those successes from our traditional apps, we're also trying to catalyze investments in open innovation through things like Llama, which is our large language model. And the idea there is unlocking innovation. Innovation is core to everything we do at Meta, and our view is that the more we can put this technology out there, the more we can put those tools out there, the more we can help companies like all the ones that are gathered here to build more exciting, creative products. The other side of it for us is using our existing products like Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, WhatsApp to get AI tools and advanced AI tools directly into the hands of people. As Casey said in the intro, more than 3 billion folks are using our products every day. And so there's a huge opportunity for us to empower those people. And so I'm happy to talk about sort of the specific things we're doing to empower people with those AI tools. But it's a really exciting time to be in this space.
So give us a sense of the products that are in the pipeline, and what are we going to see coming out of Meta stable in this year, 2024, and maybe next year?
Yeah. So there's a lot.
Maybe the big ones that you're excited about?
So the first thing worth mentioning is that we're currently working on Llama 3, which is our next generation large language model, and we hope to be in a position to show that to the world in the coming months. And then on the sort of more consumer product perspective, we've already shipped a number of things, and we're working on a number of things. A lot of it has to do with creativity. So for example, on Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, we have a product that we launched called AI Stickers. It's fun, but you can just say, I love to communicate with my friends and family with stickers and GIFs, and now you can just sort of type into WhatsApp a turtle on a skateboard, and it will automatically generate a sticker that you can use right in your conversation. So that's a small thing.
So you could write anything or is there
you can be creative, exactly.
Oh, okay.
And then
that's interesting.
On Instagram, we're rolling out a feature right now called Restyle, where I was actually just in India, and I went to the Taj Mahal, and it was wonderful. And I have all these photos, and you can post them on Instagram, and you can just say, make this a mosaic, or turn this photo into animation, and it will right there modify your photo, and then allow you to share it on Instagram. So that's another example of sort of an AI-powered product that we're working on. And then the other one that we're very focused on is what we call Meta AI, which is our sort of chat assistant. And so already in a number of places, you can take out WhatsApp and you can message directly with Meta AI and ask it questions, ask it to create images for you, all for free. And so the hope is we can put that technology, that power in the hands of everybody who's using our products around the world this year.
Now, if you talk about last year, the AR and VR category saw an uptick, especially after the Vision Pro 2, there was a lot of interest. You touched upon Quest, and you guys are working on that front. How's that coming along, and where do you see it? What kind of a role would AI play there when it comes to the Quest?
Yeah, so we're really excited about Quest 3, and we're continuing to work on sort of the next generation of these products. But Quest 3 is something that people love. I have it, I use it, I love it. A lot of it is about gaming, but increasingly people are finding social experiences in the metaverse through devices like Quest. And our flagship product there is called Horizon Worlds, and it allows you to sort of create a space, create a world, create games within that world, and interact with people in virtual reality. The other cool thing about the Quest is the mixed reality integrations and augmented reality integrations, which we're starting to see developers build more and more of that. And then connecting it to AI, I mean, all of this technology, including the way the hardware directly operates, is either enabled or accelerated by advances in artificial intelligence. Whether it's with the Quest Pro, helping with the eye tracking, or rendering the actual experiences in the headset, all of that is accelerated by AI. And we're just going to see that take off more and more. One thing that I'm really excited about is the ability to use generative AI to directly create VR or mixed reality experiences. You can imagine just saying or typing, create a VR room that resembles the Web Summit stage, and imagine something like that just being created right there for you in Horizon Worlds. Right now, we are still constrained in what we can do in the metaverse by the speed at which people can create those new experiences. And I think these generative AI tools are going to really help with that.
Now, I want to broaden the discussion and talk about AI because, that's the buzzword right now. Everyone's been speaking about what kind of impact it's going to have. But along with a lot of benefits which we spoke about, which Meta has also been utilizing, there are a lot of challenges that come up. In fact, it reminds me of what Stephen Hawking said in an interview about 10 years ago. He said AI would mark the end of the human race. I mean, this was, of course, in 2014, and now we are in 2024, where we are seeing the benefits of AI, but then there are also concerns about that. How do you see the challenges of AI, and how do you think that can be addressed? Because you have Sam Altman going and saying that, well, it's very dangerous. I mean, someone who's at the forefront of this. How do you manage that?
It's a great question, and these are things that people need to be discussing. This is powerful technology with a lot of promise, but a lot of excuse me.
That's not AI created.
Yeah, is that
not generated.
AI powered something? Yeah, I mean, so these are really important conversations, and it's good to see governments, civil society, companies directly discussing these issues because they are incredibly important. I think our view is that artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence is coming and is going to be good for humanity, but we have to build it responsibly. And so, from our perspective, that means having the right principles in mind, having the right people involved in the conversations, having the right processes for actually building the technology. So on the principles front, we need to build these tools with things like privacy, safety, security, inclusiveness, accountability, transparency. These are things that need to be more than buzzwords. They need to be the mantra as we're building these tools. And that's something at Meta. We have the responsible AI pillars, and we're focused on those in all the products that we're building. The other part is, as I said, making sure that the right people and lots of people and diverse people and people around the world are plugged into these conversations. And so we very actively try to engage with academics, governments, civil society, the press, to make sure we're thinking about all of the various concerns and potential issues. And then on process, the industry is very focused on, but needs to continue to get better at things like red teaming, automated evals, structured industry collaboration to share information about risks. One of the things we're really focused on is the AI Alliance, which is committed to sort of open innovation in the AI space, but in particular, building tools for developers to support openness in a responsible way.
You touched upon some of the concerns, and OpenAI recently came out, for example, with Sora, which is the video generator, and there's this whole chat about deepfakes and frauds, especially in an election year in the US. Is that a big concern, you think, for the industry, especially when it comes to deepfakes and the misuse of AI, and especially when it comes to electioneering and things like that?
Yeah, it's a great question. 2024, I think, is the year when more people will vote in the history of humanity. This is a big year for elections, and we at Meta, and I know all of the other big companies as well, are really focused on making sure that our tools, our products, are used responsibly in that context. And when it comes to AI-generated content, we have a lot of experience with content moderation, and indeed a lot of that is made better by artificial intelligence. But the advent of these AI tools is different. While the existing policies are going to apply, whether it's created by AI or not, we do need to take a hard look at what sort of changes are going to come and what processes and norms we need to build. And from our perspective, one of the key norms here is transparency. And so we've been partnering a lot with others in industry through the Partnership on AI, but also other forms of collaboration to align on a set of protocols for invisible watermarking and embedding in tools like Sora in the images that Meta AI creates, invisible watermarks, and then standardizing that so companies that are helping people distribute that content can figure out how to surface the fact that it was AI generated to their users. And we at Instagram, Facebook, we've aligned with our industry partners that when we detect those invisible watermarks indicating that something was created by artificial intelligence, we will surface that through a label so that users know, hey, this image of a turtle on a skateboard was created by AI. That's probably a bad example because that's not super photorealistic, but that's the basic idea. Surfacing that information for people.
So the labeling bit could be the, could be a good indicator as to whether this is AI generated or not.
That's the idea. And it is also important to say, I think Trevor Noah said it better last night. If anybody tells you they know how this is going to turn out or they know what the right answers are, be pretty skeptical. But this is what we're working on with others in industry, and it's a strategy that there's a lot of support for in industry, with academics, with governments. But we'll have to see if that proves to be the right strategy. And it's certainly not going to be the only strategy. We're also investing in automated detection of content generated by artificial intelligence. Last week at the Munich Security Conference, a number of companies came together to announce a tech accord to really redouble our efforts to red team our products in an electoral context, to invest more in detection, to invest more in collaboration with civil society organizations working on elections to identify risks, et cetera. So there's a lot of energy, there's a lot of focus, there are a lot of good ideas, and we're committed to doing our part, but we also want to be humble and candid about what we do and don't know.
Finally, to end on a note, yes, there are challenges with AI, but there's a lot of opportunity. How do you see AI shaping up, and what are you excited the most about when it comes to AI? Especially, where do you think it's going to have a profound impact? One area where you think the space looks really exciting, and this is what I'm really looking forward to.
That's another great question. Look, I was super excited to just walk around the floor of the expo here and just see all the pitches and all the companies that are out there. And so much of that is enabled or supercharged by AI. And so whether it's healthcare or transportation, or I just came from India, as I mentioned, and there's a lot of cool work with AI and agricultural productivity that's super promising. But I'm a nerd, and so personally, I'm most excited about all the educational stuff. I'm so excited for everyone in the world to have access to a personalized AI tutor who has access directly to all of human knowledge and can interpret it for what you need to understand or what particular questions you have. And then you layer on top of that the metaverse, and you can imagine you're talking to your AI personal tutor who's helping you learn about the history of a particular region, and then all of a sudden you're just in that space virtually walking through the ruins of the temple or whatever the topic is that you're interested in. So for me personally, it's the education stuff for children, but also people like me who are young at heart.
Well, Andy, thanks a lot for sharing your thoughts. Really interesting times, and we look forward to seeing some of the products that are going to be coming out from Meta in the years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks a lot for joining us. That was Andy from Meta.
Thank you, Sumir.
Okay, last talk before lunch. Kitopi was one of the first movers in the cloud kitchen space, helping develop the managed cloud kitchen concept. Today, it uses tech to create limitless food experiences and is hoping to become the Spotify of food delivery. They are the 4th unicorn in the region and one of the few SoftBank-backed startups in the Middle East. To find out how you will be able to get limitless food experiences delivered to you anywhere in the world, please welcome to the stage, in conversation with J.D. Durkin of The Street and CBS News, the co-founder and CTO of Kitopi, Sam Darkhan.
All right. All right. Welcome, everyone. Sam, thanks for doing this. Welcome.
Thanks for having me. Thrilled to be here.
Very cool. Yeah, this is great. You and I had our first conversation last week. This is easily one of the things I've been looking forward to the most. As Casey was just saying, Kitopia is a tech-powered, multi-brand restaurant founded in January of 2018, I believe, and you really tout some very impressive numbers, Sam. Kitopia now in 8 countries, more than 200 kitchens, 12 cities. You're partnering with more than 200 brands. Let's try and meet the audience where they are in terms of their own base of understanding. First, explain what a managed cloud kitchen concept actually is. What does this actually mean that's so important to your business?
So when we launched in 2018, that was the term we used. That was the identity we went with, and many people still remember us as that. We've evolved quite a bit over the years. Now, what that term meant was in 2018, with the rise in food delivery orders, we saw and pioneered a new approach when it came to operating these kitchens. And that approach revolved around multi-brand operations. We saw a lot of synergies in being able to consolidate in a kitchen. This means sharing labor across different restaurants, centralizing the supply chain, the space utilization, and even the appliances. But over the years, we have become omni-channel. We do have a hybrid infrastructure today, and we have gone transition away from that. Today, we go by being the regional's creator and partner of limitless food experiences.
I think a lot of people might be familiar with the phrase ghost kitchens. First of all, do you use the phrase ghost kitchens? Is that something you kind of shy away from, you embrace? And again, I ask that because I feel like that's probably the point of familiarity that a lot of members of our audience may be coming into today's conversation with.
Yeah, so it definitely sits at our roots. It's not something we shy away from. Ghost kitchens today have a bad rap, right? They're getting a lot of negativity in the press. There's been a decline in them. Although food delivery remains on a high and it's still growing, but it still sits at the humble root. When I look at our assets, 200 assets we have today, 1/3 of those are actually virtual ghost kitchens. The rest are a mix. There's a hybrid infrastructure. We do pop-ups at events, so it's a mix today.
So to that point, again, another point of kind of contact or familiarity our audience may have involves Uber founder Travis Kalanick and his former company, Cloud Kitchens, a company that was well-positioned for the start of the pandemic before finding themselves a lot of challenges, another controversial exit for Travis at that company. How do you explain the potential of your business to anyone who might have heard those headlines, might have seen how that particular story unfolded, and might be a bit skeptical of the space?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And I think to answer this is to really understand what went south when it comes to ghost kitchens. I'd like to compare it to the dot-com bubble, right? When everybody was on the web and a lot of websites sort of just disappeared. A lot of good ones remained. Similarly, today, you have delivery still on the growth, seeing double-digit growths, but you see a lot of ghost kitchens disappearing or closing down. And a big part I would attribute that to is, first of which, execution. There's been a big implementation issue. You had a lot of tech entrepreneurs and so many raising funding and just executing really, really fast and building out a lot of content and a lot of brands really on the fly in a few days. There's a difference between launching a restaurant really fast and launching it properly. And I think that there was a lot of operational execution issues associated with that. The second is there's this notion where I think people went too extreme when it came to ghost kitchens. They literally only had virtual restaurants, nothing more. And we learned that a few years in, around 2021, where we noticed that the brands on our platforms, the brands that we franchised, that actually had a brick-and-mortar locations, sold better online. Seems quite obvious, right? So that storefront, plays a very important role in providing a great customer experience, one that is memorable enough that once you go home, you order it online. I think a lot of people missed that when they were executing.
Talk to me about some of the brands that our audience might be familiar with that you've been able to partner from. And a follow-up to that would be kind of what's in it from them. What do you hear from their perspective about why they want to engage in this type of partnership, which might be at the forefront a bit disruptive to how they originally saw their own businesses going?
Yeah, so we have two types of brands. We have the brands that we own. These are brands that we either built or we acquired, right? And then we have the brands that we franchise with. Many of those brands are local brands in every single market. Here in Qatar, for example, we have Diet House. In the UAE, we have Right Bite, Operations Falafel, Circle Cafe. Every market, we have a lot of great local heroes, that we call. And then we have the brands that we franchise with, some of which are also are big chains like Applebee's and IHOP.
Applebee's and IHOP.
Yeah.
What are some of the, are there ever, I wonder, to any degree you're comfortable talking about it, do the companies ever tell you, hey, maybe we have our own skepticism, we have our own hesitancy about going into this particular business model, given that it may be such a vast departure from how we've done business, if you're an Applebee's or an IHOP, how we've been doing business for decades?
Yeah. Look, I'll say in the earlier days, when you're still trying to establish reputation. Today, I feel like our reputation is well established. We operate a lot of different restaurants, and all it takes is to look at those restaurants, see how they're performing, experience their service, check their ratings online, and that dispels and increases confidence.
Yeah. Well, speaking of the point of increasing confidence overall, especially for the average user, the average customer, like you said, cloud kitchens has maybe in the minds of some a bit of a bad rap. I'm sure where you're positioned, you would say that's unfair. Letitia Miranda, Bloomberg Opinion, just in May of last year, wrote that ghost kitchens are dying and nobody noticed. I wonder if you feel as if reports of the demise of cloud kitchens are a bit premature, and if so, why?
Look, I think they're premature because it's a boom to bust, right? They saw so many of them disappeared. I do believe that model in terms of cloud kitchens, like I said, when you look at our assets today, it's still roughly 1/3 of all the assets we have. It has a good utility. It has strong functionality. It solves a problem. But what is very important, what does not get replaced is that you still need a very strong brand to operate from. And building virtual brands on the whim in a ghost kitchen is not the way to go. But the actual operational efficiencies you gain out of them, that's something that's very real and that's very tangible.
Let's go back to the origin. So you launched in January 2018. Walk me through what 2017 looked like for you, your co-founder, the original founding team. First of all, let's start with the name, Kitopi, for people that may be familiar with it but might not know the origin. How did that come about?
So Kitopi, initially, when we started with the name, it was Kitchen Operation Innovations. That's what we literally started with. And we actually used the word Kitopia as well because there was a kitchen utopia pun towards it about creating this world, this perfect world within a kitchen. How the actual idea started was in 2017. The actual food delivery was on the rise. My partner, Mo Ballout, he was actually going to invest in a restaurant. He looked at the efficiencies of the numbers. He saw what food delivery was doing to their unit economics. You pay a very hefty fee to these aggregators, 20 to 25%, really depends on the market. And these restaurants operate very siloed. So he actually drew an analogy with his chocolate factory. He was in the chocolate business, where he said, if we were going to launch a Mars bar or build our own chocolate brand, we're not going to go and build out our own factory. We're going to leverage someone's economies of scale to be able to launch it effectively. He said, why can't we do something similar in the restaurant? Why can't we consolidate? Why can't the same cook across multiple brands so you can gain labor efficiencies? And that's one thing led to another, and we opened up one in Dubai first.
Of course, then as you kind of flash forward there to March of 2020, this anomalous, once-in-a-lifetime public health crisis strikes. It's a major crisis on a global structural level, but also wildly disruptive in the lives of each and every one of us. Talk me through what that period looked like, and when did you realize that there could be a return on luck, an opportunity to turn what was a public health crisis maybe to your business advantage, seeing as if the rules of the game, Sam, were changing virtually overnight?
Yeah. So you're talking about when COVID hit in, right? When COVID hit in, there was a big, there was a hype that, everyone's going to food delivery and great. And yes, you saw a big bump. It was an acceleration of an adoption of doing food delivery, and we saw that. But when people went back and started going into the restaurants and dine-in, that did not mean they stopped ordering food delivery. They still were. I mean, you still have the food delivery growing as it is. It's over $150 billion space. So I just think it means that people still went back to the brands that they trust, and they still went back home ordering those same brands, right? One thing I would like to repeat again, what remains critical is building trust with the end consumer by establishing the right brand with the right food service and the right quality and consistently. And having an experiential center, somewhere where you can actually go and experience it, is what builds real brand equity in the long run.
Now remind us where in the region here you are active. Which countries here are you active for people that might know the name and might not know all the details?
So today we're in Saudi, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and the UAE.
One of the more impressive components of it is that your tech hub, despite the countries you just listed, more than 3,000 miles away in Krakow, Poland.
Yeah.
Talk to me about what happens there that makes your operation so successful here.
Yeah, so I would have to introduce our tech. Our tech is referred to as SCOS. It's our Smart Kitchen Operating System, and it powers our end-to-end operations. It manages the order lifecycle, so from the moment we receive an order to the moment it gets into the consumer's hand, it manages everything in between, and it also manages the product lifecycle. So the moment we create a recipe to the moment you distribute it. And it's focused primarily on quality and ensuring that we maintain a good and consistent, because when you drive efficiency in your kitchen, when you put multiple brands, when you start centralizing your supply chain across hundreds of brands, you drive your complexity up. And a lot of what we've built is to ensure that we simplify what we do in what is a very complex environment. It gives us speed, it gives us the ability to distribute fast without compromising on the actual quality. Now, we built tools like visual systems that's able to control how, when we actually flip the burger to ensure we cook it right, or QR codes to track the items to ensure that we don't miss any items when we're fulfilling the dish, and many more features.
So let's drill down on that a little bit more. It's 2024. I have to ask an obligatory artificial intelligence question.
Right.
Not something we were really talking all so much about a few years ago, but now it's like you can't go 5 minutes without talking about AI, which also works for this conversation. How are you using data and AI as part of your overall managed cloud kitchen concept?
Yeah, so we've been using AI for a while now. We have a few use cases we use it for. The most basic one I would say is forecasting our stock to minimize our wastage, predicting how much we're going to sell at this hour the next day, so we ensure that we prepare the right amount of inventory for it. That's one. Another is when it comes to our marketing intelligence, right? When it comes to what campaign we should release, when we should discount, how much we should discount, we do rely on AI to help us learn what is most effective based on seasonality factors and the brand itself. And there are other use cases that are still in the works, but those are the two that I would say are fairly mature.
Talk to me about the Smart Kitchen Operating System. Your core business thrives on this inherent technology. What is that? How does it work? And how is it proprietary to Kitobi?
Yeah, so when we initially started in 2018, we did not intend to build out tech, right? We are a food company at our core. We were just going to leverage operating systems that were available on the market, right? And we went through every POS you can imagine. And I kept on hitting a roadblock. And that roadblock was they didn't have the sort of functionalities geared for multiple brands in a single kitchen. And why would they? It was such an unconventional use case that one cook would cook across multiple brands. So at that time, with all those roadblocks, we ended up having to just using whatever we could just to get by. But towards the end of 2018, it became quite unsustainable. Everything we had mapped out on the Excel sheet about what we were going to build and how just wasn't coming through because it was so horribly difficult and inefficient to work. Controlling quality and just basic assumptions. Our cook would literally have like 12 different browsers just to see what orders they had to prepare. And I mean browsers, like Mozilla, Internet Explorer, Opera. Try to name more than 5, you're gonna have a hard time. We had like 20 of those. Wow. And at some point we said we need to build something of our own. So that's when SCOS came into the picture. We architected our own solution. We tailored it specifically to what we needed. And since then, it's been evolving faster than ever.
Yeah, well, congratulations on all of the success. I could have said that throughout our conversation, there's no doubt. What do you think is most misunderstood by the average consumer, the average person, about the cloud kitchen space? What do you wish people had a better grasp on?
That it's food that's being prepared. At its core, it's food. And it is by far the most personal product that you are consuming. It's something you have to be very delicate about, and you have to instill a lot of love into the brands that you build. Building a brand is very, very hard. It all starts with a great recipe, and I think a lot of people miss the part that it's all about the recipe at the point. You can't just build a great brand and your food isn't so great. And that's why I feel today we have such an interesting mix of people under our roof at Kitobi. You have our foodies, the operators, right? You have the brand visionaries. You have the consultants, because you can't build a big company without great consultants, right? And you have the techies. And it's that mix of individuals working together with a culture of great feedback, rigorously providing feedback with all the different recipes we test and all the new dishes we conjure up in the kitchen is what drives a great outcome in the end.
Are you a foodie?
Absolutely. You have part of our bar raiser when you're literally joining Kitobi, you need to be a foodie.
Is it fair to ask, do you have I feel like this is asking, do you have a favorite child? Do you have a favorite brand? Do you have your own personal go-tos, I wonder? as you
I
use
do.
the app or the brands you partner with? And if so, are you willing to share? I know you don't maybe want to, but I'm just kind of curious.
I'm fine with
Yeah.
sharing. So I'm a lot more health conscious, I'd say, and Right Bite is probably my favorite brand. It's available in most our markets, but it's great. It's a brand that has the indulgence but still keeps it healthy.
I think the Spotify of food delivery is such an ambitious one-liner, but it's so important. I think it's central to your business. It's central to our conversation. Talk to me more about why that is a good blueprint, a good guide map for you and your colleagues at Kitopia.
Yeah.
And what does that mean?
Absolutely. So for the first, I'll say, 5 years of our journey, we've been focusing so much on our operational foundation, simplifying what is a very, very complex operations and really making sure that the food is cooked right and is consistent. We've come a long way with that, and we're very happy with where we are today. What we are investing in a lot now is our consumer-facing narratives and really creating unique food experiences to our end consumer. And in the end of the day, what we're doing is conjuring up great content, working with great creators and chefs, and distributing it. What we're doing at the other end of the spectrum, where you're going to interface, we have a few consumer initiatives we've kickstarted towards the end of last year. They're still relatively small, and they're being piloted in the UAE. We hope by the end of the year they'll be more accessible across the market, but it's creating new ways to experience food. So what I mean by that is today when you think of yourself, when you go to a restaurant, right, you really compromise. You compromise within the spectrum of what dishes they have available to you. We imagine a world where those borders start to disappear, where you have your favorite dishes all within one roof, where you can have your favorite appetizer from another brand and your favorite main course from another brand, all within one order. And the same thing if you're sitting as a group. And this is a feature we just released for group ordering specifically, where you can have one brand for your main course and your other can order from someone else without the need to actually having to compromise.
Sure. Sam, respectfully, you talk a big game. Let's put it to the test. I don't know if we have a way for me to see, because, I mean, we're having this great conversation with a self-described foodie.
Yeah.
I'd love to be able to sample something, try something. I don't know if the audience is interested.
We got you a little something to try. We got some protein balls.
We got something like this. Yeah, no, that's good. I think we've got an offer here we're going to bring out, which is very cool. Very cool. What else is, while we have that's being rolled out, talk to me about your goals here for 2024. To any degree you're able to pull back the veil a little bit and kind of show us what's behind the curtain.
We're very excited about the consumer initiatives we mentioned. I think this just arrived.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
Casey, thank you.
Hello. I'm the food delivery guy.
See, there we go.
Yeah.
You hired Casey for Kitopia. What do we have here, Sam?
So these are protein balls from, thank you, from a Diet House. If you live in Qatar, you would know what Diet House is. It's a healthy restaurant based out of here. Low in sugar, high in protein. We have them in 3 flavors. Tell me what you think.
Very good, by the way. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me?
Yeah, well, I don't think it's fair just for us to enjoy them. I think the audience should as well. We brought a few more samples that we're going to distribute to you. I know you guys all need your energy for this event. I do want to mention that, please, if you have a nut allergy, do not take one. If anything, I'll say walk away from it the moment you see it.
Yeah, they're being passed out right now, which is good because I did not eat breakfast. I was supposed to. I was scrambling to get here. I was a little bit late, so these are very good. I really appreciate
You
that.
like them? All right,
ladies and gentlemen, while these are being passed out, please enjoy those and give it up one more time for our special guest here, Sam Darkhan, co-founder and CTO at Kitopia. Thank you, my man.
Thanks, guys.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys. We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it, because it can be done.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys. We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it, because it can be done.
content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create, allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys. We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization and our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
AI will be transformative force.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys. We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys. We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys. We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create, allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys. We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
Please welcome to the stage TV host of Globo and Life of the Party, Laura Vicente.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. Welcome back to the afternoon sessions on Center Stage here at Web Summit Qatar. As you might have known, my name is Laura Vicente, and I'm a TV host from Globo, the biggest media brand in Brazil, and I'm also co-host of Web Summit Rio. Last year was the first year of that event, so I know how it feels like to be a part of the energy of a brand new Web Summit conference. I'm excited to be here in Doha and have been meeting some amazing people around. And if you're interested in the Latin American market, which is exploding right now, Web Summit Rio is right around the corner from April 15th to 18th in the beautiful city of Rio de Janeiro. A reminder to use the Web Summit Qatar app to make connections, and with me if you're coming to Rio too, and following along with the schedule across the entire conference. And remember, tonight's Night Summit starts right after the close of Center Stage. Tonight's venue is at Mina District. Location and details are inside your app. So let's get started with the afternoon here at Center Stage with more AI talks, unicorn building, the FIFA World Cup, and the debut of a cyborg dog. Are you guys ready for that? The question on everyone's minds these days is AI a friend or foe? As generative AI opens doors to automated workflows, personalized data, seamless software integrations, and beyond, how will it mesh with the software world? To find out if generative AI is killing SaaS or helping define it, please welcome to the stage the CEO of TeamViewer, Oliver Stale, co-founder of Joker, Aspaleka, and the founder of Sprinkler, Raji Thomas. And leading the conversation, Armin Georgian, International Affairs Editor at France 24.
Welcome, everybody. When I was at journalism school many, many years ago, we were told that if you have a headline with a question mark at the end, then you should answer that with a no. So is generative AI killing software as a service? Well, I think you'll see that it's actually a huge opportunity from my panelists. That doesn't mean that there are not challenges to do with ethics, replacement of humans by AI and so forth, so we'll get into those things as well. So let's start with Asper Lecker. Welcome to you. You have a lot of experience with Alpine investors. How does that relate to generative AI?
Yes, so we specialize in vertical software companies. This is a lot of our focus. And from what we see, vertical SaaS is an opportunity to go very deep in an industry and really understand the needs of the customers, the needs of the clients, and build something that's very catered to them. And I'm really excited to be here among more horizontal software companies also and discuss. In my view, AI is actually enhancing the capabilities of the software. It's an opportunity to really take a lot of the things that you can automate and make them more automated and more curated while focusing the effort of the team and the software to really deliver a good solution. I think also in the vertical software, there is so much opportunities for payments, which would be very hard to be replaced with AI. So for me, I do see this as a very big opportunity because you do understand the market well, you do understand the needs of the customer, and now you can use AI to automate this. The risk I see only on my side is on commoditizing certain parts. So there for sure are certain industries that if you're not paying attention or if you don't integrate vertically enough, then your product can get commoditized, and then it's more of a pricing differentiation, and maybe AI can just increase this risk.
Raji, how are you, you're baking this into your core business. How are you doing that?
Well, we started betting the company and the platform on artificial intelligence about 5 years ago. And it was interesting to see how, with generative AI became mainstream in the last year. I personally believe that it's not a friend or foe question. I think all software is going to be different with AI. And there are some concepts that if any of you, if you're a developer or doing a startup, you really have to start thinking about conversation becoming the new UI. You really have to start thinking about unstructured data as the source of information, not structured data. And you really have to not think about linear workflows and processes, but AI-driven decisions.
So, Oliver Steiler, how does AI look like at TeamViewer?
Yeah, it really changes the way we interact with our customers and our customers interact with their customers. So it's really a technique, a tool, a very powerful method to radically simplify their interaction. So if you think about a classical use case in our situation where one person helps another person, be it in the industrial environment or the IT environment, there is always a logic that provides the instructions for that person on the far end. Or there is a logic that provides almost like a cookbook or a guide how to run a certain workflow. And generating these workflows is relatively complicated and cumbersome. But now with AI, these workflows can be generated out of the live interaction. And that's a very powerful tool. It speeds up the whole process of generating new workflows. It makes it more powerful for the users and therefore makes our product more capable for the customers and therefore higher value add.
And of course, there are so many different models out there now of AI. You can get ones through third parties. You don't need in-house models. Can you talk a bit to those models, Raji, that SaaS is using?
Yeah, so there are many models available, and many of them are actually going to be open source. So we at Sprinkler, we believe that those models are actually going to be, in the long run, a part of the infrastructure. So unless you are planning to start a tech company that is creating AI models, I think most of us are better off thinking about how to use these models. And what we've done is, we have our own, but we have partnerships with OpenAI, we have partnerships with Google, and partnership with Microsoft, and frankly, we'll partner with anyone with the model because we'd rather have you use the best model for a specific purpose. And if it's not ours, that's completely okay, because we want to focus on the application layer, the guardrails, the training, the governance, and making it work for you.
We were talking just before we came on about how Gen AI can sometimes generate gibberish, and that we have to make a distinction between generative AI and industrial-grade AI. Just a quick point on that, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. And many of you know that ChatGPT for last week was just spitting out nonsense for a bit. And that probably is because the training data got messed up. So these models and results are only as good as the data that you train in. So to use AI in industrial and enterprise situations, you really have to make sure that you're training the models on bound data, and you can point back every decision to a specific document that you've trained it on, so you can go correct that document if it needs to be.
Yeah. Any thoughts on that, either of you?
No, I think it's very important, as you say. There's different models out there. I don't think too many people have to invent more models, but using the right one for the right circumstances and training it with the right data, with your own data, and also keeping the findings within yourself as an organization to keep your competitive advantage, not as a SaaS company, but as a customer of a SaaS company, is very important. And I think people getting to that knowledge, but ChatGPT just helps to create awareness to everybody.
Yeah. What about that same distinction for you,
I mean, as I hear you both speaking, I'm thinking that for me, Gen AI gives a very nice second iteration of something. Like if you always use it as a first, maybe the data or the information is so generic, and you really need to take this and train this, and there is a risk to really rely on this. But if you actually provide a little bit of guidance, ensure that the material and the information that's getting in, it's right, I think it's an amazing iteration of your first draft. So, and I think of it also as we look into managing the business also from the management side, that is an incredible opportunity as well, because you give a guidance, and then that guidance, I think, with the right information can actually be developed into a very nice model and template and framework.
So let's move on to these ethical dimensions that I mentioned at the start. A lot of concerns about humans being replaced. But Oliver, you've argued that actually human workers won't be replaced, and in fact that their intelligence is going to be augmented. What do you mean by that?
I think it's almost with any new technology. I think you see a certain phase where there's a lot of hype, and then people start to really apply it. And you will, in my view, rationalize away simple tasks. I mean, that's inevitable. It happened in every technology advancement, and that's a good thing, because you can focus people on their real task. You have better information available in real time to them. You can guide them better. You can be much more context sensitive. So who is that person? Who is that employee? How long has he or she been on board? How well trained? And then correct errors and make information available. I think that's incredibly powerful. But you have to up-level the task that you're performing to make that all relevant, right? So as a company, you need to leverage that functionality to perform higher value-add tasks, and then you can help your people do so. If you stay in the lower value bucket, you will be rationalized away, not as a person, but also as a company at some point.
Raji, what about you? So on this question of of replacement of workers. I mean, you're talking about an increase in front office productivity of 20 to 40% over the next 5 years. Is that not going to come at a human cost at some level?
Absolutely. I do think we're going to lose a lot of jobs, frankly, but that's going to be replaced by a lot of new jobs. It's just like manufacturing. When we had people manufacturing stuff, I would manufacture, let's say, 1,000 widgets, and when you have factories, I probably can manufacture 50,000, but those 100 people can now do quality checks and packaging and a lot of other things that isn't manufacturing. So I think you're going to create a lot of jobs. Frankly, there's so much inefficiency and so much, the bar is so low in customer-facing functions like contact centers and marketing that productivity improvements can be offset by adding a lot more jobs that improve the quality of experiences. You can have customer service work 24/7 instead of 9 to 5, for example.
Yeah, but are you implying that the workers that are not going to be needed for that particular function, that they'll be retrained to do these other things, or what?
Ironically, I think that there's a possibility that human beings will be doing less intelligent jobs. Because frankly, the AI can do more complex jobs, but someone needs to monitor what the AI systems are doing, so that's probably not a very high IQ job profile. But the jobs are going to change, that's for sure, and a lot of what you're doing now won't be what human beings are going to be doing 5 years from now.
So as for what does a responsible or ethical AI policy look like at your company?
I mean, there is, of course, a lot of responsibility coming, and when you have things being automatically generated, you do not know, and you have to give a guidance. And I think that also ties back to the previous point with task changing. I don't think there is, it's not right to let it be fully automated and not give a lot of guidance. There's a lot of opportunity to misuse information and data and start building based on certain biases that they exist today because of historical data and historical information. And I think this is a great opportunity for people to come in and add the right direction to the model to then also help us, even for our own biases. We are very unconscious of sometimes how we make decisions, and I think there is a way to be a lot more ethical, but there is not enough of historical information to rely on. So it's a tricky point because I don't think anyone knows where exactly the right answer lies.
Oliver, would you agree actually with what Raji was saying before about the irony of humans doing less intelligent jobs? And doesn't that have big social implications and political ones?
Yeah, I think honestly, I think the question is a good question, but I sometimes feel if you look at what's happening in the world currently, that we are not, in most countries, we are not in a situation where you have enough workers and where you feel you would be running a big risk if you need less, because we have shortage of labor almost everywhere, even in countries where traditionally labor costs have been low, they're still now much higher. So we see advanced technologies being deployed everywhere around the world, even with augmented reality for workers, for inspection purposes and the like. So it's coming. So I think the question is maybe less relevant than it was 10 years ago after COVID. So I think in many jobs, in many industries, it will be a relief if you can reduce. So now, this time, though, it hits knowledge workers, maybe, as to your point, right? It's physical tasks are hard to do for an AI, but simple knowledge worker tasks are not. But that's also where the war for talent has been very fierce. So maybe that's helpful also for the whole industry.
Right. Are you implying then that there could be more migrant labor, perhaps, for some of these jobs? Is that where you're getting to?
Yeah, I mean, I think it will change the different industries, and it will be a relief in some industries to focus and refocus on quality jobs, and I think that's important also.
Quality jobs, yeah.
I also think that there is a limit on the capacity each company has today, and if you take into consideration a software company, how many things you could be doing for your customers. I think it also depends on how much capacity you have on the team and how big the team is. It's a capacity of how much budget you have and how much revenue to make. So for me, I also see this as an opportunity that you now can automate a big part of the work and then use the exact same capacity in the people to do all these things you didn't have time or could never be a priority. So I see this also as a whole new way of operating that will educate the clients more, create more revenue opportunities. So definitely needs a lot more education, but also I think there is so much untapped potential that we never had capacity to deal with.
So we're almost out of time, but just a very quick point from all three of you on where you see investments this year, because obviously there was such a big growth in AI, in SaaS companies launching AI products last year. What are the main opportunities you see in 2024? Just briefly, Raji first.
We aren't even scratching the surface of what AI is going to do, especially in software. There's a lot of hype, there's a lot of excitement, but less than 20% of companies are actually doing something meaningful today. And that number is predicted to be 54% by the end of the year. So I expect to see a lot of activity in the AI space, but practical AI, where AI is actually leading to a better outcome with software, hopefully this year we'll come out of the hype mode into actually putting it to work.
Aspa?
I would stick to the vertical software, and I think there's a lot of industries that have big amount of data, unstructured data, and things have been many manual for so many years, and it was impossible to put all of this into an app. And I think AI gives the opportunity now to build on all this information you have and make something out of it. So that would, I think, would revolutionize and automate a lot of the more traditional industries.
Oliver, your opportunities
so
for this year?
our focus, I think, will be threefold. One is clearly, produce code more efficiently ourselves. Code generation is an important one, and I think even there we're just at the beginning, in my view. The next step is then IT workflows, so people helping people in the IT environment or managing IT equipment, and go from scripting to code generation, script generation. But what we will focus on a lot is also moving AI and workflows more into the industrial world, so into the offline world. So everything is easy in the cloud and in the office, and where you have perfect data and perfect connectivity. But when you go to operations in large enterprises, it becomes difficult, data less available, more context sensitive, and that's something where we'll double down as well, because that's a big market for us as well.
All right, well, I think that's a good place to wrap, because we only have a minute left. So thank you to all of you for listening, and thanks to the three panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Time people thought that startup unicorns would only rarely breed outside of Silicon Valley. This myth has been busted, and unicorns have been emerging all over the globe, from Hong Kong to Canada to Brazil. To find out how it can be done, please welcome in conversation with Radhika Bajaj of CGTN, the co-founder and CEO of Uno, Juan Pablo Ortega, co-founder of BitJet, Gracie Chen, and the director of the Unicorn Factory in Lisbon, Gil Azevedo.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's ready to build some unicorns today outside of the Valley. So welcome, everyone. The term unicorn was meant that it's a statistically rare creature. It's a myth. But there are about 1,500, about 1,400 actually now in 2024, unicorns all around the world. There are about 660 in the Valley, of course. There are over 300 in China. There are 120 plus in India, 120 plus across all of Europe, 60 plus here in the Middle East. So clearly, there are a lot of unicorns out of the Valley, and some of those creators are right here. Juan and Gracie have built unicorns out of the Valley, and Jill is helping them get there. So let's get started. Juan, let me start with you. So what are the things that have changed now in today's environment that are enabling the creation of unicorns outside of the Valley?
Perfect. Great question. So there are, I think, two main parts that have changed completely. One of them is access to funding. A couple of years ago, it was hard to be able to get venture capital investment outside of the US or even outside of the Valley. And even a little bit before COVID, you had access to these funds, but you had to travel to San Francisco and Silicon Valley to have meetings and to do fundraising. This has changed, and like my last round in the new company, we did everything through Zoom. So you're actually able to get US venture capital, European venture capital interest, and you can do rounds online. And then secondly is talent. the talent that you need to start tech companies was really scarce. In Colombia, you really didn't have software developers. Most of the people in Rappi, we had to train in-house. And this, as companies grow and companies as Rappi basically incubate new companies, you get access to this talent that before was only available in the Valley.
Yeah, I think you've summed it up pretty well, Gracie. So let me move on to the next point. Are there some kind of sectors or industries that are actually better off and they have a competitive advantage if they're not in the Valley?
If they're not in the Valley. So before this, I was in another panel this morning talking about digital currency, digital economy. I'm from BitGet, by the way. So we are a global company that we serve about 25 million users around the world. And in terms of my industry, which is cryptocurrency and blockchain, actually right now we see a big shift from the United States to other parts of the world.
Yeah.
For example, to Europe or to some countries or areas in Asia, including Hong Kong, Singapore, Dubai, Qatar, where there are clearer framework in terms of regulation and compliance in cryptocurrency. While in the US, SEC, CFTC, all these regulatory institutions have been a little bit vague. And you probably have heard some other exchanges were fined like multi-billion of USD because they serve the US customer. So, I mean, in our industry, that's a perfect example of some countries shifting away from the United States.
Yeah.
Even if they are in the US, not necessarily all the projects are from Silicon Valley. We see lots of great projects in New York or the so-called the Northeast ecosystem, including Boston, where Harvard, MIT, lots of great institutions are based. And then also in Miami, in Austin, in Texas, other parts of the United States. So there were like a very big diversity in terms of the location.
So clearly, you know, policy and regulation has a part to play. And Jill, that's where you come in. It's your government that started Unicorn Factory that you're heading now. So tell us a little bit about the role that accelerators such as yours can play.
So when we look at governments and ecosystems, I think that at the end of the day, innovation is a key driver for the future. So we see different regions, Europe, Middle East, Asia, really trying to compete at a global level with the United States, which obviously historically has always been on the forefront of driving the unicorns. But over the past few years, as you said, that really has been shifting. And this has also been supported by a clear strategy from the governments to be able to groom and to grow innovation in their regions. Europe has been investing quite significantly over the past 10 years, supporting different programs in different verticals like health tech, AI, and so on and so forth. The Middle East now, for the last 5-6 years, has also really picking up a lot this investment. And Asia, I think, has always been very relevant. So governments started supporting players like us, like unicorn accelerators or incubators, in order to provide the resources and the tools for founders to be able to grow their startups without requiring to move to the US. And that is what now we are seeing more and more. So they are able to stay locally or stay in the region, grow globally, and somehow having a presence in the US keeps being quite important, but allows these unicorns to start getting founded across the world.
Okay, so Gracie, if I were to come back to you and ask you what have been some of the unique factors that have actually helped you scale your company to a unicorn, and to do with the region that you're in.
With the region. So just for everyone's information, I have built 3 companies in the past 10 years. The first company I did was in 2015, and that's a fintech firm based in China, in Beijing and Tianjin. So I think that's a great success because we were chatting about this. So last year, this company's GMV, which is like the yearly volume, was about 80 billion USD. And that's about 500 billion renminbi, which is Chinese yuan. And the second firm I did was a VR company, and that was a failure. And the third firm that I did is this current company that I'm working for, BitGet. So we're a crypto exchange. I would say it's a relative success. We don't know the end game yet, but since it's growing pretty well, we've been working with.
How did the region help?
Yeah. So back to your question, I think from my past experience, one thing that I think is really important is about how big the market is.
Yeah.
So we are talking about, for example, my first firm. The reason that I think it can be a success was largely because we really got a very good taxation scheme from the government, and also we are serving a big market. So in China, there is also lots of like influencers like TikTok. Actually, TikTok is a subsidiary of this Chinese firm called ByteDance. So for my first company right now, we are serving about 80% of the top 100 MCNs, which are the agents for those TikTokers.
Right.
So that's what I mean, like a big market that you are really looking into.
Great.
And I think in certain regions like China, the US, and maybe Latin America that Juan is working on, we have like that kind of capacity where you can build a big market. So
the size of the market obviously helps. The other thing is the talent, Juan. So, there was a time where you would see coders flying to Silicon Valley, learning programming, and coming back. So have you had a challenge in hiring the right talent when you were starting out?
Yeah, for sure. And before we move to that, I think something that it was a challenge for us in Latin America, we started a company in Colombia. We had to expand to Mexico. And in order to get to an addressable market that was the same as China, the US, we had to open 9 different countries. So it was a lot of complexity on basically establishing companies, establishing new languages, because even though we all speak Spanish in Latin America and Portuguese in Brazil, even the Spanish was different. So that was a challenge when we met with investors. They were like, okay, but Colombia is actually really small. Are you actually going to become a unicorn? And we proved them that through basically opening more countries, we're able to build a unicorn. Around talent, at the beginning, it was really hard to find the right people with the right skills. And one of the biggest things that is completely different from Silicon Valley is the mindset of an entrepreneur. Before Rappi in Colombia, you didn't know what a startup was. So people looked after going to a big company, climb the corporate ladder, get really good compensation. And when we talked to people, we were like, look, you're going to work 12 to 16 hours per day. You're going to make 20% from what you're making right now. You're going to work weekends. And there is an 80% chance that in a couple months, you're not going to have a job. Are you willing to come? And most people are like, no, this is such a bad idea. But there were some people that say yes, and they got equity in the company, and today they're extremely happy, and they know that they made that good decision. So today, when you tell people, like, okay, you're going to join the company, you're going to work a lot, you're going to make less money, but you have the opportunity to actually create wealth and to be part in something that is going to change the world, people have seen the success of Rappi, have seen the success of other startups, and they're more willing. So now when you talk to people going out of university, now people will say, yeah, I want to work for a startup. And I have people all the time like, hey, I really want to work with you. I really want to work with Rappi. How can I get in? This is something that before we were successful, it was extremely hard to convince people. In Silicon Valley, everyone wanted to work for a startup. It was kind of the only way. Like, some people wanted to work for Google or Facebook or Apple, but the majority were looking to actually start a new company. So it's a completely change of mindset that have led to a change in having more talent and people joining.
Yeah, that's great, isn't it? So Jill, here's where I want to bring you in again. Are there certain strategies that startup founders can look at when it comes to getting the capital? Perhaps even the capital is coming in from the valley, but are there specific strategies that startups that want to scale up quickly can use to attract investment?
So I'll just, before touch a bit about the talent, I think one of the reasons why other regions really started having more unicorns was exactly the talent. And I give you the specific example of Portugal and Lisbon. So we are a small country, we have 10 million inhabitants, but is the highest highest number of engineers graduates in Europe in terms of per capita. And that alone has been able to attract a lot of tech companies over the last few years. So the talent actually attracts innovation. And with these startups, and as Juan said, talent also wants to start new businesses. And that's why we start seeing where there is talent, innovation to flourish. Talking about the funding. So traditionally, again, the US has always been with the largest VCs in the world, but that has also changed, or it's changing across the time. So in Europe, there are a number of very large VCs, and the VCs is an interesting industry because although they compete with each other, they also collaborate together when they go funding. So at the end of the day, there's this network that if one VC goes, there's immediately a few other VCs that will connect. Plus, as we spoke in the previous question, the government funds. And here again, we see governments taking a step on also being active VCs as well in the market with different instruments. And we see that in Europe with the European Union, we see that with local governments, we see this in the Middle East, in Asia, because at the end of the day, they understand if there is funding, there's an opportunity for the scale-up to stay in the country and to grow and scale from there.
Yeah, and a lot of founders want to expand out of the original markets that they started in. I think you've done that as well. What were the biggest challenges that you faced then, and perhaps a mistake or two that you made?
For us, we are a crypto exchange, and each region are very different. So one challenge we had was about localization our products. So, for example, each country, each region, they have their own languages. They have their own cultures as well. When we are serving, for example, the Middle East market, we realize that there are certain products that they don't want. For example, anything with leverage. Like it's culturally or religionally not very favored. So we need to make lots of localization, things like this. Another challenge I had was about managing this 1,500 company, like people of company. In terms, there's a mosquito. In terms of they speak different languages, they are on different time zones. I think that's also a bit challenging, like how to manage such a big firm.
So large teams, also localization. I think you were also referring, you had a very interesting anecdote to share with us.
Yeah, and I have kind of like two different challenges. Like when we started Rappi, as we expanded to different countries, you had the regulatory challenges. You had to operate, you have to start a new company in each country. And one of the biggest issues was actually payments and receiving payments around the world. And that challenge of like connecting to 15 different payment processors, payment methods, led me to start my second company, which is and it was trying to solve that issue. Companies, we think we live in a global world, but the reality is that payments extremely fragmented. You have different payment methods, you have different payment processors. So what does is actually solve that issue, and we enable through one integration to connect companies to more than 300 different payment methods and payment processors. And like there are other companies and there are other startups that have solved different issues. One of the issues that we had in Rappi was that we had to start a company to hire people in that country. Today with we basically have a team around the world in more than 15 countries, and we use Deal to be able to hire them and to pay them. So it is much easier today to start a global company or a company that operates around the world, thanks to companies like like Deal and others that have actually, using tech, have actually enabled or reduced the friction of things that a couple of years ago was completely impossible.
Right, so we have to wrap up soon. I have about 2-3 questions and I'd like all of you to answer them. So starting with you, Jill, the biggest challenge that founders are facing in scaling up to become a unicorn?
So, I'll give two different answers. One is, in terms of outside the US, it's still the legislation. I think that the US has been able to create a very investor and founder-friendly legislation, which allows companies to be very flexible and agile in the US. So one challenge that founders outside the US have is how to deal with the local legislations and how governments can help. Okay. The second point is, I think, it's with this growing globally. So when the founding team is working on a product and they're finding the product market fit and they are shifting towards expanding globally, the skills change significantly. And that's how can they really acquire those skills in order not to waste funds and not to waste time?
Got it. One.
Focus on solving a real problem. I think entrepreneurs, they hear AI and they hear all these words and they're trying to use the technology without really solving a problem. I think the biggest advice is to focus on solving a real problem and stop listening to the noise from all the new trends, because at the end, you build a company that works and you get funding when you have actually built technology or built a company that solves a real problem and not a company that sounds cool or that uses AI.
Good one.
To build on Juan's point, I think look at numbers. So how do you know that you are solving a real problem, right? You're building something that people need. If there are growth in users, in your DAU, in your volume, then you know you are solving a real problem. So look at the numbers.
Okay, last question, guys. Are the days of aspiring to be a unicorn in the Valley over?
Sorry?
Are the days of aspiring to be a unicorn in the Valley over?
Are the days over to be? No, I don't think so. I think still lots of people want to go to, for example, Stanford, Berkeley, and stay in that region, grow something. I do have lots of friends graduating from those two top schools. By the way, I came from the north side because I graduated from MIT. So MIT, Harvard, that's another competitive region. But I still think lots of people are in Valley, and there's great spirit.
I think it's completely over. I think the weather is nicer in Bogota, Colombia, compared to San Francisco, and I think those challenges that people used to face and that basically force them to move to the Silicon Valley are over, and you can start a company and a unicorn anywhere in the world.
Okay, Jill, we're out of time, so one line.
So I do think that now you can really grow a unicorn anywhere, in the Valley, but also outside the Valley.
Okay, you leave us with a lot of hope. Thank you, guys, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How does a traditional media empire go about reinventing itself? Since the landmark deal with Disney in 2019, Fox has embraced a new approach to streaming, AI, and blockchain. Is this enough for it to adapt and thrive? Joining us now to explain is the person at the helm of this technologically driven transition, Paul Chesebro.
Very good afternoon. Hi, Paul.
Hi, Samir. How are we doing?
Hope you're not too sleepy after lunch.
Oh, wow. It's 4 a.m. in LA, so stay awake.
Well, great. We'll use the next few minutes to deep dive into what you've been doing at Fox, which is transitioning a legacy business into a digital-facing or digital-first kind of approach. And it comes at a very interesting time when most of the legacy media businesses have been really struggling to grapple with the new realities of this evolving, rapidly changing media business. So let's begin. You were given the responsibility at Fox to really spearhead this operation where it becomes a digital approach and digital-first kind of a strategy. Tell us about that.
Well, I think media in general's always been in this transformative state. Really, from my perspective, going back to the original invention of the internet, which is where I began my career in media, initially at the BBC and then moving eventually into Fox, where I am today. I don't like the use of the term legacy because it's got a negative connotation. I think there's traditional media and kind of new media, and the position that most media companies are in today is a hybrid of both. They've got some traditional platforms that they're supporting, broadcast TV and cable in our instance, and the newer platforms and revenue streams that they're growing and nurturing. For us, that's streaming, web and mobile. And the latter is obviously streaming web and mobile is becoming more and more material. And I'd say the acceleration there has really kicked in heavily over the last 5 years. But it's been lurking around for the last 15, 20 years. So we're really focused on being more of a hybrid company. We make a lot of revenue still from traditional platforms. Broadcast TV in America and cable TV is still a wonderful way of reaching a mass audience. If you look at the most recent Super Bowl numbers, that's a really good example of that. But those platforms are declining, so fewer people are watching broadcast TV in America. That's largely because the entertainment content on broadcast television's moved to streaming. Cable's declining as people are spending more money on subscription video-on-demand services like Netflix and other things like that. So there's a fundamental shift occurring there. Having said that, I think some of the apparatus and kind of infrastructure that we have for that traditional business is serving us incredibly well on the digital front. So having a sales team that has great relationships with brands and agencies is great for monetization. Having great distribution relationships is great. Having big sports rights deals that translate into streaming works well for us. So there's a lot that gets carried over and can be used on both the kind of hybrid, the kind of traditional sense and the newer sense.
But what are the big challenges when you're essentially shifting the business model from a traditional one, as you mentioned the term you were using, to something that's more digitally focused? Because your consumers are different at the end of the day, right? Are they consuming in a different way?
That's correct. I think there's the classic challenge right at the center of this is the innovator's dilemma. So how long do you cash cow the traditional business for before really leaning in? And I think media in general could be accused of holding off too long on kind of really leaning in because of that innovator's dilemma. I think the economic model on traditional TV going back 10 or 15 years was very, very good, very profitable. There was no need to disrupt it. And in our space in the US, Netflix was the one that evolved from being a DVD distributor into a streamer and really went at the heart of that traditional business model for broadcast television. So we were forced to adapt and adopt. We'd co-invested in Hulu at the time, so we had our own streaming service alongside Netflix, and we were selling content to Netflix. But it wasn't really until 2014, 2015 that the media industry woke up and realized Netflix was really a competitor toward that traditional business. So I think it's hard to disrupt yourself, but there's always a group of renegades inside big companies that help drive that. Consumers, though, vote with their feet, and I think as you saw, when the smartphone adoption really took off, and then bandwidth became ubiquitous, certainly in the US for us, you saw streaming really, really kind of take off at that point in time as well. So, the time spent in front of traditional TV, especially for the younger audience, just really has fallen. So you've got to be on these new platforms, and you've got to be able to monetize them, which again, that's probably the final piece to this. How do you build the unit economics? And there's a lot of streamers in America struggling with this. But how do you build the unit economics around your digital business to be profitable, to be able to reinvest in all of these things that we've done in the past? Talent, production of movies, many of which don't succeed, sports rights, journalists. These are all expensive things that you've got to find a new revenue source to help fund. So we take a bit from the traditional model and a growing piece from the new model. And I would say we've transitioned, compared to our peers, I'd say we've done a very, very good job.
Now, one of the challenges for the media industry is that when you talk about the traditional media, many experts or the way, the industry, the challenges it has faced over the last decade or so, points towards a very bleak future for the traditional media because the revenues are shrinking, advertising money is not coming in, younger audiences, as you mentioned, are switching to newer platforms, whether it's social media, TikTok, the consumption patterns are changing. And then on the other hand, you have these new digital outlets that have come up. We have seen some successful ones in the past, to name some: Scoop, BuzzFeed, even Vice, of course in different genres. But a lot of them have struggled to make money. So how do you make money or monetize these digital products that you're coming up with?
Yeah, I'd go back to the point where some of the things that you have in your traditional business are incredibly useful when you come to monetize your digital business. And I think, a lot of these pure play digital companies like Vice or like BuzzFeed are really struggling now. So, most of them probably won't survive because they've had to kind of build from scratch some of those things. They've gone through a high period of growth early on, but that doesn't always translate to sustainable long-term revenue. They've had to build sales teams from scratch. When it comes to, producing content is expensive, and you have to have big distribution, big scale. You can't rely on Facebook and Google as the core part of your customer acquisition strategy because they can turn you off one day and turn you on the next day. So again, I think having that traditional apparatus within the business that we've got wonderful sports rights with the NFL and the MLB. We've got hundreds of sales teams on the street in the US selling advertising for us. We've got great distribution partners to get our content out to tens of millions of homes. That if you're building that from scratch as a digital pure play, it's hard, it's really hard. And I'd point to one business in the US that's recently shuttered, and it was founded by, I think, the best product person in our generation, Kevin Systrom, who founded Instagram. He went on to build a news product called Artifact, and just really is a beautiful product, but really struggled to drive distribution and drive monetization. And he tried every business model, advertising, subscription, and everything else, and it was really hard to make that work. So again, it's easy to say that legacy or traditional media, out with the old, in with the new, but I think most of those new digital businesses would love to have some of the things that we've got as a core part of the Fox traditional business.
Where are the younger audiences going, the young ones? Because as you said, they're not watching cable TV or consuming content through traditional sources. So where do they go, irrespective of what kind of content they're watching? Is it OTT? Is it their phones? Where is it?
Well, I can tell you how we're trying to attract them and target them. We acquired a streaming business called Tubi, Tubi, in 2020, right at the outbreak of the pandemic in the US. And that's a free streaming product. You watch a couple of minutes of ads per 1 hour of content. It's got a library of content that's 10 times the size of Netflix. So a big long tail. It's more like YouTube and TikTok. It's heavily personalized. The UX and UI is super modern and very focused toward the younger demographic. It's not branded as Fox, it's branded as Tubi. You've got linear channels in there, but really it's a personal VOD service, which is free. Free is good for the younger demographic. We tune towards that audience, and it skews much younger than a traditional TV network would. So I think a lot of the younger audience are spending time on TikTok, gaming, and just consuming content in much shorter form, which for our business is predominantly a longer form business. You've got to rethink how you do that, and not just the platforms that you distribute on, but the actual formats that you're producing in as well. So we've had to experiment heavily around the edges, right at the heart of how the business operated to do that.
And has there been any clear answers as to what the preference is, because you've been experimenting?
Well, transformation is always work in progress. I don't think it's ever done. So it would be complacent to say we're done and dusted. I would say, for us, one of the most pivotal moments in the company was when we did a big transaction with Disney in 2019, where we sold our international assets and some of our studio assets to the Walt Disney Company in the US. It was a great deal for them, and it was a great deal for us. But that was us consciously pivoting the business. We sold those assets for $75 billion, which when you look 5 years ahead to where we are today, that number was an amazing number. It looks like the deal of the century, looking back. But we did that in order to be smaller, leaner, nimbler, domestically focused in the US. So we were very international before. We're now very focused in that market. A very strong balance sheet, predominantly focused on live content, so live sports and live news, which actually is a bit more insulated on the traditional platforms, but also works really well digitally. So we tried to proactively prepare ourselves for the storm that you can see a lot of media companies in now, and I think we've weathered remarkably well, but there's a lot more to do, and I think the disruption is probably going to get worse before it gets better in our space.
Now, talking about the sports business, because there's something which we saw recently that 3 big companies in the United States, big when it comes to the media business as well as sports, have come together to put together, start a new platform, which is Fox, Fox Sports. You have Disney as part of that, and then you have Warner Brothers.
Yeah, so on February...
How's that going to work? It's quite interesting.
Well, there's not much we can say about it other than it's coming soon. We're targeting a fall launch, but the idea with this new streaming service is between Fox Sports, ESPN, and Warner Brothers and Discovery own TNT and Turner, who have the NBA rights. Between the 3 of us, we can aggregate our sports rights into one streaming product and charge a single fee through a single platform for consumers to access. A big issue in the US at the moment is that the sports rights are federated and splintered across so many different providers, not just the broadcasters, and you've got 4 or 5 big broadcasters. You've got Amazon and Apple who've now entered the market there. So there's at least 7 or 8 places to watch premium sports in the US. So it's confusing for the consumer. So by aggregating the 3 of us into one place and distributing it together for one fee, one package, and one product, we think that's serving a consumer need. And our main target actually is the younger demographic, so the cord cutters or the cord nevers, people who've never really had a pay TV subscription, targeting it heavily towards the kind of mobile audience as well. So we're excited about that. We've announced it earlier this month, and the teams are busy coding away and working on it. I'm actually going to India after this to see how that's progressing, but we're excited about it, and so are Disney and Warner Brothers.
I want to also touch upon Tubi, which you were talking about, the new OTT platform launched by, it was acquired by Fox and now it's become bigger. It's in the top 3 now if you look at the United States OTT market. Interestingly, you have a very different strategy on that front, as you were mentioning, that anyone can access Tubi for free and consume the content you have, and as you said, your library is pretty big. How are you going to monetize this, where even the likes of Netflix have seen struggling when they've seen that the number of users have fallen, new users? So what's the strategy on that front?
Yeah, so Tubi is completely free. So if you imagine, it's a bit like free-to-air television versus pay TV. So we're in the free-to-air streaming category. When we acquired it in 2020, it was number 4 in the market in terms of scale. It's now reached number 1 for all of the free players in the US. To make money out of this business, if you're streaming for free, you have to be number 1. You have to be scaled. We hit 85 million consumers per month. We've got by far the biggest library. And around that library, through the consumption, we sell advertising into that. So it's a great place. Every major studio in America puts their content onto Tubi because it's got the scale and the reach and the engagement to monetize incredibly well. If you're going to do free, you have to be the biggest. So we're really pleased with that progress. The founder came with the business and has driven that really aggressively for us. And we've just stayed focused and principled on, being free, scale, and we've plugged it into the rest of Fox, where we've drawn down, Fox's content, Fox's ad sales, and some other things that have really helped accelerate the growth. So we've been very, very pleased. And I think that story, compared to some of the subscription services that have been losing billions of dollars per year, is probably a more positive one when you look back at the streaming wars over the past 3 or 4 years.
Are we going to see a consolidation in this OTT space, where there will be 3 or 4 big players that will be operating and really... the mid-size or the smaller ones kind of getting acquired? Yeah, well, I think in the subscription space, there's probably, again, I'm talking about America here, but most Western markets probably map to this. There's probably room for 3 big ones at the top, and I think Netflix have got that crown of being number 1, certainly in the US at the moment. And
Amazon are coming in pretty hard, probably likely to get number 2. And then you've got Disney and Max kind of fighting it out at number 3. For that's the subscription piece. You've got a longer tail of Paramount Plus and Peacock and other things, which, frankly, those businesses need much more scale to become profitable in the long term, bearing in mind the costs that they're carrying. So there'll likely be some consolidation. Every day you pick up the Journal or the Times in the US is talking about some form of media consolidation still due to happen. So I think you're set to see more of that come. But again, the great thing about free is it's not an either or. Most people who consume Tubi also have a Netflix account and dip into both because of there's a very low barrier of entry to free. So we're very bought into that. It's working great. We're accessing a younger demographic. As the platform scales, it'll be a great place to us where we'll put more premium content, potentially more live sports and other things onto that platform over time. So yeah, more to come.
Well, last question, we are run out of time. How do you see what's your outlook for the media industry? We are going through a massive transformation. Which are the players you think that will survive or will be the last players standing, let's say in 5 or 7 or 10 years from now?
I won't name names, but what I'll maybe say, the kind of attributes, you've got to have amazing brands that consumers are passionate about. You've got to have amazing scale. How you achieve that, in subscription streaming, you've got to be global, really, to drive that scale and to pay for content costs and amortize that globally over that installed base. And I think you've got to be risk-taking and entrepreneurial. I think you've got to be aggressive around investing in new talent, for us, we invested heavily in new platforms. We re-platformed the entire company when we did the Disney deal. We left all of the old legacy technology inside the Disney businesses and re-platformed the whole of Fox, and that's given us an amazing kind of head start in what we're building and shipping from a product point of view day in, day out. We're much more agile and nimble and responsive to the changes in the market. So you've got to be risk-taking in some of those decisions that you take. And you've also got to have good cash flow. I mean, don't forget that. A lot of the pure-play digital businesses are struggling because they've never established that. So I think how you deploy your cash flow from the traditional business into the new business, whether that's organically or through M&A, you've got to be super smart about how you do that and make it work. So those are the attributes. We'll come back in 7 years' time maybe and see who won.
We can guess some names over there, but thank you so much, Paul, for sharing your thoughts. That's Paul Cheeseborough sharing his thoughts on the future of the media industry. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Samir. Thank you.
How is technology shaping the music industry? A recent explosion of opportunities for artists has been created by new tech in the ever-evolving global entertainment economy. To explore these opportunities, please welcome Warner Music Group CEO Robert Kyncl, who is joined on stage by multi-talented global star and newly announced Warner Music Group artist, Nora Fatehi.
Y enséñame ese pasito que no sé, un besito bien suavecito, bebé. Taqui, 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 que no sé, un besito bien suavecito, bebé. Taqui, taqui, rumba. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. High music, high flows. Taqui, taqui, rumba.
Oh, wow.
I know,
Hello,
this is-
everybody.
Hey guys,
Hello.
how are you?
Hi. I'm loving this crowd.
I know.
Robert, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling inadequate next to you.
Oh my God.
You know,
We were backstage and the video starts playing and he goes, "That's not me."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Yeah, Robert, I don't know who that might be, but could be me."
Exactly. Exactly. So, you know, when I was asked to come and speak here, I didn't want to do it alone, and I was thinking for a long time who I wanted to do it with. And I really wanted to do it with somebody who exemplifies today's world, which is tremendously multicultural person who succeeded across borders, continents, and everything. And Nora is like an incredible example of that. So one, that was one, and she's going to tell you about her journey. And two, we also recently signed her to the Warner Music Group, so she's part of our family. So thank you, and
Yes,
congratulations.
thank you so much. It's such an exciting time. As Robert said, I've recently just joined the Warner Music Group. I'm their artist now, and I'm so humbled and I'm so excited about this new era in my career. We're going to take over the world, right, Robert?
Together.
Global domination.
But tell us about your journey. Your journey is so fascinating.
Yeah, my journey has been really crazy. I mean, sometimes I think about it and I'm like, how did I even get here? Born and raised in Toronto, Canada, Moroccan parents. I am a North African woman, and I speak so many languages. Right now I speak English, Hindi, Arabic, Darija. And I'm so proud of my journey because it represents diversity, it represents hope, making dreams come true. I work in India at the moment in Bollywood, and I'm the first North African Arab woman to actually be in Bollywood. And it's been such an amazing journey, Robert. I can't tell you. I went from becoming a dance sensation to now doing lead roles in Bollywood films.
Yeah.
And I'm really grateful. I've had such immense support from India and the South Asian community, and of course the Arab community also. And I think the fact that the support is so multicultural and diverse is the reason why I've managed to also create an international career while cementing myself in the Hindi cinema industry.
But how did you do it?
How did I do it?
Yeah. How did you do it?
Woo, how did I do it? Well, first of all, fearlessness. I would say me being fearless, leaving Canada, packing my bags, going to the other side of the world, not even learning the language, not even knowing anything about India. I had no connections there. But I think I had this ambition and drive, and I knew I wanted to become this superstar. I wanted to be famous. I wanted to create content that could reach globally. I wanted to work in cinema. And why Bollywood is because Bollywood is the only industry that merges music, dance, and content, cinema content together. That's what makes it so unique. And I knew like that's where I belonged.
But then the internet had something to do with it too.
Sorry?
Then the internet had something to do with it too.
The internet, of course. You know what, honestly, not just me being present, not just being present in Hindi cinema, but also being present as a social media personality, and how I use the internet and the social media platforms to allow people to see me, to allow people to see my talent and my skills. I used social media when I was a nobody to show people how I dance, to show people my comedy timing, my acting skills. And it's social media that actually allowed me to become who I am today. It opened a lot of doors for me, definitely did. And I always encourage upcoming artists to use technology, to use social media platforms to allow them to break through those doors.
And so how are you? So you're living, between India, UAE, you're
global citizen.
You're a global citizen. How do you look at the region here within Middle East and North Africa? How do you see that? I know your ambition is global, but how do you see music evolving here?
I feel like the MENA region, the North African and MENA region, is definitely a upcoming market that will take over in the music industry. I can see it. I've been saying this for about 10 years now. If I speak about specifically the North African region, we have artists that are extremely talented, very, very talented, singers, rappers, dancers. They just lack the opportunities. They lack representation and platforms. And I think now there's a new era coming in where companies like Warner, for example, they're out here trying to give the opportunities and the platforms. And that's all we're missing. We just need those opportunities. And trust me, MENA region is going to take over.
We're trying, as you know. For us, one of the reasons I'm here, I've been here for a little bit over a week.
It's been a week. I actually just wanted to ask you, but I wanted to ask you, Robert, why did you choose MENA and why are you even here in Qatar? You could be anywhere else in the world.
Well, so even from my time before Warner, while at YouTube, I saw tremendous opportunity in the region. So I spent a lot of time here over the last 15 years, so I know it quite well. And for music is even more true, as you said. And we acquired a company here a couple of years ago that is doing really well, called Kyncl. We're currently the market leader in music. And the music market here is growing twice as fast as it is growing globally. And there are tremendous opportunities because currently it's quite under-monetized from subscription standpoint relative to other parts of the world. So you know that if you look at all of these statistics, that there's tremendous opportunity for music in the region. That's why I'm here. That's why we're sitting here together.
Yes,
and that's why Warner is working with lots of artists in the region to help them grow to global fame as well.
Mm-hmm. So I know that your background's all about tech. You've worked with YouTube, you've worked with HBO, you've worked with Netflix. Basically, you know it all. I want to know, in your opinion, how do artists and labels, especially like Warner, how are they going to use tech and social media to innovate artists and their content and take it forward?
Well, we could be here for an hour to cover that. But it is actually one of the biggest opportunities for our companies and for artists and songwriters. Today, when you think about technology, it unleashed consumption everywhere, right? Whether it's through free platforms like YouTube or subscription platforms like Spotify, and it really drove a lot of growth in the industry. Now, the flip side of it is AI, which
yes, AI,
which in music, could be quite dangerous, right? Obviously, it's positive in healthcare and lots of different areas of the world, but in music, someone's voice, something that they worked on all their life, that's their livelihood, and you want to be in control of your voice and not be taken by somebody else. So, we at Warner, we focused on working with the digital service providers. So again, the platforms like Spotify, YouTube, Amazon, et cetera, to make sure that they handle content created by AI responsibly. And what I mean by that is that they focus on control for us and you, attribution of the content that's been created and what it's created based on, and monetization. And those three things, control, attribution, and monetization, are at the core of our discussions with them. Now, separately, we also work with the generative AI engines to figure out what the outputs mean from their standpoint. And we work with governments on regulation that doesn't thwart AI, that continues to obviously enable its development, but at the same time protects people's identity and their voice.
See, I'm a forward-leaning artist, and I'm open to, new stuff. AI, sometimes I'm like, yeah, this sounds so cool, and then sometimes I'm like, no, no, no. What do you think about protecting artists? Do you think that moving forward, AI will be beneficial for artists like us, or do you think that there's pros and cons?
I think it's a little bit what I just said, which is if we figure out with the large platforms, TikTok, YouTube, Spotify, et cetera, where the content is consumed, on how all the content that they ingest that may have been created by AI is treated, then it will be good.
All right, so there are positive aspects that we can look forward to.
If we don't figure it out, then it will be not good.
Oh no, we have to figure it out, Robert.
and that is what we're focused on, and I'm confident that we will. But that's what we're working on.
So I've been lucky to see some 3 stages of the industry, right? Stage 1 was when we were playing music in CDs and downloading music off, unfortunately, LimeWire and stuff like that, you know, legally. I've seen it all. We moved into streaming, the age of the internet. Now we have platforms like Spotify, Apple. Now I'm starting to see a new era, of course, like we said, with AI and apps and all these new things. Do you think there's another era that's coming through that music labels like Warner are going to have to start now creating new strategies and innovating to adjust?
Yeah, I think so. One of the reasons I joined Warner about a year ago was the opportunities that I see in music that others may not see. But it's because I come from the other side, from YouTube. I got to see a lot. And one of the things that I firmly believe in is the power of a superfan. And,
right, yeah,
you know, and it's in any industry, but it's extremely true in music. But it's true in gaming, it's true in sports, but it's true in music. And in music, besides tickets, it hasn't really been figured out. Like superfans haven't been harnessed. So I certainly think that the evolution of a company like ours is to not only do what we have always done great, which is discover great talent, help them get bigger, and basically hits and stars, right? Creating hits and stars. That will always be there as part of our business. The second one is to now, which is a new one, is figure out the protections in the age of AI and making sure that voice is treated correctly for people under the control, attribution, and monetization is figured out. So that's a new thing. And the third, the second new thing that we're working on at Warner is these direct-to-superfan experiences. And in our case, I've assembled a team of incredible technology talent from Google and Stripe and Instacart and lots of other great technology companies who are working on an app, a superfan app.
A superfan
app.
Oh my God, I'm so excited.
Where artists can connect directly with their superfans. And superfans are generally the people who consume most and who spend the most. And the reason we're doing that is an insight that we have, which is music is omnipresent. It's everywhere. Right. So artists want to work with every single platform. They don't want to optimize just for one platform over another. So a solution like this for superfans has to be a cross-platform solution. And we, as a record label, we are a company that's in a perfect position to do that because we work with all platforms. So historically, we haven't had the technology talent to do this, but now we do. So that is something that we've been working on.
This is very exciting.
Yeah, we're quite advanced. And what we focus on is to make sure that artists get some of the most important things that never do, which is data on their superfans.
Yes.
And get access to it. So that is an exciting piece of work that we're working at Warner with our team. And it's something that we'll launch later this year.
Well, you need to sign me up for this one. Yeah.
You can be part of our initial crew.
I mean, like, honestly, as artists, this is what we're looking for. We're looking for accessibility to data, insights, having control over content, and obviously being able to reach our fans. And not just in one specific region, but globally. So this sounds exciting.
Exactly. So we want to make sure that you've got all the controls and all the access. And we think we're in a unique position to do that. So yeah, I'm excited. You should definitely be part of our initial crew of
Oh my God,
of
you know
artists,
me. I'll be the first one.
going.
But yeah, I mean, great news, great things that you're telling us. I think essentially what we are here trying to bring light to is that web technology and the age of social media is directly connected with literally the success of a lot of artists. And that's why I'm here today, because I'm literally the living proof of someone who used web and technology in the right way possible to reach out to the whole world. I mean, like when I look at my Instagram insights or my YouTube insights, sometimes I'm surprised at what continents or what countries I'm connected with.
Right.
It can be really, really interesting to see that, and that's all because of the internet today. We've never really had this immense reach before, as good as we do right now, and I'm always curious about how labels like Warner are using that to their advantage. How are you using the internet to reach out globally to all the fans everywhere? Despite, for example, like if you're focusing on the MENA region, like you said, MENA region is killing it right now. We have a great future for MENA region, the artists here. But how do we make sure we take the MENA content, which is essentially Arabic, but reach out globally to even non-Arabic speaking countries?
So, so one of the advantages that we have is that we have a global infrastructure. So we have people in, tens of countries, many countries all around the world, roughly 50, with, marketing and promotions teams, because that is what it takes to create a global star, if you want to do it on a sustained basis, not a one-off sort of lucky success. And what it takes sometimes is to understand what are the sort of ignition cities or countries, right? And how demand on the internet grows. And because we collect all the data from digital service providers, so that is something that we can analyze and see how demand is moving. And it may be different from genre to genre, and then we can tailor our marketing campaigns for an artist based on the genre that they're in and their goals there are, and we start seeding content, not the music itself, it could be something different, right? It could be social media content, it depends on the strategy, but we start seeding it in a tailored way to that artist or that genre. And that is really, only a large music company can do because of the global resources that we have. And I'm very excited to, keep on investing into this expanding global demand for content. But again, it's not it's not a traffic from America to the rest of the world. It's from everywhere to everywhere, right? The global trade routes are built, and you're like a great example, living proof of it right here. So, for us to invest into that is important, and that's how we can deliver on the thing that we've always done with artists.
Oh, that's amazing to know that. Look, I've been an independent artist. I'm speaking about my international music career. I've been an independent artist for almost like 5 years now. And there are a lot of advantages to being an independent artist, a creative control, a lot of things. I don't really want to get into it. But now I'm signed with a label. I'm signed with Warner. And this is a new chapter for me. And I can see already what the advantages of, as an artist signing with a label. What are your opinions about artists signing with labels? Why do you encourage artists to sign with labels?
I think in today's world, when distribution got democratized, everyone can publish. And whenever everyone can publish, it's wonderful because everyone has a chance. But what it also means is that there's unlimited and growing noise, which means it's harder to sustain your success. It's harder to grow your success.
Yeah, it's oversaturation.
It's oversaturation. Yeah. Everything is harder and harder and harder. And when that happens, suddenly it works against you, right? The thing that enabled you starts working against you. And so the role that we play is to help turn the tide and help artists break through the clutter on a global scale. It doesn't mean that we always succeed, but at least with us, you get a best chance.
At least we get the resources to try.
Right.
I mean, me and you were discussing this earlier about the success of it all. And I told you it really depends on the content. And
Right.
sometimes luck, luck does play a role. But at least what's great about a music label like Warner is that they provide the resources, the platforms, and the marketing ability to reach out to a more global scale. And then whether things do well or not, that's a different story. But yeah, and of course we use web also to help us get through it.
Yeah, that's right. But enough about us. Back to you.
Right,
What,
okay.
what are your plans like for the next year or so?
Oh, you already know what my plans are.
I
I'm
know.
going to dominate the globe for the next couple of years. So global domination has started from yesterday because we announced that I've joined Warner yesterday. So it's big news. A lot of people are excited about this. I'm also excited. We have a track that we're currently working on as we speak, which is crazy because it's a song that has a combination of Canadian, Moroccan, and Indian elements. And it tells my story, but in such a cool way. And I can't wait to shoot the music video, and then we're going to release it, and it's going to be crazy. So I'm excited about that. I've got a couple of films this year releasing. One of my films just released a couple of days ago, Crack, in cinemas. So guys, watch it in cinemas near you. So it's a big one. I'm just excited about our album, which we're working on this year. And then hopefully you'll see me on the Super Bowl stage one day.
There you go.
So yeah, that's what I'm excited about. What are you excited about?
Honestly, for me, the fun part of the job is working with people like you, because the thing that I want to say, and Nora said it in the beginning, which is the people who become global superstars are basically thinking and acting like startup founders. Right? Like,
Right, yeah.
if you work with Nora, you would see what I mean, because they prepare, they're focused, they have huge ambitions, unrelenting work, great schedule, and it's it's a lot of hard work. And people think creative people, there's lots of sort of different points of view on that. And what I see very consistently is artists who succeed at this level are just like technology startup founders. Same level of commitment, same level of thinking, same discipline, same structure, and it's a lot of hard work. And like you're just
thank you, and a level of work ethics that's required also.
Right.
But of course, a lot of it has to do with me using web and technology at the best way possible. Qatar is a big one for me because I was here last year. I was here in 2022 World Cup. I was here for the FIFA World Cup and performed at the closing ceremony and also did the FIFA Fan Fest. So I have a special connection with Qatar, and I really appreciate that they're doing the Web Summit here and allowing such key speakers to come and speak about a new era that we must embrace, and we have to embrace in the most innovative way possible. And I'm glad companies like Warner are getting involved.
Same here. Well, thank you, Nora, for taking your time today. Thank you for joining us at Warner. And thank you guys for listening to us.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, one thing that history has shown us is that every tech boom has a tech bust. E-commerce, VR, social media apps, NFTs, but also a tech resurrection as crypto and spatial computing has seen these past few weeks. But it does seem that nearly every year there's newly hyped technology that gets billions of dollars pumped into it, only for it to fade away. Will this happen to AI? Is it already happening? This next session, we have 3 VCs share what's wrong with venture capital, how it can be fixed, and what founders should be aware of when dealing with VCs. Please join me in welcoming in conversation with Abby Sam Thomas of Entrepreneur Middle East, Zach Coelius from Coelius Capital, Sarah Kunst, founder and managing director at Clio Capital, and Annalie Ajami, founder and general partner at Anamkara.
Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. My name is A.B. Sam Thomas. I'm the editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Middle East. Very, very happy to be here at Web Summit Qatar. I realize we have only 20 minutes, so we're just going to go straight into the discussion. I hope you guys can hear me. Yes? OK. So we've got a very provocative title behind us, Is the VC Model Broken? And just to discuss that, I think we need to set the stage for what's happening right now and how we got here. So venture capital had a really good run-up in 2020, 2021, and then something happened. What exactly happened? And Zach, you're sitting the farthest from me, so you get the first question. There you go.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone, for being here. We really appreciate it. It's great to be in this amazing country. This has been, once again, a phenomenal event. So thanks to everyone who put this on, the Web Summit team, the hosts. This is awesome. I mean, the big problem is that money was free for so many years. In a zero interest rate environment, there was, you couldn't go make money in bonds, you couldn't go make money in most assets, and so venture became this giant hole that was able to suck in capital at a very rapid rate, and everything went up. I mean, literally any idiot with a checkbook in venture for about a decade there looked like a genius. I mean, it was 50% plus compounding IRR.
I see half the people leaving, but OK, continue.
It was great. I mean, it's funny, back in the tech boom, back in 2000, there was this bumper sticker that used to go around that would say, please, God, just one more bubble. And we got our bubble. I mean, it was an amazing period of gloriousness. And like all good things, that party ended. And so now we're working through the hard part of deleveraging an industry that definitely got over its skis.
So what's happening on the ground now? Sarah, Annalie, let's bring you into the conversation as well. Like, what's happening on the ground now? Are rounds getting fulfilled? What are you seeing, within your peers? Sarah, I'll start with you and come to you, Annalie.
It's slower, right? And we know that when we look at the amount of exits, the M&A environment, getting bought as a company has gotten really hard. You used to be able to, at very least, if you had a few engineers, Google or Meta or someone would buy you. Now there's a lot of regulatory sort of don't do that. And so we're not seeing as many acquisitions. We're not seeing as many IPOs. The IPO window has been largely shut. The IPOs that have happened have done decently, but not incredibly well. Even ARM, didn't do as well at some point as people would have hoped. And so the reality is that there's not a lot of money getting out of venture, which means there's not a lot of money going back to our investors to invest back into us for new funds, for us to invest back out. And so it's a flywheel, and when nothing's moving that flywheel, it stops. And so we saw that last year. I think it won't be as bad this year as it was last year, but we are 2021, those were fever dream years. Put them out of your mind. They are not coming back anytime soon unless you are NVIDIA.
Annalie, same question. Are you seeing anything different? Is there like a regional breakdown we should be considering?
Yeah, so to Sarah's point, we're also seeing this dynamic playing out in the early stage. Like you said, 2023 was very slow. Now finally, some deal activity is picking up, thank God, because we also have to deploy. But I see two trends, really. I see, on the one hand, rounds getting done at very high valuations still, like kind of like pre-product, pre-revenue, but top-tier teams. And then a lot of volume, but kind of like low-quality deal flow. So there's a lot of capital concentration on the best deals, making the market super competitive early stage. And then we see multi-stage funds like Coatue, like Index, like Excel, really writing first checks, which is normally what they don't do, into these early stage companies, which of course ensure that these companies can also command high valuations and big rounds. So that makes it very competitive for players like us, of course. I have to do a lot of elbow work to get in some of these into these best deals. But the reason why is because these multi-stage funds also want to mitigate the risk of doing later stage. So all of this capital has come much earlier. Now, on the regional side, what normally the public markets are a proxy for the private market valuations, and that's what we've seen in the last 2 years. So the supply of capital has come down a lot, has translated into the correction of valuations, not so much in the early stage, much rather in the later stage. So as a result, when we look at Qatar and we look at, for instance, Saudi, there's a lot of capital going around. Now, the question there is, will this continue? Will the supply remain as is or not? Or will there be a reset? From where I'm sitting, there's an imbalance of supply and demand, and there will be some sort of a reset. The question is, can founders in the region build capital-efficient businesses? Can they build lean businesses? Can they build for profitability and not necessarily for growth? And then for us as investors, not only in the Middle East, but also for us, Sarah, Zach, you too, we have to just be careful. We have to be disciplined. We have to take a conservative approach to our capital deployment, and our LPs are happy with that, I think.
Yeah, I think you've just set the stage for my next question, which is what's going to happen in the future. I know you said like what's going to happen, but I'm going to make you guys be the predictors of it as well. But I also want to make it clear, like we are going to make this as interactive as possible. Unfortunately, we don't have a mic to go around the audience, but we are going to game the system. If you have questions, just send it to me on my Web Summit app. I will try and get it into the conversation. I've done this before, so I know it can be done. So just send me your questions, and we'll get it to the investors on stage. Zach, question to you. Yeah, what's going to happen next? You already antagonized half the room already, but are we going to see more people lose their jobs in venture capital? What's going to be the situation like?
Yeah, it's in any downturn like this, it's both an amazing opportunity in that there's a lot of great companies being founded today. AI is on fire, and the value that we're seeing there is phenomenal. But there's also a lot of stuff that was overbuilt, companies that were overbuilt, VC firms that were overbuilt, industry sort of infrastructure that was overbuilt, and some of it's going to come down. So we're definitely seeing VC firms who are quietly laying off partners. You're seeing a lot of folks who used to be active are no longer active, and I expect we're going to see a continued sort of shrinking of the business. While at the same time, probably some of the best investments of our generation will probably be made in the next couple of years. It's a weird, sort of twisted axiom, but it always happens, which is when the blood is in the streets, and it's definitely blood in the streets right now in VC, the real opportunities are happening. So I find it exciting, but definitely tricky.
I do want to touch upon that, and Annalie, you can actually speak to this, but we are seeing this emerging managers, solo GP, founded company. Do you see a lot more of that happening? And what does it mean for the founders in the room?
Yeah, I think we see quite a bifurcation in terms of like the firms that are out there. On one hand, you see smaller funds like the solos, I would say like us. We're smaller, we're more specialized, we're more niche. We probably have a strong thesis on a sector or a geography. And then on the other hand, we have the larger players like Sequoia, the Andreessen, the one that offer life cycle capital, continuity platform. And then you have the sovereign wealth funds. All of a sudden, they've become very important players, important capital providers for funds like ours globally, as well as funds that are taking long-term bets in important areas like healthcare and AI. So there's a whole new dynamic in VC now. How do we all work together? You see that General Catalyst recently acquired La Familia, which is because this is a fund that has a very strong European focus. You see sovereign wealth funds like Mubadala investing in small funds. They recently did Nebula, which is my friend's fund, a $20 million solo fund, and they committed to his fund as well because they just see a lot of value sitting with him and saying, "Look, man, what do you see? We want to understand your unique insights and access."
Yeah, Sarah, question for you, and this is how we started this session. But we are talking about sectors that are in Fox's or sexy right now. Artificial intelligence. We had Web3, we had NFTs, and if we go further back, we had e-commerce and social media. Do you think this is a trend, or like how is this trend going to play out? I would love to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, there's always a really hot area, right? It was NFTs, it was Web3, it was crypto. There's always a really hot area, but usually for years before there's a super hot trend, there are people just quietly working away on it. You know, I invest in crypto, but I didn't start in 2020. I started, you know, in like 2013. And so I think that often when you see a trend start to really hit, you have to think, are you really the right person to build for that trend? Because if you first learned about it, you know, in a Financial Times article a year ago, there are probably people who have been doing it for a decade or more before. That's certainly true in AI. The number of pitch decks I get that are just, you know, clearly were something else, and then they said, I've got 2 vowels that are going to change everything, and they just put AI in there. It tends to not work. Even kind of smart money in this sort of environment look at it and go, oh God. You know, and so just be thoughtful about what you're building and what you uniquely understand and are good at. Because when you try to chase hype too hard, especially in an environment like this where there aren't as many things that are kind of getting invested in, investors look at it and they sort of just laugh. And you know, the most canonically hilarious Twitter bios, X bios of founders are like, you know, they were a Web3 founder, before that they were a crypto founder, and now they're an AI founder. And you're like, excuse me, sir, you are 21, right? And so you have to just be thoughtful about why are you building this, and just because it's trendy isn't a great reason.
A question that has just come up, and I think it relates to what I wanted to ask as well. But for people who are venturing into the investorial landscape, they want to invest, they see these trends, and they're like, we need to get in on that, they want to step. What's your advice for them? What's the way to think about investment in this current climate, in this current region even, for that matter? Maybe all of you can give your thoughts on that. Zach, maybe start with you.
Yeah, so one of the most powerful tools for folks who don't have access to the access class, or to the access to the asset class, right now is AngelList. So it used to be, if you wanted to be an LP in a VC fund, you know, you'd have to write very large checks and you'd have to be an incredibly wealthy person. And now today you can go on and, you know, you can join syndicates, you can back deals, you can invest in companies, and you can get exposure to a lot of really interesting startups at the earliest stage. So anyone who's not working with AngelList, I highly recommend it. There's a number of other platforms out there that also provide access. And yeah, it's open to anyone now. The democratization of venture has finally happened, which is encouraging.
Sarah, Annalie, same question.
Invest in funds first, usually. If you haven't done a lot of tech investing, I mean, public markets is a great way to start to wrap your head around just sort of how tech companies work. The Metas and Googles of the world are still very much tech companies, even though they are giant. So looking at tech through a public company lens, and then looking at funds and fund managers, building relationships with them, putting checks in, and then telling us, you know, hey, when you see deals in this region or this sector or this kind of founder, you know, pass it along, and maybe I would also want to go direct. And if you're helpful and not a time waster, usually smaller fund managers are open to that. And so just really be thoughtful about it, because once you give us $1, you might get it back times 10 in a decade, or you might never get it back. That's the nature of the beast. It's not like a hedge fund where you have redemptions every quarter.
Cool. Annalie?
Well, let me just take it from another perspective, since we talked a bit about angel investing, and then from a fund perspective. I think now, especially when we see this sort of AI innovation cycle, which is really like vertical and also horizontal, and of course there's a lot of value being accrued in like infra players. But at the same time, it's really interesting if there's any founders in this room to invest your time in thinking about how you can build in this space. Because why not leverage on the billions of dollars that are being invested in the US in infrastructure that is available here today, where you can build specific applications in verticals like AI and healthcare and can really make a difference. So of course, we're looking at these innovation cycles, but also like at our founders, what they're building and what then we can invest in as founders or as investors. And I think this is really a unique time, and especially for the region, where I think the region can become a major player.
We've been talking a lot about venture capital and investors, but I think we can say for the record that, yeah, the audience is a lot of entrepreneurs out there looking to get their high into this pie, so to speak. So for the founders in the room, given this big bad world they're getting into, what's your advice? What's, I would say, 3 do's and 3 don'ts. I say 3 as an arbitrary number, but up to you guys. But Annalie, maybe I'll start with you this time. So
Sure.
I give Zach time to think. Yeah.
Sure, yeah. So a couple of things to do for a founder is like think very carefully about syndication. Get a long-term partner like a sovereign wealth fund, get a global player, get an investor like our funds where we're smaller, where we can add more value. That for sure. Leverage on your investors. We're investing in you, but we also want to add value. Ask us. And then lastly, I would say communicate well in good times and in bad times. Help us understand where we need to be helpful. And I think one thing not to do for a founder is, of course, and particularly in this region, strategic capital can be very helpful, but not always the interests are aligned. So just be careful for that.
Yeah, look out for the smart money like this. Yeah, Sarah, please.
Yeah, I think be consistent with things like your communication, your investor updates. Just sort of hit the same marks every time. If you're switching focus, tell your investors why, over-communicate, I think is something that's missed. Be really, really good at the basics. So many things go wrong when you're building a company or even building a fund, but there's really basic block and tackle things in terms of how you incorporate or, sort of these sort of, did you do a trademark check before you decided to name your company the same as some other huge company that's well known? These really basic things that when you're starting to get them right as an early stage founder, I trust a little bit more that you're going to be able to figure out the messier stuff. And then in terms of kind of what not to do, I would say, be really mindful of understanding that we all know each other, we all talk.
Yes.
We are gossiping, we gossip.
Yep.
So don't come to us and say, I think that Zach is going to invest because I'm going to text
Yep.
Zach probably in front of you and he'll be like, who? And, that kind of ruins everything. And so you can ask SBF how well lying goes for founders, because the reality is that you need to be direct and honest with us because we're giving you money and helping you, so we need to be able to trust you.
Absolutely. I think that's such a good point. And especially in this region, the MENA region, the relationships matter. And yeah, everyone is on a WhatsApp group. We are talking all about you. So go ahead. Zach, over to you. Yeah.
Yeah, what I always recommend to founders is that when the going gets tough, which it does on a regular basis, you have to really go back to the basics of raising capital, which is that there's 3 stages to capital raising. In the beginning, when you have nothing, it's people who know you. So people who know you are going to be the core of your initial investment, and then people who know you really well. So when it's one of your friends recommending you to somebody else, you'll find that you can build a cohort of people who are investing in you and their belief in you. And so then you can take that capital and you can get to the next stage, which is validation. You take that money and you prove that the customers want what you are going to build and that you can build what you want to build and that you can actually sell something. You don't actually have to sell the final product. You don't have to build the final product, but you have to prove that you can do it. Validate. And then the third step, which is where most institutional VCs start to show up, is when you have metrics. So once you start to see numbers going up, then any idiot like me can extend the line and be like, oh, 10% a month. Woo, we're all going to become billionaires. And then that's where you start to show up and become, you'll see a lot of the professional VC firms will run those numbers. They'll look at your cohorts. They'll understand retention. They'll understand churn rates. And they'll be able to be much smarter about making investments. But when money was free, you could walk in the door, you could wave your hands, and people would throw millions of dollars at you. That's no longer true. So you got to go back to basics.
Yeah, back to the basics, and I think we're running out of time. I've actually got a pitch in my messages. This company is going to go to 1 billion in 3.5 years. That's the statement they're making. But that is to say, like, everyone is trying to connect with you. What's the best way to reach you? Can you quickly mention, like, maybe it's LinkedIn, email? Yeah,
Twitter.
Zach first. Yeah, sorry?
Twitter.
My
Yeah,
website,
yeah.
cleocap.com. Anybody can pitch us there.
Cool.
Yeah,
Annalie?
same, Twitter and LinkedIn.
Okay, cool. Thank you for a great panel. Thank you for the audience to participate. And yeah, I hope these insights was great. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks, Abby.
Thank you.
Okay, how many people here were in Qatar or watched the 2022 FIFA World Cup on TV? I counted about 55. No, did I just guess the number? It was the first World Cup in the Arab world, and it harnessed the power of sport and culture to open the world up to the people of Qatar. How big of a transformative moment for Qatar and the region was it? And after hosting one of the biggest sporting events in the world, does Qatar grow from here? Yes. Please welcome in conversation with MSNBC's Ayman Mohyadin, the Secretary General of the Supreme Committee for Delivery Legacy, who oversaw coordination for the 2022 FIFA World Cup. Please welcome the Web Summit Qatar stage, Hassan Al-Tawadi.
Your Excellency, it's great to see you.
I mean, you know it's Hassan, so let's call it Hassan.
Hassan, it's great to see you.
Good to see you again, my friend.
So many questions, so much to ask.
Yep.
It's been over a year since the World Cup. We're going to talk about that, but we're in a room full of people who have big dreams, startups, ambition, and I thought I would start with that as the backdrop. You were part of a startup, perhaps the greatest startup in this country's history. You look back, you reflect on it. What did that moment mean for you and this country?
Oof, it's a very loaded question. I mean, look, you know, ultimately, it was the ultimate culmination of the concept of being audaciously ambitious, right? You know, I still remember when we considered bidding, and when we entered the bidding stage, and we were literally laughed out of the room with a lot of people. A lot of people thought it was a ridiculous concept, and there's no, you know, you couldn't be able to do it. When we won the bid, a lot of people are still cynical about our ability to deliver. And yet, nevertheless, I think what guided us was our unwavering belief in our ability, in the fact that, you know, we've set very, very ambitious goals, but at the same time, we set the path of delivering and guiding ourselves and guiding the team towards achieving them. I mean, the way I used to always describe it was, we aimed for the stars, but our feet were firmly on the ground. We had a leadership that clearly believed in us and supported us, and we harnessed this opportunity to try to achieve and capture every single benefit out of that opportunity. And like I said, you know, for 13 years, we went through many different cycles and many different challenges, but I don't think doubt ever crept into us at any moment in time. And for me, you know, again, like the way you described it, it was the ultimate startup, or let's say the ultimate entrepreneurial spirit.
Right.
Every challenge that we faced for us was always an opportunity. That was exactly the view we said. Every obstacle was a step towards achieving our goals. It was a step towards guiding us higher and higher towards the stars. And so there was no, you know, I don't think at any moment in time, there were difficult moments, but there was no moment in time where we thought, why did we get into this? Or doubt crept into us.
So you talk a lot about story and narrative, and the story of the World Cup that you wanted to tell the world from this region, for the Arab region, from the global south, one that resonated around the world, not necessarily how it was portrayed at moments throughout the past decade since you guys received the World Cup. Talk to us about the importance of owning your own narrative, your own storytelling, and what you learned in that process.
It's self-belief. I mean, you know, throughout that journey, again, everybody wanted to put us in a certain box. Everybody wanted to put a ceiling on us. Everybody wanted to impose their expectations on us on what we could and couldn't achieve, what is possible and what is not possible. You know, the Compact World Cup, it won't work. You're going to have people all over the place in one location. Fans are going to be very, very crowded. They're not going to enjoy. The football is going to be horrible. You're not going to be able to build your stadiums in time. Your infrastructure is going to be built without the need or without any legacy plan behind it. But again, it was us knowing exactly what we wanted. We entered into the bidding process. We entered wanting to bring this tournament for the first time, not only in Qatar, but for the region, try to extract as many benefits as possible out of it, whether it was from a footballing perspective, whether it was from an urban development perspective, more importantly also from a human and regional perspective, and shedding the light on who we are and building the bridges between different cultures. There were cynics out there that did not believe in that. They did not believe in the power of football. They did not believe in our power and our capabilities of developing ourselves and evolving in a way to be able to deliver on every single promise. And what I came to realize is, when we first started, to a certain extent, if you will, the North Star or the compass was always westward facing.
Right.
And this is in no way a battle of cultures or a battle of civilizations, but it's a realization that internally we have an extremely talented population, dedicated, very, very ambitious, and capable of achieving the unexpected and the unbelievable at times. It just requires a lot of self-belief, it requires a lot of tenacity, and it requires a lot of camaraderie and kind of just tenacity towards and resilience towards moving in the right direction and setting your own story, setting your own narrative, creating your own set of values that you believe in. And regardless of what people try to impose from the outside, regardless of the timelines and the methods that they try to impose upon you, you've just got to be very confident in where you're going and where your goals are taking you. And that was, like I said, it was the compass of the Global South. It was the belief that the Global South, the Arab world, the Middle East, has the capability and has the ability to be able to write its own story, write its own narrative in a way that embraces inclusivity, in a way that welcomes the rest of the world into our story. It's not us being part of somebody else's story, but rather the world being part of our story.
It's been a year plus since the end of the World Cup. What has that moment meant for the average Qatari that you meet and you talk to in the street? I know you're talking about the region, but what does it mean in the psyche and in the mindset of the Qataris that you speak to day in and day out?
I mean, I'm looking around, in the room, and apart from the fact that I'm proud of being Qatari, and I'm proud of being Arab, and I'm proud of being Qatari, honestly, just because the people that I've met and the people that I've worked over the last 13 years have been inspirational and have been some of the most talented people that I've met in my life. But I think what I'd like to think, and again, the conversations that I've had with a lot of people around the room is everything's achievable now. The concept that we can't achieve, the concept that, it's difficult, actually maybe not difficult, but it's impossible is no longer there. Right. The ceiling has been broken. Anything is achievable. I think every Qatari in the room today understands, whether individually or part of the organization that they work with or part of the government entities that they represent, everything is achievable. They all know it's going to be hard. They all know that, there are going to be days where you're not going to want to say hello to yourself in the mirror, let alone anybody else that you meet in the street. But it is achievable. And maybe for me that was the theme in the sense that it showed, I think, I think it showed to all of us that it just means that you just have to have the right foundation.
Right.
And based on that, I don't think anything cannot be achieved.
Would you say that it has changed your perspective, maybe on an individual level or perhaps even on a country level, how Qatar interacts with the outside world, certainly in the arena of sports, because of the challenges that you went through, perhaps the skepticism that there was that Qatar could pull off such an incredible World Cup?
Look, it definitely changed, but I think it evolved. I think it's important to focus on that point, that it evolved. As a nation, Qatar always understood the transformational power of sporting events. And that was how we approached the World Cup, right, specifically. But we had hosted many major events before that. The biggest at the time was the Asian Games in 2006. Right. And it was a natural continuation, evolution within the ambition of the state of Qatar to host this major event. And in particular, because we understood that this was a very transformative event. Much more transformative, much more powerful and effective than any other event before or after. The World Cup is the biggest sporting event in the world. And the great thing about it was, we were very clear, cognizant that we needed 12 years to develop. 12 years to develop our capabilities, whether it's in terms of urban development and ensure that the urban infrastructure had a use beyond the World Cup. So what the World Cup was doing was accelerating the urban infrastructure development. Recognizing that what we needed also was to develop our operational capabilities to host this major event. And how do you do that? You don't have a rehearsal before that. And so, we had to invest a lot in terms of creating or invest in a lot of the human development capabilities of Qatar and the region. And so there were a lot of initiatives that we did. To start off with, we created the Supreme Committee for Delivery and Legacy. And I keep saying this, everybody tells me don't crack this joke, but it does sound like a cult. And to a certain extent, for 13 years, we functioned like a cult. I'm not going to lie to you. It was an organization that was in charge of construction, urban development, and human development, human capabilities. Develop the capabilities of not just the people working within the Supreme Committee as local organizing committee, but within the entire government, whether it was the transportation sector, whether it was the technology sector or infrastructure sector. Expose them to what it means to host these major events without the ability to host it in Qatar. So we sent people en masse throughout the world, throughout every single event that you can imagine, whether it was the 2018 Russia World Cup, 2014 Brazil World Cup, the Olympics, the Champions League. We got people immersed, not just as observers, but actual workforce within these competitions to understand what is needed. And so what you end up doing was, over 13 years, even though we didn't host an event as large as the World Cup, by the time we got to 2022, we had a workforce and a nation that understood what it takes to host major events, internationally, not just locally, but internationally, had an international focus on how to deal with different cultures and different backgrounds, but most important of all was developed a very strong resilience and resourcefulness attitude. It was a can-do attitude. If anything breaks down, it's not the end of the world. Pivot very quickly, be ready, have the team ready to deal with problems as it happened. And during the World Cup, let me tell you, we faced a lot of issues. From day one, there was a lot of issues, a lot of major issues. Ticketing system and a lot of other stuff that happened. I'm very proud to say the fans generally did not experience these issues, just because we had an extremely resourceful team that was able to pivot very quickly and deal with it. And so it was a journey of kind of capturing this event, develop the capabilities, and now people see that any major event that comes in Qatar will always be elevated to the next level. It's like if you will, a blueprint of how to elevate events to the next level.
Talk to me about you mentioned a few times in our conversation the people and how much pride you had with the people you work with, your colleagues. The World Cup is over, but you have talked about in the past the legacy of what the people who came here and worked here take back with them to their home countries through various programs that you've had. Talk to us about the legacy of what the human capital of this World Cup meant for the region.
Look, from day one, if anybody's followed me from 2009, I've always said the one element of legacy that for me will always be the most impactful is the human legacy. It's the interaction, it's the individuals. What can everybody walk away with, whether from part of the workforce, whether part of the volunteer force, whether as fans, what can they walk away with from this World Cup? And, from a workforce, I have to say, everybody that's participated in the World Cup today is world class. There's no, if anybody's participated in the World Cup, I assure you, you're talking about individuals that are resourceful, smart, and on a world-class level. Actually, let me even say this, beyond world-class level. And I say it with a lot of humility, but just a lot of pride with my colleagues. But then you look at, for example, the volunteer force, right? When we opened the opportunity for people to volunteer, 400,000 people signed up to be volunteers for 20,000 positions. The 20,000 represented people from different walks of life and different parts of life. It was a real culmination of cultural, it was a global cultural gathering represented by volunteers, people who gave up their time just to come and participate in this. And I have to say, one of the biggest major elements or factors of success was the volunteers that joined us and participated with us, that left, again, with an appreciation of different cultures and different backgrounds. But then if you take a step back also and look at the fans that came in, a lot of them coming from different parts of the world, visiting for the first time Qatar, having no experience of the Arab world, having no experience of Qatar, having a certain view of what Qatar and the Arab world represents. And yet if you look at the engagement, if you look at the stories that come out of it, if you look at the social media engagement and people themselves posting their experiences, I will say that, it was, in my opinion, the most inclusive tournament and the most inclusive World Cup in history. If you look at every nation that was represented in the World Cup, they had a contingency in the stadium. It wasn't a group of 5 people supporting Ghana or a group of 10 people supporting Cameroon. You had Ghanaians and Cameroonians celebrating and supporting their teams. You had the Arab world en masse supporting every Arab nation that participated in the World Cup and culminating in Morocco in the semifinal. You had Indians coming in from the billionaire to the worker, all of them coming in together and celebrating football, but more importantly, when they walk out in the streets, it was a carnival. It was a global carnival of cultural celebration that represented what major events, and in particular, what the World Cup can offer.
Let me ask you 2 questions before we run out of time. One, we have a lot of brilliant minds here at Web Summit. Probably looking to you. You've seen so many things behind the scenes, organizing, running the World Cup. Where do you think there could have been something done better, that perhaps somebody out here could maybe problem solve for a future event in the region or around the world?
I mean, look, there's no doubts. A lot of things could have been done better, but ultimately it was the best World Cup in history. But for me, there's one element that I've always thought that whether it was us or actually, an entrepreneur or a provider could have done or provided was, creating an app that allowed for the fans themselves to communicate with each other in the sense, in relation to the tournament. It's always been a concept for me. Despite all our best efforts, every tournament, every event, not even tournament, every event always suffers from this. At times when people want to go in, walk in, they might meet people working in the event who don't necessarily know exactly where things are. And especially if you talk sometimes to certain parts of the workforce, the main aim is to get the crowd flowing, not staying in one place. So you get people not being told where to go or being given the wrong information, and people kind of, veering left and right and getting lost at certain places. And I've always thought that if the fans are able to communicate together, saying, for example, by the way, whatever it is, an app or whatever form of communication, by the way, everybody, if you're moving towards gate 4 is closed, they're telling us to move to gate 5, and kind of creating a community in that sense, and then, that community then can tell people, by the way, if you want to be, for example, tonight there's a Brazilian festival in Msheirub. If everybody wants to get there, within this time, it's a great celebration or whatever it is. It's kind of I've always believed in utilizing the digital platforms to create physical interactions and physical communities, and that's something that I would have wanted at a point in time for it to happen. We tried to create similar methods or similar concepts, but hopefully in the future we get to see more of that.
So let me ask you, with about a minute left here, kind of, if you could go back to your younger self when this process was starting out.
Oh, God.
It's not so much about what regrets do you have, but what lessons or what voice would you go back and tell yourself as a younger person starting out in this project? We have obviously a lot of young people here who are starting their own journeys, and maybe they can learn a lesson from your own experience.
There's a couple of lessons that I cannot share with you, but I've definitely had my conversations. Look, I think, one thing, actually I'll tell you that, one thing for me would have been to appreciate the good times and to prepare for the hard times in certain ways. I mean, there have been hard times where, I haven't known, I thought I dealt with it well. In hindsight, I dealt with it at times horribly. And, I could have dealt with it much, much better. Look for the support system that you need, whatever it may be, whether it's internally, spiritual, whether it's your family and friends or whatever it is, but developing your own support system that allows you to withstand these hard times, but more importantly also, really enjoy the good times. Because at times, it's happened to me, great tournament or great, we launched the stadium, everything was fantastic, we should be celebrating. And I'd celebrate for about 5 minutes, and then I'd walk out and worry about the next thing, and not be able to celebrate and enjoy the good times. So that's time. That's my thoughts.
Well done, thank you.
It was a miracle sticking to the 18 minutes, so thank you guys for your patience.
Wise words to end on. Hassan Thawadi, it's great to see you again. Congratulations on everything, and excited to see what you do next. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Our next speaker has played an instrumental role in the transformation of Disney over the past several decades, most notably by leading the acquisitions of Pixar, Marvel, Lucasfilms, and 20th Century Fox, and driving the strategies around Disney+, Hulu, and ESPN+. Next up, to learn about the market dynamics in the entertainment industry, please welcome co-founder and CEO of Kyncl Media, Kevin Meyer.
Yes, sir. Right, thank you everyone for staying with us and joining us. We've got Kevin here. Now, Kevin, one of your brands is behind the soundtrack to my life, right? I don't think a day has gone by in the last 4 years when I haven't had a CoComelon theme running through my head.
Sorry about that.
So it's good to put a face to the man who's ultimately responsible for it all. Are there any CoComelon fans in the audience?
CoComelon, come on. There's got to be more than
There
that.
we go.
I don't believe that.
We're a loyal and dedicated audience. Look, just tell us a brief anecdote about CoComelon, if you've got one.
Well, CoComelon, for those of you who don't know, is a very, very popular kids character for the 0 to 2-year-old set, more or less, maybe up to 4 years old, about that. It was, until about 6 months ago, the biggest YouTube channel in the world. It has about 175 million subscribers to the channel. Mr. Beast overtook it and is on a tear, by the way. There's like 250 million subscribers. And it was an IP that originated on YouTube. And we've taken that IP and we've repackaged it and put 1-hour episodes of these YouTube videos onto Netflix, still on YouTube for free. And if you look at from 2021 to today, CoComelon was the most streamed show in North America, of any show, not just for kids, and not just on Netflix where it streams, but of any show in the entire continent. It's quite a machine. It, as you know, it keeps kids very engaged is an excellent word for that. And it's also very enriching, I think. It's fun, it's simple, it teaches things, and it's meant to be a very positive experience.
I mean, it really helps when the people who are watching your content watch it for 500 times for every episode.
The fact that kids watch content over and over and over certainly increases the efficiency of content production for that set. Mm-hmm.
Now, for those who may not be familiar with how Kyncl Media ties in with CoComelon, can you just briefly explain what your company does?
Yes, so Kyncl Media came from my experiences at Disney. I was at Disney for 27 years, and I was fortunate enough to buy a lot of brands. We weren't sure what we were going to do with the brands when we bought them, but we ultimately decided to launch Disney+, and it was very clear that these brands were very, very important in getting subscribers and in keeping those subscribers. So the lifetime value of a Disney+ subscriber is world-class, very little churn because of the brands, and the customer acquisition is very efficient. So I noticed the power of brands quite a bit, and at Disney's, brands are in the DNA of Disney for sure. So when I left Disney and I was CEO of TikTok for a bit, I also saw the power of storytelling on social media and the ability to engage audiences over an extended period of time and to conclude e-commerce transactions with that audience. So my idea was a couple-fold. One, Disney Plus created the virtual integration of Hollywood. If you're looking at Disney, everything that Disney makes under the brands of Marvel, Star Wars, Pixar, and Disney itself ends up on Disney Plus, either initially or it goes through some other windows, maybe goes through a television network and then ends up on Disney Plus, maybe a theatrical release, then ends up on Disney Plus, but everything they make ends up on Disney Plus. Of course, Hollywood copied that, and the same thing could be said for, by and large, for Max and Warner Brothers, for Universal and Peacock, Paramount and Paramount Plus, et cetera, et cetera. So the value of independent content is really substantial in the streaming world that we're in, because if you're Netflix, you can't go license content very easily, original content, from one of the big studios, because that content is now reserved for its own streaming services. So independent content, brands, as I just described, are super important, and if you can establish a deep relationship with a certain consumer set, that's emotional, that's resonant, and that's long-lasting, those brands can be very powerful. So premium branded content independently delivered to streaming services. So that's one concept. And from that, we decided to buy Hello Sunshine, which was our first purchase. That's Reese Witherspoon's company. Very deeply resonant with female audiences. It's stories made by women, for women, about women. It's quite deep and quite powerful. Very premium content. And then we bought a few other live action studios as well. And then we decided that we really liked this connection that I described between content, commerce, and driven through social media. So we really wanted to find a way to have that content commerce community flywheel generated with this content. And so Moonbug was the obvious solution. Moonbug, as I described, is social media storytelling in its origin, so it's community driven. It has traditional content, film and TV length content on Netflix, again, the most streamed show in North America for a 3-year period. And it has commerce opportunities. You can imagine with the reach and frequency of engagement that something like Clemons has, the licensing opportunities are enormous. So if you think about independent, high-quality, premium branded content coupled with content, commerce, and community, that's Kyncl Media's strategy.
Now, before we dive into any more about the creation of Kyncl Media, let's start with an overall health check of the entertainment industry. We've obviously seen ESPN, Fox, and Warner Brothers Discovery recently announced the creation of this big, super Let's All Hold Hands app, which is a milestone event. So how do you perceive the current landscape of the entertainment industry at the moment?
Well, entertainment has been a bit challenged. I mean, we had, the peak TV era, which probably ended 18 months ago when Netflix had its first quarter of negative growth. That was a seminal moment in the entertainment industry, and it caused a lot of rethinking, and it caused Wall Street and investors to think differently about what they wanted to see from entertainment companies, which drove a different behavior. So instead of growth at all costs, adding subscribers as rapidly as you can, spending on content to keep those subscribers and to acquire them at the same time, that created a little bit more focus on profitability. So you can see the peak TV era kind of peaked 18 months ago, and there's been a bit of a contraction since then. I don't think it's going to be long-lived. I think that content is still the major differentiator among all streaming services. Obviously, that's why people subscribe to streaming services, is for the content. So content remains a key driver in the entertainment ecosystem, obviously, but it's been contracting somewhat. In the sports arena, it's been a little bit different. In North America, it's much different than in Europe, for instance. In North America, sports rights have been increasing dramatically and monotonically for a very, very long time, driven by the fact that everyone received the sports rights. Yep. ESPN is distributed on the most basic package of pay TV. So there was one point in time where like 95% of US households had ESPN on their television set. They paid for it, whether they watched it or not. It's a very nice business model if you can achieve it. And that drove up the price of the cable bundle quite dramatically. And now we see that the cable bundle, this big driver of the entertainment industry in Hollywood, has started to come down. And that has been a pretty rapid decline in penetration of pay TV in the US. Therefore, sports have been impacted most of all. And so we have to recalculate that. You look over to Europe, where sports rights have always been paid for separately. If you wanted to watch EPL in England, or the Bundesliga in Germany, or Serie A in Italy, you subscribed to Sky, the entertainment package, and then there was a buy-through. You paid more for sports. That means that people understood the value of these sports rights pretty directly. We knew how many subscribers there were. We knew how much they were paying for it. So sports rights never, with one period of like 10 years ago, with the exception of that, they never really skyrocketed the way that they have in the US. And in fact, they started to mitigate over time. So if you look at what's happening in the US, expensive sports rights have to go over the top like we've done in Europe, has to be delivered direct to consumer because the cable bundle is shrinking so dramatically. And it's a very interesting time to see what's going to happen in the US with those sports rights. I think the joint venture that was formed is just another point of distribution to allow ESPN and Warner Brothers and Fox to take their sports and have it delivered to consumers in a little skinnier bundle than the big broad bundle that has been under so much pressure. I think it's going to start to look a lot like Europe in the long term. And I think that'll be interesting to see how that affects sports rights in the US. They've been going up for a long time. I'm not sure they're not peaky right about now, and I think you might see those sports rights starting to see some pressure.
What are the leadership and business challenges of three giants like that coming together and trying to package something for one offering for the public?
Well, we had some experience with that. There's something called Hulu in the US, which is a general entertainment streaming service. That's been around since 2009. Disney joined it in 2011, I think. It was formed by Fox and NBC. And I'll say that it achieved a high degree of success, despite the fact that there were, a three-headed monster, three independent, competitive entertainment companies coming together to form a joint venture. Very similar to what we're seeing with that new joint venture in sports. It was meant as a point of distribution to enhance the breadth and reach and different modalities of viewing for content that was otherwise delivered on channels, essentially, back then. The economic interests of the companies prevailed over some of the competitive nature of those companies, and I think that Hulu was pretty well managed. Had some fits and starts. I was on the board of Hulu for many, many years, and it ended up reporting to me at Disney before I left. It became a juggernaut. I mean, it's a really powerful service in the U.S., and I think you'll see the same thing likely with the sports service. I think it's going to do very well.
Do you think we're in any danger of reaching oversaturation with the content and the providers that we're getting?
I mean, there are those that say the peak TV that happened, again, 18 months ago. There were more than 500 different series being produced, television series being produced annually. It was quite substantial. The big problem is one of discovery, obviously. Yeah. And if you have that many series, that many movies being made and presented to consumers in a finite universe, there's only so much promotion you can give it. Now, if it was just about promotion, that would be a big problem, and you'd see a massive oversaturation. But the nice attribute of streaming services is that you don't have to just promote, you can also recommend. And you can learn about people's preferences as they use a service, and then you can start recommending things for people that you know that they would like. And Netflix has been really good at that, Disney's good at it too. And to be a successful streaming service, you really have to have a great recommendation engine, based somewhat in machine learning and AI, by the way. So it's a pretty interesting dynamic. So I think that helped with the oversaturation, because you're not promoting the same content to every single viewer, which would be a big bottleneck if you tried to do that. The fact that you can more precisely promote content made, I think, it attenuated the oversaturation somewhat. Still, with that many series, not everything's going to be found, and some great content probably was buried that didn't deserve to be.
Yeah, I suppose that the algorithm and surfacing different content for different people helps not bring one platform to oversaturation, but how about the amount of different providers that they are? So, you've got your Netflix, your Paramounts, your Disneys, are we in danger of that being oversaturated and eventually filtering down to one or two remaining?
I'm not sure about one or two, but certainly there are too many. And I think Paul Cheeseborough said earlier on his panel that these services with world-class content, premium content like those Hollywood streaming services have, there's a mandate for a global scale to amortize those costs, technology costs, marketing costs, content costs itself. You need to be a global scale. There's not room for 6 services on a global scale. More than 1 or 2, probably 3 or 4, maybe. So I think the laws of economics are going to drive some consolidation, and I think it's probably good ultimately for the consumer. Right now, there's a show on Paramount Plus, let's say, you don't know where it is. You have 6 different services. You almost have to go to Google search engine to figure out where to find your television shows. And I think that doesn't serve anyone well. So I think we'll see this, we'll see a consolidation, and I think it's going to be healthy.
Now, you talked about global scale. Could you share insights into the importance of international markets for global strategy? How do you tailor content and distribution strategies to resonate with diverse audiences worldwide?
Well, it's crucial.
Yeah.
Long gone are the days of American hegemony over quality content. That's not the case anymore. And there's fantastic world-class global appeal content being made in most territories on Earth these days. So I think as that's happened, local audiences have started to run more local in their preferences of content they want to consume too. So I think you have to serve a global audience. You have to not only have global content, but also local content capable of becoming global because of its quality. And I think you see that happening in all the streaming services today. So it's crucial. Can't be just US or just UK content, just English-speaking content. You got to have it all, and that's just part of the strategy at this point.
Yeah. Now, we can't be at Web Summit and not discuss AI. So what role do you see emerging technologies such as AR, VR, AI, all playing in the future of entertainment? And who's best positioned to capitalize on that, in your view?
Well, there's multiple forms of AI. The big thing now is generative AI, for obvious reasons. We've all seen the remarkable content coming out of OpenAI and all the other AI providers. It's quite remarkable. But there's also AI that drives these recommendation engines. Yeah. And I was at TikTok. I was CEO of TikTok for a bit. And TikTok is simply one massive, extremely capable AI that uses very weak signals, the very weakest signals that you can use, that you can generate while using the app to thoroughly understand your preferences and deliver to you the exact videos in the exact sequence that make the most sense. And if you look at many TikTok videos, not all of them, independently, they're not very good. They're not that engaging, but put together in the way they are with the knowledge that AI system has of your preferences, it becomes incredibly engaging. So I think that that's already a big use of AI. I think generative AI itself is going to make substantial changes in the way we make and consume content. I think AI by its nature is somewhat derivative and it doesn't foster originality very well. I think almost definitionally it has to be derivative. So I think that human beings are always going to be the innovators and making breakthroughs in how content is created and new forms of content and really fun new storytelling. But that's as a tool in the toolkit. It's going to create efficiencies. It's going to change job structures for sure. I mean, there was a reason for those strikes. AI is something that will affect the creation and the delivery of content around the world. So it's a real thing, here to stay, obviously. Will have big impacts, already has had big impacts.
And you talk about originality and trends, and obviously Kyncl Media, as you mentioned, keep on the pulse of trends like women's stories and fantastic addictive children's shows.
Not addictive, engaging. I like that. That was the better
Definitely
word.
not addictive. How does Kyncl Media stay on that pulse and address the evolving preferences of audiences with the content?
Well, I will say that these days, because of the the precise digital measurement of audiences, you get the feedback you get from audiences to tell you what content they're liking and what content they're not liking, more rapid than ever before, more robust than ever before, more global than ever before, and more precise than ever before. So we have that built in. The technology has built-in ways to tell producers like us what's good and what's bad. And it also tells our distribution partners, the people that buy our content, our streaming services by and large, and YouTube. YouTube just pays a revenue share. So they tell us, and they are very, very quick to discern what's working and what's not working. And by the way, not shy to pull the trigger, too, and say, hey, not working, 3 episodes in, we're done. So the feedback is there, and we're learning in real time.
Now, I can't leave without asking you about your old employers, Disney, and their CEO succession plan. Obviously, you worked closely with Bob Iger in the past. What do you feel the next Disney CEO needs to replace someone like Bob?
Bob's tough to replace. Obviously, we saw the first time around that was tough. Bob's an incredibly capable CEO. He knows the company inside and out. He and I did made those content acquisitions, which really changed the face of not only Disney, but I think the entertainment industry in many ways. A Disney CEO has to really understand brands and the influence and power that they have, the responsibility that goes along with having those brands. They have to be creative, but they also have to be a really substantially sophisticated business person. It's a multifaceted company. It has theme parks. It has streaming. It has pay TV. It has channels. It has consumer products. It has sports. It's a very multifaceted, complex company. So, Bob, great CEO, very difficult to replace. No one's irreplaceable, obviously, but it's a tough job.
Would you be interested if you got the call?
No comment on that, but I spent a lot of time there, I should say.
Kevin, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Meyer.
Thanks. Nice job. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know about you guys, but I can usually smell a hot pepperoni pizza near me in about 30 seconds. I call this my superpower. This new tech we're about to debut on stage here can smell drugs or explosives in only 10 seconds. The Kyncl is the first of its kind smell cyborg, a smell processor that fuses brain cells and silicone to detect odors. We will all witness together the Kyncl's world debut live in this demo here on center stage as it sets its paws on the road to artificial general intelligence. To introduce us to the first cyborg dog, please welcome the founder and CEO of Kyncl, Osh Agabi.
How do you know you are real? No, seriously. How do you know you can see me right now? The reason why that is the case is because these lights, they are bouncing light off of my skin. Your retina is interpreting the signals and telling you that you see an image. You are playing with your phone with your sense of touch. My voice is compressing the air, and therefore you can hear me. Never mind the lunch you had this afternoon. Why you enjoy it is because of the chemical compounds that are in this food. We as a civilization, we have succeeded in digitizing sound, touch, and sight. Smell and taste is still beyond us, but let's leave that a little bit for later. I don't know if you guys have had a chance to hear about AI today. In case it's not been mentioned enough, I want you to know that all of these senses, all of these signals that your body is processing is being processed by the most powerful machine in the known universe. In fact, in your brain, you have about 100 billion. That is 100 billion GPU-like units constantly processing signals. You have more than 600 trillion synapses that are constantly processing information. You're working with language, video, sound, and touch. This is your brain's spec sheet. So it is a fair thing to say that human beings have solved general intelligence. And the machine that has solved general intelligence is in your brain. Now, we as human beings, we do want to build artificial general intelligence. Why do we want to do this? Because it makes our lives richer. Sure, there are problems that we can solve as human beings, but imagine a world where AI or general intelligence is helping us to diagnose disease, keeping our ports safe, helping us to design new kinds of taste. What are the parts lists for this artificial general intelligence? Now, we have chatbots that you can call intelligent. But is all our intelligence really in language? What about when you talk to somebody and they just flick their face and you automatically know what they mean? Is what we represent in the cyberspace, is all of it really in the real world? In fact, to get more concrete about this question, if I wanted to simulate 1 centimeter cube of the human brain, 1 centimeter cube is yay high. yay high. I would need a chip the size of 2 basketball courts. That's how powerful our brain is. So if our brains are so powerful, and the machines that make us up are so powerful, why don't we build with it? Why don't we build with biology? Why don't we build a brain from the ground up? That's precisely what Kyncl, my company, does. We are based out there in Silicon Valley, and we are building a brain from the ground up. So, our goal one day is to have autonomous agents that can think, talk, act in an ethical way like we do. So, what are the part lists for building this artificial general intelligence that is built on a new kind of substrate? We have 4 guiding principles for us. The first one is to build small brain circuits from scratch. That means we take these little cells, these 100 billion cells I told you about, we begin to build a new kind of circuit out of it. Number 2, we are driven by building with biology. That means we build already of the materials that are around us. Number 3, we want to help address needs that are real in the real world. And lastly, we prioritize the needs of the many. Our first goal is to map all the smells that touch human life, from disease diagnostics to food to security and many more. To solve the problem of smell, because we human beings, to date, we have not been able to build a smell processor. It's the reason why if you're eating pizza in a restaurant and you call your family, you cannot say, oh, this is the smell of pizza. Can you smell it on the other side? But this is a problem that nature has solved in a very elegant way. We take these brain cells, we genetically modify them to express the same receptors, to function the same way as a dog's nose will work, for instance. We make this new kind of chips that last about 30 days that you can put into one of our devices. And it's modeled after the dog's nose. So, we have built a machine that allows you to detect smell at an unprecedented scale. What is it useful for? One of our first deployments that we have deployed in California is the idea that you can walk from the curbside in an airport into the aircraft without any obvious security. In fact, we took our technology and we went head-to-head in trial with the actual dog. The dog was detecting at about 58% accuracy. Out of 114 trials, we did not get a single false positive or a single false negative. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for the first time anywhere in the world, I present to you, for the first time here in Doha, in Qatar, you are going to see a machine that is part biology and part machine. Nowhere else in the world has this been shown before. And here, my team, so what you're seeing here is, so the dog itself is not built by our company. But on the top of this dog, you have a brain or a smell processor that is made with actual biological cells. This has never, ever been done anywhere before. Now, they are going to show, can you smell it and tell us, describe to them what you're smelling when you smell the compound, please?
It's not very good.
But what does it smell like? How would you describe it?
I can smell a bit of apple, is it?
It's essentially the smell of green peas. And now we are going to use this biology to detect the smell of this green piece. Can you present it, please?
Yes.
Just present it. So what she's doing is she's presenting the smell of what is in that bowl. She's presenting it to the dog. It's the robot dog, and you can see on the screen, can you show the screen? You can see the detection event. You will see the lines shoot up. So you see the detection event. Can you show the screen, please? Do you see it? So this is the line going up. So for the first time, we have demonstrated now for the whole world to see. Outside of a laboratory, we are showing a machine that is part animal and part machine that is detecting smell in real time. And feel free to tweet about it. Thank you. Now, for most people, they don't realize that every day you deal with smell more than you deal with vision or you deal with touch. In fact, how you pick your friends is influenced by their sense of how your friends smell. So the application that really excites me about this company is the idea that we can grant superpowers to doctors. In this world today, in Qatar, you're lucky. You have a great healthcare system. You can see doctors whenever you want. That is not the same. That's not true for everyone in the world. We cannot make doctors fast enough, and we cannot build hospitals fast enough. So what do? We have to do more with less. One thing that excites me is the idea of giving doctors superpowers that they can constantly diagnose their patients. So what does a doctor do? A doctor essentially, when you go to the hospital, you're connected to a lot of machines. They take the data, the doctor looks at the data and makes a judgment on your state of health and intervenes. What if we could turn your bathroom into a healthcare data center? You go into your bathroom, you do your business, we analyze all the chemical compounds you're giving off, and we can send this data directly to your doctor. And we have already completed the first phase of the clinical trials. We have already demonstrated that we can detect COVID, for instance. So, as a company, we make three things. We make those chips that we showed you earlier. We make a reader, and of course, we are building the largest smell data anywhere in the world in Silicon Valley. I told you earlier that our goal is to make or build a brain from the ground up. So how exactly are we doing this? So for something extra, we believe to build AGI from the brain using biological cells, three things have to be satisfied. The ability to teach these brain cells, the ability to give them structure, and the ability to design them in 3 dimensions. And this is something we've already done. We are building already cells, or we are building architectures that in under 60 seconds, you can teach them to learn something. You can teach those machines, you can teach them to remember things, and you can teach them to forget things as well. Already, we are building 3-dimensional architectures. And these 3-dimensional architectures shows that we can really build large systems out of this. And we can build also complicated neural circuits out of these brain cells. I believe technology is about people. I fundamentally believe this. So we are building a community of end users and technology integrators. We are here in Doha for the next couple of days. Feel free to reach out to us and learn more about our vision at Kyncl to build brains from scratch. Thank you very much.
please welcome to the stage CEO of Web Summit, Catherine Marr.
Good afternoon and welcome back. So wonderful to have you all here. It is with great honor and deep respect that we now welcome to the stage a figure of international renown, Her Majesty Queen Rania Al Abdullah of Jordan. She's, please, no, it's, please. She is a globally recognized voice for education and women's rights, and her efforts go beyond the borders of Jordan, her home country, touching the lives of people across the world. We are profoundly honored that she's chosen to join us today on our stage. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Web Summit Qatar stage to close day one, Queen Rania Al Abdullah of Jordan. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Catherine. I'm grateful to be here in Doha with all of you today. One of the most fascinating things about technology is its ability to reveal human nature. The way we interact with our devices tells us a lot about ourselves. We are, by nature, storytellers. It's how we make sense of the world. Every selfie, status update, photo, and video we share adds a few more lines to the story that we are constantly writing and rewriting about ourselves. We publish moments of our lives to our social media pages, never quite knowing how they will be received. Will we be praised, judged, or, worst of all, will we be ignored? Because for a social species like ours, invisibility is akin to death. How can anyone feel they belong in a world where their story fades into the background? For decades, one people's story has been obscured, relegated to a footnote in a narrative authored by someone else. It is the story of Palestine. The story of Palestine, whose people have been pushed to the periphery, just out of sight and out of mind. For too long, Palestinians have been dehumanized and discredited, turned into a people unto whom anything can be done without consequence. Their status as an occupied people is glossed over. Their diverse population of doctors, educators, and activists is disregarded. There are many attempts at non-violent resistance, from historic strikes and civil disobedience to Gaza's Great March of Return, have been crushed, even criminalized. Instead, Palestinians are reduced to antagonists in someone else's story. They are cast as terrorists and security threats, nothing more. Yet, today, for all the cruelest reasons, Palestinians have come into the world's field of vision with sharper focus. And 3/4 of a century since the Palestinian-Israeli conflict began, millions around the world are getting their first glimpse at what it means to be a Palestinian today. In the wake of the war in Gaza, many of us have seen our social media landscapes redrawn. The colorful feeds on our phones have given way to monochrome, white shrouds, gray rubble, and black and white screens warning of sensitive content ahead. I sometimes hesitate to reveal what is behind the warning screen, because after more than 140 days of war, I know what awaits. A harrowing snapshot of life and death in what has become the most miserable place on earth. babies covered in searing burns, children with bloody bandages where limbs should be, mothers peeling back shrouds to kiss angelic faces goodbye. Scrolling through these images of a merciless war, I find myself thinking, it can't get any worse. And then, it does. The bar for humanity keeps falling to new lows. Actions that were once unthinkable are now commonplace. Hospitals under fire, houses of worship destroyed, civilians killed with white flags in hand. How can we possibly make sense of that? The fact is, when one side of a conflict has been robbed of the right to tell its story, we're left with an incomplete narrative. The current iteration opens like this. The war began on October 7th. To be sure, the brutal October 7th attack opened a new and devastating chapter in the saga. But the larger story has been unfolding for more than most of our lives. 75 years in which Palestinians have not known a single day of genuine peace. Acts of war are not always as clear-cut as an airstrike, an ambush, or an abduction. Sometimes, violence takes the form of a crippling 17-year blockade, as decades of almost daily deaths. It appears as checkpoints, a separation wall, armed settler violence, detentions without charge, and the indignities, the endless indignities of life under occupation. At The Hague last month, while presenting Israel's defense against the charge of genocide, a member of its legal team argued that the historical context of the conflict was irrelevant because, for him, October 7th was context enough. That's the trouble with so-called cycles of violence. No one can agree on where to start the story. Each side instinctively centers the suffering of their own people and minimizes the other. A posture enabled by digital echo chambers that reassure us that our opinion is the only credible one. The historical story of Israel centered on World War II, the Holocaust, and the Jewish people's desire for a homeland. Yet, this account has overshadowed the Palestinian story, the Balfour Declaration, the ethnic cleansing of the Nakba, and the decades of displacement, dispossession, and illegal military occupation that have followed and continue to this day. The echo chambers in our minds are hardwired to dismiss anything that doesn't confirm our convictions. Yet the war in Gaza, live-streamed to the world, has brought into full view the power imbalance that has dictated the story of this conflict. Many in the West have been left with an uneasy sense that the Palestinian issue isn't as black and white as they have been led to believe, that they didn't have the whole story. It's uncomfortable to challenge long-held beliefs, but beyond the comfort zone of the familiar lies the opportunity to understand, connect, and grow. One can acknowledge that for many, Israel's founding countered a historical injustice, while recognizes that it created another that has yet to be resolved. You can condemn the killing of Israeli civilians while affirming that absolutely nothing could ever justify the annihilation of Gaza and its people. But many who have expressed these sentiments have faced backlash, as if it's a crime to place equal worth on Palestinian and Israeli lives, as if Palestinians exist outside the limits of our humanity. Yet, just as stories can dehumanize, they can also empower. They can help us see our own humanity reflected in another's eyes. Over the past few months, many Gazans have been thrust into roles they never asked for. Photographers and content creators turned war correspondents, reluctant spokespeople for Palestinian suffering and strength. For those living half a world away from Gaza, it can be difficult to relate to a faceless people under attack. But that distance falls away when scrolling through the Instagram grid of a cheeky teenage boy in northern Gaza. His sense of humor may remind you of your son, your little brother, yourself. Yet, he is joking at the irony of surviving months of shelling only to potentially starve to death. Another brave young woman shares updates from a sea of tents in Rafah. When the lack of clean water forced her to cut her curly hair, activists across the world cut off a lock of their own in support. This is at once a tragic and a transformational moment for the people of Palestine. Just as their lives are crumbling around them, people everywhere are connecting with them. From London to Madrid, DC to Dublin, people are mobilizing for Palestine in unprecedented numbers. Jewish activists around the world have been some of the loudest voices calling for a ceasefire. Murals of Gazan bloggers have appeared on European streets. This new generation of citizen journalists is being credited with humanizing the people of Gaza. The tragedy is, Palestinians have been human all along. It had just been simpler to believe otherwise. Today, the visibility of Palestinians is dependent on their devices, but also on decisions made worlds away in office buildings and corporate headquarters. Many Palestinians and advocates have said they believe major platforms are limiting their reach. Some have had their accounts suspended or deleted after speaking up on what the International Criminal Court of Justice has deemed a plausible genocide. It can be nearly impossible to prove that you have been shadow banned or censored. Yet, it is hard for users to trust platforms that control their content from the shadows based on vague standards. Online and offline, blurred standards have never worked for Palestinians' advantage. Just look at global benchmarks of human rights, international law, universal values of equality and justice. Some of our most basic principles are being rewritten in real time to rationalize an irrational level of violence. Why is the killing of some condemned while the killing of others justified? Why is depriving one child of food a crime, but starving 1 million Gazan children an acceptable outcome of war? These questions are echoing across the world, creating an unmistakable shift in global perceptions. But what's the point of changing minds without changing reality? Lately, I've been reflecting on the power and limitations of solidarity. The people of Gaza have never been more connected, yet never more isolated. Cut off from food, water, medicine, fuel, and everything required to sustain human life, they have continued to reach for their phones, to reach for us. Palestinians have long dreamt of telling their story to the world. Today, they are being heard loud and clear, but at what cost? It has taken their mass killing to garner mass support. Why must Palestinians audition for their humanity? Why must some fight tooth and nail for compassion while others are given it freely? What does it matter if millions of people believe you have been wronged if the injustice continues? My feelings on social media activism have always been mixed. Can a TikTok takeover or trending hashtag really make a difference? Are we elevating the stories of the oppressed or providing ourselves with an easy out? I have no simple answers. If anything, I become less sure each time I pick up my phone. Because every browsing session is an exercise in digital whiplash. A little girl's mutilated body dangling from the ruins of a building hit by an Israeli missile, followed by a Japanese man taking to the streets alone each day to demonstrate in solidarity with Gaza. Hungry children wandering in the rain, carrying empty pots and pans, followed by Swiss mommy bloggers spreading awareness of their plight through tears. A punch to the gut, then a glimmer of hope. But we need more than a glimmer. We need a ceasefire, a cease to the destruction. a cease to the destruction, a cease to the displacement, a cease to the deprivation by design. This war must end now. The inhumane obstruction of aid delivery must end, and the hostages and detainees on both sides must go home. But that is only the beginning. Ultimately, Palestinians want what most of us take for granted: the right to self-determination, the ability to govern their own lives in dignity and security, freedom from occupation. These things are only possible through the establishment of a sovereign Palestinian state living side by side in peace with Israel. When we fail to stand up for what is right, we sign off on all that is wrong. Palestinian solidarity cannot become a passing trend. The millions who have amplified their voices cannot let the story of Palestine fade into the background once more. Each voice sends forth a ripple of possibility. Together, they can create a new reality for the people of Palestine. Public pressure can rewrite the future. Collective action has compelled leaders to take steps once thought impossible: to abolish slavery, to end apartheid, to take down walls. But make no mistake, there is nothing more powerful than an informed, indignant global community calling for an end to a great injustice. Because change is possible. Injustice is reversible. But the onus is on us. As Martin Luther King Jr. once said, change does not roll in on the wheels of inevitability, but comes through continuous struggle. We must insist on a world where peace, dignity, and freedom are inevitable. For you, for us, for the people of Palestine. Because their story is part of our story. And in showing up for them, we are showing up for ourselves. Thank you all very much.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.